studios of Western Spring Television. My name is Damilola Raphael, your teaching and learning advocate. While getting my papers ready for this broadcast, I wanted to show off my progress with this year's theme, or better still, mandate of learning a new language. Hold on a moment. How many days to the end of the year? Let's zoom closer. How many days to your next birthday? So help you God if tomorrow is your next birthday. Now, gift yourself a new language on my behalf, will you? Let's go back to my preparation. So, I really wanted to say fresh episode in Spanish. Now, on its own, fresh is fresco in Spanish. And depending on context, your modifier will have to adapt. What do I mean? Fresh is more an adjective than an adverb. I'll use the first half of today's telecast to shed some light on adjectives with lots of help from the Merriam-Webster dictionary. An adjective is a word belonging to one of the major form classes in any of numerous languages and typically serving as a modifier of a noun to denote a quality of the thing named, to indicate its quantity or extent, or to specify a thing as distinct from something else. Adjectives describe or modify, that is, the limit or restrict the meaning of nouns and proverbs. They may name qualities of all kinds: huge, red, angry, tremendous, unique, rare, etc. An adjective usually comes right before a noun: a red dress, 15 people. When an adjective follows a linking verb such as be or seem, it is called a predicate adjective. That building is huge. The workers seem happy. Most adjectives can be used as predicate adjectives, although some are always used before a noun. Similarly, a few adjectives can only be used as predicate adjectives and are never used before a noun. Some adjectives describe qualities that can exist in different amounts or degrees. To do this, the adjective will either change in form, usually by adding er or est, or will be used with words like more, most, very, slightly, etc. For instance, the older girls, the longest day of the year, a very strong feeling, more expensive than that one, etc. Other adjectives describe qualities that do not vary: nuclear energy, a medical doctor, and they also do not change in form. The four demonstrative adjectives, this, that, these, and those, are identical to the demonstrative pronouns. They are used to distinguish the person or thing being described from others of the same category or class. This and these describe people or things that are nearby or in the present. That and those are used to describe people or things that are not here, not nearby, or in the past or future. These adjectives, like the definite and indefinite articles a, an, and the, always come before any other adjectives that modify a noun. An indefinite adjective. This describes a whole group or class of people or things, or a person or thing that is not identified or familiar. The most common indefinite adjectives are all, another, any, both, each, either, enough, every, few, half, least, less, little, many, more, most, much, neither, one, and two, three, etc. Other, several, some, such, whole. Interrogative adjectives, primarily which, what, and whose, are used to begin questions. They can also be used as interrogative pronouns. Nouns often function like adjectives, When they do, they are called attributive nouns. When two or more adjectives are used before a noun, they should be put in proper order. Any article, a, an, or the, demonstrative adjective, that, these, etc., indefinite adjective, another, both, etc., or possessive adjective, her, our, etc., always comes first. If there is a number, it comes first or second. True adjectives always come before attributive nouns, beg your pardon. The ordering of true adjectives will vary, but the following order is the most common. Opinion word, size, age, shape, color, nationality, material. To maximize time, I'll just list some types of adjectives as you have them across the web in no particular order. There is the interrogative adjective, we have possessive adjectives, demonstrative adjectives, proper adjectives, compound adjectives, quantitative adjectives, attributive adjectives, indefinite adjectives, numbers adjectives, participial adjectives, superlative adjectives, predicative adjectives, comparative adjectives, appositive adjectives, predicate adjectives, articles, descriptive adjectives, distributive adjectives, coordinate adjectives, denominal adjectives, emphasizing adjectives, gradable adjectives. Dear viewer, this is a good place to select. Just pause and ponder. I will be back after this prayer and we'll be talking about relationships and book, or if you please, relationships and learning how our relationships affect how we read or learn. Please stay tuned. The bookshelf will be back shortly. Glad to be back. You are still on the other side as well. The concluding part of the bookshelf today will focus on how our relationships affect our reading and learning culture. We should understand that people cannot give what they do not have. For instance, you should not be disappointed as a media personality when, after reporting a heartbreak over the phone, your gourmet friend offers you food. This is what they have. And I'm so tempted right now to mention names, but I will not. I will not mention names. You know, this person is actually also a media person, and she had, issues. There was this contract she was bidding, she didn't get. And then she reached out to her friend who, does everything food. Oh, I didn't get this. Oh my goodness. And the friend went, oh, I'm so sorry. I know you put on a lot. Should I send you food? That's what she had. That's what he had. That's what they had. I mean, so you can't give what you do not have. When we are experiencing things, the influence the people around us have plays pivotal role in the decisions that we'll make and the outcomes, the results that we will get. I'm going to look, for instance, at the biblical Daniel, who knew by books, understanding by books, the result you want, the answer that you seek is in books. Someone said sometime that if you give a book and he mentioned the particular people of color and said they just will never, if you put the secrets to their problems in the book, they will never get it because they will never get to open the book to read it. Another kind of joke that went around sometime that a couple, the pastor came visiting and they had dinner and a check was missing. They had already signed a particular check, I think wanted to use it the next day or so. And then they felt, okay, so it's the preacher who came and picked it up and all. And some way, somehow, it got to the preacher and he reached out to them. So I heard this, you're looking for the check. Why? The Bible was on the table and I dropped it in the Bible. Is it that you do not read the Bible? And it went, and they all went, whoa, went back home, checked, and found the check leaflet right there in the Bible, sitting pretty. I do, actually, doing nothing, waiting for who will pick it up and go use it in the bank. The secret to everything we need for the next level is dependent on books, and it will be affected. Really, really a great determinant. We cannot overemphasize relationship. These people around us are a great determinant as touching what we will do and the results that we are going to get, the decisions that we're going to make, and the results that we are going to be getting. Even authors read, great men read. The names are replete. I could just go on and on about people who get to read. We've had stories, of persons who were surrounded by people who read, and because of that, they also begin to read. So for today, the bonus part of the bookshelf is focusing greatly on relationships. We want for you to look at the people around you. How are they helping you to get better? Search deep within. Someone says, search your heart, search your soul. That way back song. So go ahead and search your heart, search your soul. The people around you, how are they affecting you to in you moving from where you are now to the very next level that you ought to be? I think it's a very good time. Earlier we mentioned about, okay, so how many days to the end of the year, or how many days to your next birthday? Even if it's just the next 10 hours thereabouts, the next 8 hours, the next 6 hours to your next birthday or to the end of the year, please revisit your circle. You can't be better than the people you surround yourself with. I'll give a very personal example. So I got into higher institution. I was quite young, still very young. So I got into higher institution, and there was this group I found myself around who would say, oh, let my people go. If you're from this part of Nigeria, okay, let my people go, just for me to pass and just move. And I was experiencing let my people go until I woke up myself one day and I said, I do not want to move with these people anymore. And then I started having my A's back. My results are there. I began to have better results. So you need to look at the people around you. See, you're going to be in that situation, whether you're in school, whether you're running a project, whether you're running a company, whatever it is you're doing, you're only going to be in it for so long. 60 years is dated. There's a southwestern Nigerian proverb that says that, or it's saying though, that says once it has a number, I mean, you've defeated it. So even if you stay 60, if you stay 70, if you stay 90, if you stay 100, if you stay 150, it's dated, it is numbered, and it will expire. That's it. It is going to expire. So why not just make the most out of it? Bring the best out of it. Put the best into it so you can bring the best out of it. Your circle is important. The people you surround yourself with. I mean, this could be one of the reasons you've not been able to embark on the challenge for this year to learn a new language, because you're thinking the people around you are not supportive. They mock to make it one. Your mind needs to grow. You shouldn't beg to be around people. Listen, anyone who doesn't support your vision, who doesn't support your dream, who doesn't support your growth, has already signed themselves off of that growth when it happens. If they do not respect your dream, they do not respect, okay, so this is what you want to do. And then okay, so I was reading up on the word groveling. And you can imagine just that word, groveling. It's one of the words during the preparatory sessions for Aquila in her school before she went on for the spelling bee. I remembered after how many years. So I went on and I began to groveling. And then you're just, more like being a slave just to be around people. Are you kidding me? You deserve better. You deserve better. Encourage yourself to be around the right people. Work towards it. Let them mock you. It's a matter of time. We've talked on that book by Ben Carson. Begin to work on yourself. Start now, gifted hand. He got to a point he knew he needed to change the people around him. See, you cannot be better. I'm going to say it again. You cannot be better than your environment. You cannot be better than the people that you surround yourself with. And you know the painful part? They never tell you stuff they do. They just keep coming to show you their results. Whether the results are fake or not, you keep getting hurt that they're having results and you're stagnant. And it gets to a point they kick you out of their lives. You do not even have permission to come around them anymore. So why not do yourself some favor right now and work on the environment, the people around you. The difference between where you are and where you're going is the people you surround yourself. So we find some of the top persons in our nation, we find some of the top persons on our continent, we find some of the top persons around the world. Oh, the side from way back. Who are the people? Where are the people that you started with from way back? Because you have a way back. Listen, even if you're 6 months old. Hello, toddler. You have a way back. You have a way back. And guess the African proverb. It said the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. So please, do it now. Begin to review the people around you and then review yourself. Remember, I said that first. Review yourself. Then you start checking out the people around you. And then you can start moving towards your goal. Start moving towards your goal. Don't hang around persons who are going to say, just let my people go. Don't just get by. Don't just get by. There is more to life. Okay, so some folks at some point thought having 1 million was the big deal. Oh my goodness. Once upon a time, some people were praying, oh Lord, let my parents have 1,000 naira. Hey, anybody that has 1 million. I was seeing a video of a lady who wanted to get a necklace, 1 million naira, 1 million just for necklace. It didn't come, it was not a complete set. It didn't have earrings and all that. It was just the neck piece. 1 million naira. So if you think, okay, so I'm just getting by, I'm just fine. You're not fine. How about the next set of people? Who are you going to inspire? What legacy are you leaving? It begins with you. And the time to start is now. And if there is nobody to inspire you, start with yourself. I talked about Daniel. He knew by books. He began with himself and then began to recruit. People started coming to him. We have a sister station for Western Spring Television. That's Rave 91.7 FM. One of the we have very, very beautiful station identities. One of the finest that I love so much. After the CEO had told me the story behind it, if you build it, they will come. So you build you, and then people will come. And then you start growing the environment, the communities that you want. I mean, look at content creators all around. A lot of them come up with skits and all that. And then the next thing you're hearing, this person has a PhD. And you're like, oh, so he's been doing PhD? Yes. They've been doing PhD. And you were there burning your data, burning your money, and not growing. So your environment is important. It's the people, it's the material, it's the content you allow yourself to consume. I'm glad you're consuming this at this. Please consume more. Because you begin to look, remember, like the circle that you keep. You begin to look like your environment. Reading brings changes. When you read, you have changes. You're filled. Your mind is open. You're inspired. You can bring us the new world. Ideas would just begin to spring within you. Your responses are different. And then people are asking, okay, what's up with you? How do you? And then you can tell them, oh, this, oh, that. I kid you not. We're saying the world is going down. No, the world is going down because it's looking like the direction you're facing. If you face this other side, you'll find the world is actually coming up. It begins with you. The world is waiting for you. I am waiting for you. You hear me always say that I look forward to your success story. It is true. I'm saying it now. I look forward to your success story. Let's do it together. And valued viewer, this is about how we get to call it a wrap on this episode of The Bookshelf. I look forward to another rewarding installment. I am Damilola Raphael, your teaching and learning advocate, and I'm saying adios, Dios los bendiga.
mo máa set rin èmi gan máa di portable wa was na me reach out.
What about Spring Trends on Western Spring Television, where we talk about everything trending. We look at what is trending on social media and we'll bring it to your face and we'll take reactions from people. Like I always tell you, keep tweeting, keep commenting, keep putting your thoughts and opinions and your views out there. You never can tell. It can and it might be on our big screen here. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, welcoming you especially to this special edition of Spring Trends. And this is where I say that, okay, before then, let me introduce Femi, then I will now sing my song. Femi is right here by my side and he's repping the girl child. Yeah, I mean that pink is pinking, by the way, but I will still sing my song. Because you cannot do anything, you will not do nothing. So I'm going to take this song now, yeah, from our sister Beyonce. Our sister Beyonce sang that song.
Okay.
He said what? Help me out now.
Wow, what you know what you want to say.
Of course, the girl child runs the world. You know, that question, who runs the world? Girls. It's the International Day of the Girl Child, and we are happy that we are celebrating or commemorating a day as this, giving voice to the girl child and knowing how important they are in the scheme of things. To every girl child out there, you are loved, you are celebrated, and of course, we are your one big cheerleader. You can do it. Whatever it is that you set your mind, your heart to achieve, you can achieve it. You can achieve it, and you will definitely achieve it. All right, Femi, do you have any word for the girl child?
Of course, happy International Day of the Girl Child to every girl, every young girl somewhere, daughters, wives, mothers, you know, everyone. Even those in our lives, actually, even this particular one in the studio. Happy International Day to you. And so we should not just make it a verbal thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go ahead and do something better. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay, that means I'm expecting a gift from you. Do something better, Femi.
And
Not just
give you
not cho.
Show what about giving.
Show what kids.
Why will not they? And
that's what you just said now. You said it's not just about talking; it's about doing something.
We hope everything works ceteris paribus.
All right.
I got you.
When they start speaking another language.
You know, yeah, that one.
I hear them, but
leave it like that.
Let's get on to the first story this morning. And of course, talking about the price of the fuel, we hear the federal government saying that they are not responsible. Federal government is saying that we are not responsible for petrol price hike. Dr. McKinnon responded to this, saying the game of sabotage is NNPC, not FG. NNPC raised their price. Definitely all chain of distribution will raise their prices. NNPC should be scrapped. And Avocado says, that's at Chile_matrix, they will never take it for their fear. Okay, last they weigh its exchange rate and market force, but who make the policies that determines all these factors? Chima Echefule says, who is responsible? Tell us. Maybe it's me. Okay, Chima, who are you in the scheme of things? Well, then, it's a question he's asking. Who is responsible? Tell us who. And Ayomilekon says, Ayomilekon. Ayomilekon.
Yeah.
Forgive me, please. Ayomilekon says, so the citizens are the ones to hold responsible or what? We're never ready for these people. Maybe that's why we're talking like this. What do you have to say, Phil?
Let me take it from the tag, of that story. That's, the story that says the federal government are not responsible for the fuel hike, by the way. And then the bottom line is they are not responsible. And in actual fact, they are not responsible. Now, in talking, that was the picture. That was the picture of the Minister of Information.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
We are not responsible. I'll just take that first part. They are not. If they are, actually, we won't be in this particular. How can you say the NNPCL raised the price and say you are not responsible? Are we not in Nigeria to know that whatever happens with the NNPCL, independent marketers can never sell below that particular one? And he's saying they are not responsible. Actually, I agree with him. They are not responsible. Either for fair hike, quality life for Nigerians, well-being of Nigerians, things that will make Nigerians to smile. They are never there. But the ones that will add to that pain, and I don't want to call the names from people who are calling right now, something that has to do with pain, that's what they're interested in. And it's a shame, actually. It's not, there should be a point in which an individual will come or a government will say, okay, we've made a mistake. We agree. Now, X, Y, Z, that what we are going to do about it. And in the next 6 months, 1 year, this is how we are going to do it. Because it's just policy and policy somersault. This thing is not working. Then you find somebody else to blame. And then you bring in something that will look like a good news. You will not act on it at all. The people will be agitated, though. They will, what can we get to these people? Give them another good news. And then nothing is not backtracked by anything. And then all of a sudden, that one will phase out. You put another policy. What exactly are they doing?
Yeah.
The minister, asking him, on behalf of the federal government, they are not responsible. So a tweet said, who is responsible? Nami. Nami raised him. So who is responsible?
But, there is this argument that there is now deregulation in the L sector.
There has always been deregulation.
Wait.
That's what we are
If the NNPC raises their prices, that does not mean, their price rather, that does not mean other marketers should raise their price.
Which argument is that? That's an elitist.
Especially now that we hear that the NNPC has left the middleman role from buying from Dangote. So all marketers now they have access to Dangote and they will be able to set their prices.
We'll see now. Do they really have that access? And we said it. I think Dangote, Abdul Dangote and Aliko, this is the time for him and that in Indian German or whatever, they need to come up. Tell Nigerians how much they sell.
Yeah.
I think Nigerians deserve, with all the support that man has
yes,
gained.
I agree.
You should complain now. Now they sell them.
Yes.
So if anybody they sell 1, 2, you will ask them the question. No, don't just. I just hope there will be a time that Dangote, as a businessman, and that refinery will not cut the anger of Nigerians, because Nigerians don't like to be played. And immediately they find out. One thing, Nigerians will not act against the government. But individual, if you are caught that you are the one making the alarm, they will come for you.
Yeah.
They can always do that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Dangote should come clean on how much he's going to be selling to marketers.
You have enjoyed goodwill
so
now.
we can know who to hold responsible. Exactly. All right, the next story this morning. The Federal Road Safety Commission, FRSC, is to embrace use of bicycles for movement from one place to another. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah.
And of course, with 1,000, because someone told me that he bought fuel for 1,500 naira per liter somewhere in Oshobo yesterday. So if you cannot afford to fill up your tank with 1,500 naira per liter fuel, probably you can go buy some 100,000 or 200,000 bicycle, which will not make use of fuel. And of course, remember the person we interviewed yesterday, Anu. You tend to exercise more your joints are okay, you're living healthy, and you don't even get to. So you have a lot to
See people where
get.
they will tell us, may we go, they do exercise.
But-
See their own van for back.
But no, look at it.
Apart from this compound, share this or go ride this, they come up for this compound. You know, see official card, yeah? Who they rip who?
And
See
I-
official van.
And I actually think if
See pilot Elox where go follow the oga. Then they even guide them, make the man no go for. Beyond this compound, it sure me die. Say this man will not go out of these gates in this
so
particular
this just
bicycle.
for the up.
See the push, see the
This
real
is-
biker here.
This photo up.
There we see the biker here. See official car. See Elox where they patrol. See this one belle. He said, I beg go. I
But
mean,
really,
to worry.
I think that Mr. President, as the #1 person in the country, should actually take this up. Yeah, from his house, the House of Villa, to his office.
What's your plan for Mr. President?
Healthy president.
Make Tinubu ride keke.
What do you mean? He rode one during the campaign.
That's not
now.
keke. Oh. That
No.
was a stationary bike. Oh.
It doesn't matter.
And it only ran for like 30 seconds. So
Uh,
me, I'm on there. Man, not even at the watch. See me. My name is Femi Ojo. Man,
I stand
whatever.
on this. Mr. President should
You may
ride a
ride keke,
bike.
abi?
Yes.
You know, Teshe, you may ride keke. And Yinka may ride keke. The children that are still. Okay.
Let's take reactions.
Mm.
Avocado says bicycle should be for sporting exercise and not for mobility. Will you advise people going to long distance daily to ride bicycle for hours to their workplace? And of course, you can see the teary emoji there. Destiny says so that they'll ask us to start registration of bicycle. What is this? And that's true. If more people get bicycles and they start riding, you will now start saying, "Where's your bicycle license?"
Some people will still
Your
stand on the
rider's
road and say, Where they
license.
come from? Where is it?
Yes, what's your rider's license? Your bicycle does not have inner
Where's
lights.
helmet?
Yeah.
And need. Oh.
Stainless has this to say, if you follow this, I pray you see Christmas of 2024. I was almost crushed by a private car driver, not even done for, on Adeniyi Jones last year while cycling. I kid you not, I wasn't on the main road.
Adeniyi Jones is in Ikeja,
Exactly.
in Lagos. First of all, you can't carry this one, go Mushin. You carry and go Ojo Elegba. You carry and go some of those places.
We've seen enough fatalities on the road.
You know, with what angry,
Because Nigeria,
angry
our
truck
roads
driver.
do not have that, the roads actually meant for cycling. you
Yeah,
know.
the
So,
demarcation for cycling.
yes, we don't
The
have
zebra crossing where you get. Sure, you don't ever try am.
that. Not try.
Go, where? Go Ogolu or wherever has this, what is it called? That bridge now.
Yeah,
What's the name? That bridge, that popular bridge now.
Olaya.
Olaya Bridge. You know there is zebra marking there.
Yeah.
If they bore you well,
Step
today,
on one of
step
the
on the
lines
zebra crossing
and say the
and say the vehicle will wait for you. Just pick your obituary color before you go.
All right. So lastly, from Uche Bakadi, it says enough Okada riders end up in orthopedic hospitals, if lucky, not in mortuary. No safe riding lanes. The few pavement around market stalls of traders. Average cyclists be riding on the same road shared with possessed drivers. Build and employ bone doctors because accidents victims go plenty, and that is what Femi also is talking about. We do not have
With somebody where you buy
riding
1,003
lanes. Yeah.
because it may slow down because keke won't pass.
But really, we don't obey traffic regulation, rules and regulation
Because
in
leaders
Nigeria.
will not.
Yeah.
It starts from the top. Quite basic.
But what the FRC is saying, sense or nonsense, Femi?
Hmm.
To you?
Who they want who? Road safety. If they advise Nigerians when they ride keke, they should. But see the man, she na me they talk. See official people. See Elox where they protect her.
But
See boys where they wait. See only him. Why plenty road safety people no follow? These are the right. These are the real. Maybe you are seeing them.
yeah.
Why be saying only their oga? They don't even wait for am if that thing go do balabala so that they go check am. But see vehicle, even the angle that they are using to project this thing is wrong. Vehicle is there, Elox is there. Who did it tell? Man, go buy bicycle. Do you know how much a bicycle is?
Yeah, it's very expensive.
A solid bicycle, average one, second hand cannot be less than. Don't let me put solid. Average bicycle
Maybe
cannot be less than
200.
100K.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to buy the sporty one, this kind type that's bent, you'll be spending like 300K to 500K. Sure, you know, go cuckoo trek last. 300K and 500K on keke. Now, with your agbada and your steez, you now enter keke and you are going to party at Aurora. Now, it's good to have it, to cycle for health benefits
Yeah,
in
exercise.
your neighborhood. But don't carry keke and say you are going to go to Elisha. Who they do you? If they do you, must you do yourself. They send FRSC to you. These are the usually for sport, for fitness.
Yeah.
It's okay within the neighborhood. You can't carry keke before road safety talker. Say you are traveling, you not carry it. It's the same Elox van that they used to carry that person dead body. But may nobody do you. The thing be say FRSC go whine you.
But no panic.
But no panic.
Amazing. And that's where we draw the curtains this morning for this edition of Spring Trends. According to Femi, or what people say, government go whine you.
They go whine you.
They go whine
now you. No go fold though.
But no panic, you'll be fine at the end of the day. Thank you so much, Femi, for doing this with us, for doing this with me.
Pleasure.
And of course, shout out to the backroom guys. You're doing
shout out to all the girls.
an amazing job.
All the young ladies.
Yes.
All the small tatas.
Yes.
Those
Shout
ones
out to all the ladies.
In the crèche.
Shout out to all the girls.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the females. Shout out to us all.
Use it. So you have the next 2 minutes at least. Use that today. We won't say that. There's a whispering behind. We will not say that. We are talking about the real girls here.
Yeah.
And not some compromised individual. That's not what we're talking about. But to all the girls, and the progenitors of the girls.
Yeah.
We're talking about the mothers. You guys are the MVP.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. Congratulations.
All right, we'll make a return next week for another interesting edition of Spring Trends. Until then, have for yourself a fun-filled day and, of course, a beautiful weekend. If you have a one bed, of course, do your gilly and get your filler very well.
This is the time to even go for one bed. I'm telling you, to go and unwind.
Yeah.
Before this nation go kill you.
No worry. They go whine you, no panic.
Enjoy yourself.
Bye.
Wildlife is precious. You're working for things that will never say thank you. You're working for things that we even understand that you're working for them. But we do it anyway because of what drives us. As far back as I can remember, it's basically been a love that I've had for wildlife. When I was 10 years old, my dad took me to get an African grey parrot. It was a wildlife market, a place where animals were sold for pets, for rituals, but I didn't know that was what it was. To me, seeing all the animals, it was heaven. Many years later, and I went back to that same place, I could see that this is a problem. The conditions were terrible, not how I should be. 12, to start in which we are able to align, be able to give another piece of see if we can have a seed to rehabilitate, being raised back in the wild. But the problem here still persists. No matter how much more we put back, they are still being taken out of the forest again. The tails are being put off to use for traditional purposes. Then also people want to have them as pets because of the ability to mimic what people say. These are the things that are fueling this trade. And if we barely been left anymore in the wild. The rescues we do vary for every key. Usually a little hotspot where people won't get these sitters, so they take them to. If I see turtle is bleeding, it has some cut and bruises, we take it and we have treated up sachet and other plastic fibers found in the feces. This turtle was excreting plastic over and over again. Plastic is filling the oceans. So that means even all the fishes you get will have plastic in the system. Just come to hunt one of us. If we don't treat these animals, we would have done the true Nigerian called that's using it. But then it's different now. We have to be sustained with feed up. It's really few things to feed the more concept here. We can't have enough. We do bring the children from different school to sanctuary where they get to learn about the animals.
So it's called flat neck chameleon, okay? Because of this thing on its neck. So I'm going to let it go onto your hand.
If you educate the young people, they're growing up without the mentality of, I must eat that animal. The first question they will ask, is that not an endangered species? We use every means possible to see how these children can learn. We've used them working with the animals. We've used sports. We've used art, even fashion. We take the children out to the beach to get out all the plastic. We now drop the attached to brace and so we know when. Get somebody to love something. That person will take them with life. Get them to love it. Return to the wild. I use that self-accomplishment. For the turtles especially, we have to be very certain by taking it out offshore where I know there are no other boats that would catch it and bring it back. It's not all bad. Say glimmer of lights and actually continue to shore. But who should be a part of it? Who is a part of it to join us together to ensure that we achieve this for wildlife.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of transformation and food transportation, self-affairs, social infrastructure, and state and CGTD will Adeleke and will bustling market of vehicle relatives and technologies of events and retirees, shares of us across the state of Spring. You discover how Governor Adeke's administration driving the economic goals of the state. Stay armed and engaged. We will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructure, initiative, healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across states. Tune in Wednesday on Spring Television at 6 p.m. every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor's Office, Osogbo.
Fumilayo Ransom she was recognized for her vitriolic comments against colonial policy of taxation as it affected the Nigerian women. Fumilayo championed the initiation of universal adult suffrage, which gave an unprecedented leeway for women to contest elective offices and power to exercise voting rights. Married to a foremost educationist and teacher, Israel Oladotun Ransom Kuti, the first president of Nigeria Union of Teachers, Fumilayo Ransom Kuti was the mother of children who inherited her spirit of activism. Olufela and Be Ololari, the former, a renowned musical legend. She was the first female student of Abeokuta Grammar School and the first female to own and drive a car in Nigeria. The award recipient of Member of Order of Nigeria MON and Lenin Peace Prize was born 25th October 1900 and was killed on 13th April 1928 by rampaging road soldiers in Lagos. Western Spring Television identifies Fumilayo Ransom Kuti as a watershed character in history.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2, the Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time. The Bible is translated book in the world, more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5, most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
I'm Desmond Majakulumi, the founder of Lufasi Park. I like to call myself a Christian era, known as an environmental activist.
It doesn't bite, it doesn't have teeth.
At Lufasi, I'm kind of the chief. We strategize and coordinate activities for the park, which is geared towards creating awareness about the utmost need to enter the environment. That come here, they haven't exposed much green, let alone wildlife like this. The first thing we tell the children when they come, the most important thing you can do is protecting nature. You know, when your house is on fire, you don't really want to spend too much time just debating about it. So what we want for people like you is to support nature. We want you to fight for nature. 50 years ago, Lagos was a very, very green city. It was not a densely populated area at all. But what manifested was that same human characteristic that's been all of those. We tell with people globally and of course with Africans. We started using this technology in nature will give you whatever you give her. Fundamental laws. And this operates in the microscopic right up to the cosmic law of action and reaction. And we're getting pretty good reception from some of the faith leaders. And the scriptures are very, very clear. There's no ambiguity. And we should love the God by loving His creation. We've been working with Nigeria for a few years now. This is a short alpha program where we just, bring out the various topics, like, when we have World Biodiversity Day, we talk about the importance of the biodiversity, and we just use it as an avenue to sensitize people. And the responses have been, very, very encouraging. And getting inspired. God bless you. Peace and love to you all.
Bless you. Thank you very much, Pastor.
We have to have a renewal of our minds that will transform us into more caring, more compassionate, more loving personalities.
We Nigerians love our music and culture, but where's the love for lions? With less than 50 left in the wild, we risk losing from loss of habitat and prey to snares set for illegal bushmeat. They are under huge pressure. Show more love to our lions and say no to illegal bushmeat. Coaching from us all.
Let's be honored to be your faces once again here on Spring Gospel. Oluwa Alaka, of course, I'm your regular host on Spring Gospel here on Western Spring Television, Star Times, Channel 190 DTT. By the grace of God, we have with us a unique worshipper, a child of God, a husband of one wife, and father to many children. I don't want to call him Abraham because I don't know the number of children that he has. He's already seated with us in the studio today. But before we unveil him, we're going to go on this break. And when we come back, he'll be introducing himself to us. Please stay with us. we thought Minister by the name Minister Oluwaloni Bisi.
Thank you
You're
very much
welcome
for
on
having me,
Spring
sir.
Gospel,
Celebrate.
That will be more like an alias. Is that your real name?
Actually, my name is Olubisi John. So there was a time I just started thinking and praying. Then I felt a leading to change the name. So I didn't want to actually deviate from Olubisi. So, you know, I just remember the Yoruba song that says, Bisi, Bisi, Bisi,
Oluwaloni Bisi.
I just said, okay, if I'm going to change any name, it's just still going to be in the line of my real name, Olubisi. So I started calling myself Oluwaloni Bisi. Now it's my official name now and also my stage name.
And indeed, it is Oluwa that owns Bisi.
Yes, so Oluwa owns me.
You're welcome on Spring Gospel.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Please introduce yourself to.
My name is Olubisi John. I have a wife, 2 children. I'm a music minister. I love to worship the Lord. I love to sing hymns. I love to just praise. That's what I do. Of course, I'm a town planner by profession. I studied urban and regional planning, lived, and I was born in Lagos, lived in Lagos, then later on moved to Abeokuta. Right now, I stayed in Abeokuta with my family. So from Abeokuta to the ends of the world.
From your profile, we read that you've been in the music ministry for more than 13 years now.
Over 13 years. I actually grew up in the choir like many people. I grew up in the Baptist choir. From Baptist, my family moved to CAC. I had a Baptist background, CAC background, a little bit of Deeper Life, a little bit of CNS. But in my later years, my family really stayed in CAC church. So when I grew up, of course, I became a man. I attend TREM right now. I attend the Redeemed Evangelical Mission, TREM.
Bishop Michael
Okongo, yes. But I am in the Southwest branch. So because I stay in Abeokuta, so Southwest
do they call it
region.
district? Okay, region.
Let's call it that.
Now, could you say your background has influenced the kind of music that you do right
Yes, yeah, I could say that because lately we do more of hymns. Of course, we do some other type of songs, worship, praise. But, you know, I released my first album. It has no altar of hymn. But I could remember December towards that time, I just felt a leading to release one track of hymn. I just released a track of hymn and the acceptance was good. It was released like December 26th of that year. The acceptance was huge. And a friend of mine just said, why can't you do a full album of hymns, you know, and all that. So I just, let me just think about it. I started praying about it. Behold and Alas, we recorded second track, third track, and we just released the following year now, a full album of hymn. That was my second album. We call it Hymns to Him.
Hymns to Him.
Hymns to Him. Like
H-I-M.
hymns to God.
H-I-M.
The big H-I-M. You know, and before that time, I had the second album that I was already working on. I had like 13 tracks already that I wanted to release. But I just felt a leading to hold on that and concentrate on the hymn. And to God be the glory. We had wonderful results. After that time, we released other albums of hymns. So I could say my background affected because I learned so much hymns from CAC background, from Baptist. Of course, some C and S hymns, I had to learn them. I'm still learning some hymns because hymns are very, very much. So I could say that my background affected.
But you know, at the time when people are actually running away from slow tempo songs to BBB, why do you decide to stay on that lane?
Well, it's what God has led you to do. Wherever your calling is, God will actually empower you to do what He has called you to do. Of course, some people till now still think I'm a very, very high praise worship singer and all that. So I do the two. Sometimes if I'm led to just do worship, I stay there. If I'm led to do praises, of course you can do hymns with praises. You can do hymns with maybe on a slow tempo stuff. But like I said, if God is leading you to stay in a particular just stay there. If God is leading you to do some kind of slow song, maybe give you specific song to fit a specific atmosphere. By His leading, just follow the leading of the Holy Spirit, and He will do what only He can do.
So you have how many hymns out there right now?
We have like let me count. We have hymns to Him. We have hymns and psalms. We have Hymn Classic Volume 1, Hymn Classic Volume 2. We have like 4 albums of hymns, and we have like 2 other albums that we are working on. But right now we have like 4 hymns, full album.
On Audiomack, on Boomplay?
iTunes, Audiomack, YouTube, Boomplay, everywhere. And we have the hard copy too. Cyborg is marketing it for us. Yes.
What has been the reception so far?
Well, from the first album, of him, which happens to be my second album, it has been so wonderful. In fact, some people did not know that I have one album before the hymns. When some people see me, they say, this is the guy that sang hymns to him. Some people don't know me though, but when they hear the song, they will link it to Olu Alodubisi or something. So to God be the glory. We still trust him for greater platform and greater exposure. We trust him that he will take us greater, because the Bible says the path of the just shines brighter and brighter unto the perfect day. We are not yet where we want to be.
Of course.
But he's taking us from a level of glory to another.
And we are getting there.
Amen.
In the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
If you are here and you are here to worship Jesus, you came for God this night. Get up on your feet, somebody. Lift your 2 hands. Give the Lord a shout of hallelujah. God is what to be praised. I said, everybody, excellencies and one body. You are very, very important. You are very Can you just turn to your neighbor like this? Go shower your back. Go. This is the people, oh, Nicola, now what's on this? I'm going to be everybody, if your neighbor is not with me, Fujiko, hey, la Bushayaba, Rebale, I love you to see you here. You love you with some peace. You need this, you have this. Okay, Jesus, you love me too. I can prophesy to a few people. You're afraid of death. I'll be dreaming of Pasu, you clear. Don't be whatever you had. Pasu, I said to you, but when you're to America, I think you'll let body people are doing it. See him, and got you to bed. You're like, I hear. You know it. You are even dead. We are committing on your land. I over your land. I come back. The big me done for what you get up. You didn't want people back and oh, I mean, Nick, I hear. Oh, lift your voice. Abẹ́lé fẹ́ bá wa ṣe fún wa lóhun gbogbo iye tàbí ní kíkú. Listen, listen. Lift your two inside that. Kori anamasote. Shalabaku anamasi yada. Ọba tó ikú mi ní ìṣẹ́gun níbí. Ológun ni Olúwa, Olúwa ni orúkọ rẹ̀. The Lord is a man of war, and the Lord is his name. The Lord of hosts, the Lord of the host of the armies of Israel. Olórí ogun ayé, olórí ogun ọ̀run, olórí ogun Israeli. Lift your two hands. Gbé ọwọ́ méjèèjì yẹn sókè. Lele makabasha. Shalabakora. Selabako. Shadabakora. Lima andakoshe. Rebotu. Ye ikú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ dà, ìsàkú ìṣẹ́gun rẹ̀ dà. Ọba tó gbé ikú mi ní ìṣẹ́gun àjíǹde àti àpè ní kàlòkàlò tí gbé yes the fire now the power now it pass you free of death. The life of prayer. Bitch broke. They are broken. They are broken. Now. Jesus. Now. Jesus. Oh, yeah, lift up your soul, you gates. Be lifted up, be everlasting doors. This is the Lord. It's mighty in battle. You do come to judge your question. No. The Lord is the right now. The fire of deliverance. Oh, Ebosa. Oh, yeah, more clear for you. He's here. Focus on Jesus right now. He's here. I did not come everybody. For tired of where you used to be. I came for feet that's believing in the lost house. You have spinal disease. Doctor, your kidney is backing up. Doctor told you that your lungs is backing up. Doctor told you you have cancer of bone, cancer of the blood, cancer of the brain, cancer of the breast. Lakataya oníṣègùn lawani. Bari daro oye oke kapoeka ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀. Ṣàtàyà ṣàkó nínú tùlẹ̀ o. Báwo sọ́kẹ́ Jésù? Gbogbo èèyàn ló wé ní sókè. Jésù. Lẹ́ẹ̀sì gbogbo ẹ̀ ó ní ìparí ọjọ́. Ó fẹ́ ìdáǹdè bọ́ọ̀sì. Pariwo àdàmì sí. No one is to say you resist. Oh, Jésù ọkọ̀ tí kú bá tó sá. Jésù. Ọlọ́run wọ ẹ̀sán tó wọlé wọ. Jésù. Gbogbo ìsẹ̀jẹ̀. Jésù Jésù. Pariwo Jésù Jésù. Ó bá gbà wọ́n sókè Jésù. Jésù. Yes. 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 Olórí ogun ayé. Olórí ogun ọ̀run. Ọba tó gbé ikú mì ní ìṣẹ́gun. Mo pè é ní kàlòkàlò tí gbé kú mì lóòyè. Ajagun má fi tìbọn ṣe. Ó yá máa jagun ẹbí yẹn. Ó yá máa jagun.
Wow, that is wonderful. You know, for you as an artist, we also need to, because a lot of people they've shared harrowing testimonies. But there must be a testimony that is an anchor for you that, you know, whenever you remember this testimony, it's like motivation that keeps you going, you know, in this journey. Are you willing to share?
Well, I may not be able to lay my hands on a particular one, but I will give you a general one. You know, anytime I'm going to minister, it has happened to me like maybe a few times. Sometimes I will be leaving a administration, going to another one, maybe tired, or maybe I had a very stressful, tired, down moment, and I have this administration coming up. You might have rehearsed or think or pray about it. You are not getting anything. You are just weak. Your flesh is so down and weak. I have had like more than 10 experiences like that. I will just be telling God, Lord, I'm weak, strengthen me. Sometimes you don't even know a song to sing. You don't even know what to raise. You don't even know how to start. I've had a few experiences like that. I will just tell the Lord, Lord, I just hand this ministration over to you. At such times, when you are very weak,
when you're very weak,
that is when His strength is made manifest. So it always reminds me that it is not of him that willeth or runneth. It's of God that showeth mercy. It is not by strength that man will prevail. It is by his grace and mercy. So in such times, you see mighty manifestation of the Spirit, people giving testimonies of how God has made them in your own seemingly weak state, and you have to minister to the Lord and to his people. So I could say that God has helped that many times when we are weak, his strength is made perfect in our weaknesses.
That was a huge one. For you, I think it is very important for us to all keep reminding ourselves, especially gospel artists. These days, you don't tend to know who a secular artist and a gospel artist is. You know, all the slangs, all the, everything that they do in the secular. They do it these days. So what do you have to say to that?
Well, I think it's a two-way thing. Let me bring it on this way. This generation is changing. We are surrounded with people that they call them Gen Z, Gen X, Gen whatever. Times are changing. Perhaps the people, I have found out that this age has particularly raised some music minister to reach out to the Gen Zs. I'm not supporting that they should do all this slang that the other people do, but their energy, their perspective, the kind of music they do, how they put them, it's really bringing people from this secular world into the kingdom. However, they should be mindful of the slang they bring to the stage and to the presence of God, and I detest, I will not support that. But we must encourage the young ones that God is raising in this generation to reach these Gen Zs. Because everybody cannot be singing hymn, like Oluwalembisi will be singing. Everybody cannot be singing slow song or whatever and all that traditional. So people have to do Fuji in the gospel, biblical lyrics. Fuji way, Tungba way, hip hop way, dancehall way, and all that. Everything. But like I said, we should be mindful of what we transport from into the kingdom. Actually, we are the original. God is the creator of all things. Whatever you see that the devil is doing, he actually stole them from the kingdom. Because he's always studying what God is doing, bringing the counterfeit to the world. So we as Christians, we must sit down in the presence of God and receive fresh, clean ideas,
undiluted,
original tunes and lyrics that we release to this world. That's what
you said something about origin, and I think I want you to quickly address the depth of originality in the gospel music industry. You see a lot of people, they are copycats. In fact, I've had gospel music that copy tongues. They copy tongues of, what do you have to say about it?
Like I said, it is our God that creates all things. He's the creator of all things. If you must get something that is original, we must learn to stay in the presence of the one that creates all things. That is when it will give you originality. It will make you discover who you are, give you your own tone, give you your own idea, give you your own insight, and give you fresh stuff from the Holy Ghost. To the glory of God, we have a few people in Nigeria Christendom, Nigerian gospel music now, that are bringing out original, fresh, inspiring, and deep songs. Those people have explained over and over again that where we are getting this depth from is from the presence of the Lord. So that should point every young people, every young one, and everyone that is doing gospel here, that if you must be original, you must learn to stay in the presence of the Lord, where He will give you original songs and depth. That is. So if we must be original, we must learn to stay in the presence of God. Of course, there are people that will look up to, that will tend to sound like them when beginning. But you must get to a point where you discover your own tune, discover your own calling, discover your own self, and be what God wants you to be. And we cannot get that until we stay in the presence of God.
Well, when we come back, Minister Oluwalembisi is going to tell us some of the things you'll be expecting from him in the next quarter. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Ọkàn mi sí báyà Olúwa, wọlé, ìgbà mi rọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ, wọlé, máa bá mi gbé títí òwá, ohun tí ó bẹ̀ ní ewu bẹ́ẹ̀, ìgbà mi ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀, wọlé, gbogbo ọ̀gọ́lẹ̀ kò wá, wọlé.
fi ọbí ṣèwé rẹ̀ láìláì wọlé wọlé. Ṣáàdù ṣèkẹtì. Yes. Kasojo rokoto.
God bless you, sir, for that wonderful tune. How many videos do you have out there, sir?
My Instagram, we have a few videos on it. I think the first track, Yoruba Hymn, there is a video on it. Great Mercy, we had a studio recording, Great Mercy. We have another one, Hymns and Psalms. All of them are on YouTube, and of course, they are also on CDs. So if you Google it, you can find them online.
Okay, so what's your handle on YouTube, on Facebook?
YouTube, Oluwaloni BC John. Facebook, Oluwaloni BC John. Instagram, Oluwaloni BC, alphabet now. Oluwaloni BC. TikTok, Oluwaloni BC. Just type Oluwaloni BC. All those things will pop up. Oluwaloni BC for sure.
Okay. For you, is there any gospel artist that you're looking forward to work with?
Working with. Well, I don't think I have any to work with for now in my art. But I think if I have opportunity to work with anyone, maybe it will be, truthfully speaking, it will be maybe a Dunsi, maybe a Mama Tope Alabi. Then if I have opportunity to bring somebody back from the dead, it will be Babara.
But Babara does not do him.
He doesn't, but he does some select hymns, few select hymns. But I like his
unfortunately, you cannot bring him back.
It's gone forever. We'll meet in heaven.
Yeah, God really.
Sing him forever.
So your word of advice to some of the people that are watching right now?
All right, I want to tell everybody that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. You must be original. If you are doing gospel and you really need the presence of the Lord, we must stay in His presence to get His presence. You cannot give what we don't have. It is in His presence that we have grace, courage, strength, insight, anointing, power, authority. In His presence is fullness of joy. So I want to tell everyone that without Jesus, you are nothing. And even after you have received Jesus, we must learn to stay in His presence. God bless you.
Thanks for coming on.
It's a pleasure to God bless you. You're doing a great job, sir.
Thank you so much.
God takes you from glory to glory.
Amen.
You will shine brighter, sir. I celebrate it.
Amen. People at home, that has been a wonderful package for you on Spring Gospel today. By the grace of God, please stay with us next week as we bring you another wonderful edition of Spring Gospel on Western Spring Television, Star Times, Channel 190 DTT. My name is Oluwakayode Alaka. See you next week. God bless you.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time. More than 1 million copies sold.
Most Christians believe heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most cited book in the world with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, Channel 190, only on Star Times.
Dramatists, playwrights, and dramatic arts Duro Ladipo was born December 1891 in Oshogbo, southwest Nigeria. His clergyman Christian Timothy, his La Durike affected his circumstance that surrounded his birth. Legendary stage actor had in several fora himself as one of the greatest abikus born to die in this world. Family records reveal how he was born and died 13 times. The intertwining names he bore thus lent credence to his spiritism. Duro Ladipo was one of the best known and world-acclaimed Yoruba dramatists to emerge from post-colonial Africa. His notable works Obakoso, Obawaja and Moremi took him beyond Africa to several parts of the world. By the time Duro Ladipo died on 11 March 1978, the Nigeria's first cultural ambassador had acquired a towering image as an artist whose works adorned the frontage of Trenchard Hall, University of Ibadan. Western Spring Television identifies Duro Ladipo as a major character in history. Watch us, it is.
Good afternoon. This Sunday, October 9th, and welcome your way again on your descent in Christendom, coming to you live on West Spring Television, channel 190 on Star Times. Do follow us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, and X at Western Spring Television. You can also watch us live on our YouTube channel at Western Spring Television. I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi, your host. On Thursday, 10th of October, and annually every 10th day in October is declared as World Mental Health Day. It's a day set aside to celebrate mental health and discuss issues around it. And the theme this year was about mental health at workplace. And we decided that on this Christian talk show to look at the place of mental health, the role of mental health in our productivity, the role of mental health in our social and emotional well-being. Because the scripture says, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as your soul prosperity. So mental health is all about soul prosperity. So today we would like to delve into this and see the value of mental health. And I have with me today to discuss this wonderful topic, Pastor Oluwaseun Adedotun Livingstone. Good afternoon, Pastor.
Good afternoon,
and
sir.
welcome to the program today.
Thank you very much.
Great. You and I, we are not medical doctors,
Yeah.
but on a serious note, as priests, we are also psychiatrists.
Yeah.
Because the work that a priest does in helping people to gain mental sanity is not a joke.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think Nigeria government needs to acknowledge the church role in helping government to fill in certain gaps, helping people to remain sane, helping people's marriages to stay intact, helping people to even continue to stay resilient, even at workplace. So as priests, we are also kind of physicians.
Yeah.
You know, I was even thinking in scriptures when Jesus, in Matthew chapter 8, yes, he healed a leprous man.
Yeah.
He now told the leprous man to go and show and present himself to the priests and be certified that he's now healed. Meaning that at that time, the priests, which is like pastors, were the one that certified if somebody is healed.
Yeah.
You know, and all that. So a pastor is also a physician.
Yeah.
So pastor, mental health.
Okay.
So prosperity. How important it is in a life.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mental health is an aspect of life that one should safeguard, look into, nurture, and grow well. Because actually, aside from the, which I said the most important, the spiritual aspect of life, that is your relationship with God, your intimacy with Him, and your worship lifestyle.
Okay.
I think to me, the next is mental health.
Okay.
Because that is where it talks about your vision, identity. When the Lord has spoken to you, you need to bring it to the realm of the mental to break it down into vision, into mission. Your identity, you break it into vision, into mission. You break it down into goals and objectives.
Okay.
And if this mental health is not well properly groomed, nurtured, it will affect even to carry out the vision will be so difficult. Today, in the book of Exodus chapter 36, the Lord told Moses that what the structure, the similitude of what I want you to make, I have some men, Vaseline, Oleah, that will make it according to the pattern which I have revealed to you.
They will translate it.
They will so it takes mental health to translate things from the realm of the spirit to the physical. So when the mental health is not strong, let me say this. One of our fathers wrote a book. There was a time he wrote a book about Jude, the book of Jude. When I read the book, in fact, I threw the book away. It was somehow so complex. You see that, you know, I was a pastor then, till now. So, but the book was so complex. So, but after some years, when I have grown up in my mental capacity, when I took the book again, it was like as if I was reading just an ordinary book. But then I don't have my first degree then. So it was so comprehensive, so ambiguous, and so complex. In fact, later, the author now shared an experience with me that when he took the book, when he shared the book with the professor told him that your contemporary understood what you wrote, for you to know how complex
the book
was. So that was why we must build because anything you are receiving in the realm of the spirit, you are living here physically on earth. You are relating with God. God is a spirit, and whoever that will come to him must also do that in the spirit. Then when you receive the vision of God in the spirit, that this is the direction the Lord is leading you to go. This is what He wants you to do, and this is how He wants you to do it. You bring it down to the mental aspect, to break it down, to note it down, and to look at the nitty-gritty. You know, as we are coming, there are some things that you deploy. It takes your mental health. And as I've always said, that we don't rely, as a child of God, our life is not that only solely dependable on the mental health. That is not what I'm saying. Because whatever we are bringing into the mental aspect is what we have downloaded from the spiritual realm. It is what the Lord has revealed to us.
Okay.
It is from the encounter that we have with the Lord.
Okay.
For instance, the Lord told me that He called me to be a pastor. Yes. Then after praying, He led me that I should go to the seminary to learn. Some of the things I learned in the seminary, God could have just caged me somewhere and said, let me pour these things into your head. So it takes, there's some things we learn, there's some methodology, there's some principles we learn. It is when we learn those things, we now say that those things are in tune with what the Lord has revealed to us in the realm of the Spirit. And that is why the scripture said that Jesus Christ, he grew in this, he grew
in stature,
in wisdom, and in favor with God and men.
Yes, right.
So we can see that he did not different. He said in the Spirit and in wisdom. So meaning that, and that wisdom that is what we are discussing today, which is mental.
Okay.
That is the ability to deploy knowledge, the ability to apply it in the right context.
Application of knowledge.
Yes, in the right context.
Yeah.
So, and that is what mental. So it is very, very important because I'm telling you, some people, permit me to say this, some may claim that they are spiritual, but when you see them doing some things, you now say that they die like a foolish man. When wisdom is missing, when we cannot bring our spiritual acumen into the physical realm or to undo some things, people will now begin to bond bet with what you confess, with what you say you are. And that is why, you know, I told them this last weekend that Jesus Christ, he critiqued the law, the norms in his time. He critiqued them. In fact, doctors, by the age of 12, when he was dedicated in the temple, when he went missing, when the mother thought that he was among the crowd.
Yeah.
But funnily, we find that when they find him, they found him with the doctor of the law, discussing. It was
that's mental.
That is mental. Mental, and that's, the Pharisees, the Sadducees. Yes, sir. The Pharisees, Sadducees, they would bring some matter, you know, to probe him, either to, you know, I have always said that most of the one of the tedious work to do is what that deals with as communication. If it is handiwork, if you spoil something, you can still repair it again. But communication, once, so sometimes the Pharisees, the Sadducees, they come to probe Jesus Christ. But by the time they come, he will even cite to them in the Old Testament and tell them that no, the interpretation you give to it is wrong. This is the real, actual interpretation of what the scripture is saying. So, and again, I've talked that mental capacity is so important because it determines how we deploy our vision, how we implement our vision, how we strategize to carry out our mission. And not only that, mental health is also very, very important, very, very vital, because it also determines our attitude, our character, behavior. You know, if one is not, some people, when they see some habits, some character, some traits in the life of some people, they will just assume that, oh, he had a poor upbringing.
Okay.
It's not properly mentally raised.
Okay.
That is mentally deranged. No, sometimes it is not only mad people we see in the street that, but when they see some abnormalities playing out. Yes, sir.
Doctors scared us with their analysis and statistics.
Yeah.
That one out of 4 has a mental illness or something, or 3 out of 4 or something. I remember, you know, that's a scary analysis.
Very, very.
You know. But Pastor, I want us to look at, thank you for sharing that, about the value, the importance of mental wellness in life generally. Personal life, family life, work life, finances, society, and all the while. You know, I want us to flip it.
Okay, sir.
And look at as a pastor.
Okay.
What is our role in helping people gaining mental sanity? Pastor's role.
Okay.
Because it is believed, you know, I mean, before mental wellness was added to health, it was initially believed that all sicknesses are caused by microorganisms, pathogens. But later they found that somebody can be sick and it's not caused by any microorganism. It's not viral, it's not bacteria, it's not fungi.
Yeah.
Yet the person is sick.
Yeah.
And that this sickness is due to a change in lifestyle.
Mm.
And the lifestyle is also what forms that lifestyle is the thought pattern.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then there's this statement that a man's belief system can either make him mentally well or mentally derail.
Yeah.
So what is the role of a pastor? What is the role of a priest, of a man of God in helping the congregation gain stability mentally?
Thank you very much. I will start from where you started the other time.
Okay.
In advanced country, they give once you are a minister of the gospel, there's some advantage, there's some opportunity they give to you to access freely because of the role you are playing in the society.
Because we're dealing with human beings directly.
Definitely. No pastor, no minister of God, we instigate the citizen against the government. Even when things are not wrong, we will always still counsel them to take things easy. And I think, let me start from the first one, which I think is the first one. That is what I call spiritual formation that leads to character formation.
Okay.
Formation is the first role that the pastor played in making sure that the church members, everyone that come around, either during the sermon or Bible study or for personal counseling, they make sure that people get a right perspective of life, of their existence, of what they can contribute to life. And this has to do with a kind of formation. That is, they lay a background. Because actually, I will not be wrong to say this, that we in the body of faith in Christ, we have double advantage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we are citizens of the heaven. We are spiritually minded. We receive from God and we download into the physical realm, earthly. That is where we are. The scripture says we are the salt of the heart. And one of the ways to do that is that we make us to think according to the pattern of heaven, not the pattern of the heart. So we form that in men. For instance, let me say this. The economy is bad, the Skype in first
hike in price.
Everything is just being abnormal. But one of the things we use in calming down our member, which of course is true, is that we do not operate by the economy of this world, of this earth. So someone that has been burdened with, I will be able to go to school.
So that is instilling hope.
Definitely, yeah.
Instilling faith in people.
In the people, yeah.
Using God's word.
Yes, sir. Against the physical reality.
When men are cast down.
Yeah, we shall say there's a lifting up. So, and
let the poor say,
I am rich.
Let the weak say,
I am strong. So when we use that, most of it, especially this time, the message that people need most is message of hope, message of faith, message of strength, message of resilience. We have it in us. That is the spiritual aspect that we are talking about. God has deposited those things in us. But if we did not, those things, if we fail to bring it into our mental, to inform our mental capacity, then we will be a kind of hypocrite. Then we will be a kind of, that is, we confess another thing in the church, but now at home, we are now confessing
something else. Okay.
It's like we know, like knowing ability, and you couldn't perform the thing. So, it's like knowing that our God is all sufficient God. He can supply all our needs. But in the physical realm, you are saying that, don't mind them more. Don't we say, of course, you will walk now. I'm not jettisoning that. What I'm saying is that you know that it is God. Even when you walk, There are a lot of people that work, but you hand on them. You now look at your life that,
Mm.
in fact, if you try to make calculation of how you have spent your spending and the likes and not calculate it with the money you hand, you'll be surprised that, oh, where does this come from? It is God that make the supply. So
Amen.
that's what we are talking about. That is, we play that role. We come, and again, there are some people that are depressed, there are people in the state of anxiety. So it is the role of the pastor to elevate people from the state of depression. For instance, someone who just lost his or her job, someone who just lost one of his children or child, bereaved. Someone who maybe was hospitalized and
Health issue.
There's no one that I've mentioned in this category that will not go into a kind of state of sorrow. So we elevate people out of it. We let them see the reality that death, if it is that relate to death, we let them know that death is not the end of a man. That the Lord has
Comforting words.
Yeah, exactly. And if it is economic, financial aspect, so we let them know that it is not all about struggling. It's not all about you have tried your best, but we know that when God comes in, He will make things suitable, and He will supply your need. It's a phase. We let people know that it's a phase, and this phase will fade away. And to do that, we come in, and that is the role of the pastor. The economy is bad. In fact, many of our church members, maybe they are not engaged.
So basically, a pastor has a duty, leveraging on God's word, and the Holy Spirit, to help people have a right perspective, thereby being immune against depression caused by the external factors, the economy, health issue, or whatever. So that's very fantastic. And that's a lot of work. And that's continuous. That's why the Bible says faith comes by hearing. And hearing by what? The word of God. So when we keep hearing sound teaching of God's word, faith is built. And then when faith is built, we are immune against depression, and then we can confront our challenges. You know, a lot of times things are not as bad as we think they are. Life is about perspective.
Yes, sir. I agree.
Things are bad. Yes, it's bad. But not as bad as we often think. Perspective has a way of, working on the issue. You know, I look at David when he faced Goliath. Goliath was a tall guy, FT, experienced at war. He had an intimidating CV. But here is this little boy, no experience, no protection, and he wants to face this guy. But you see, in the mind of David, he had reduced Goliath.
No, it's nothing.
He reduced him to nothing. That's why he could face him. Because if you look at him in his stature, I mean, he's going to run. Everybody had run anyway, including even the king ran away. You know? So the ministry of God's word helps us to gain right perspective, and thereby we are able to scale through the challenges, of life.
I agree with you, sir, on that perspective. Because actually, that's why I said we in the body of Christ, Christians, we have an advantage. The way other people see life and the challenge of life and how to deal with it is not the same way we see it. And it's not the same way.
We have our own template.
We have, thank you, sir.
And it's different.
And it's different. So if, that's why you see some people, they are going through rough time, hard time, you still see them smiling. And you don't wonder that.
And it's not fake.
And it's not fake. And they tell you that the strength of the Lord.
Well.
Yes, they look well.
The joy of the Lord is my strength.
Is my strength. So that perspective, I came to it, I think is the ultimate. The way you see the challenge you are going through now will tell if you will go out of it.
Because
you will
what you believe,
yes, sir,
you will behave. And ultimately become.
Definitely.
So if I want to change what you become, I come to your belief.
Yeah.
Alter the belief. alter your behavior, and then alter your become eventually.
Yeah.
So this is a great, enormous task given to ministers of the gospel to be able to gain access to the mind of people through the teachings of God's word, filling people's mind with sound teaching.
Yeah.
And then they are good to go. And life continues.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Pastor, in view of the situation of things in our nation, and in view, and because of the situation of things in our nation, politically and economically, we have a lot of mass exodus from this nation. Professionals leaving the country, medical doctors, nurses, some bankers, and even I heard of a pastor who sold the church to Japan. You know, so things are happening. People are selling houses and they're going away. In view of this mass exodus, those of us who are behind, looking at the ratio of professionals to the ratio of citizens, there is pressure at work. The pressure of finances is there. The pressure of the number of people you have to attend. Look at a medical doctor. I mean, I have a sister who is a medical doctor, and she had overworked herself because the doctors are no longer there. So she has to do it like the job of 4 or 5 people together. It was God that saved her. She was in her office, the door was opened, just went down and slumped. But you see, thanks to God that a nurse was there who held her as she was as she was collapsing. It caught her and it was admitted. Everybody's saying that, hey, don't kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. Take some time off. Now, when she takes time off, there'll be pressure on the other people. How do we cope in that kind of situation? And this applies to, everywhere.
Yeah.
How do we cope?
Thank you very much.
Stress at work.
The scripture said that if there's need of wisdom for anyone, let him have. That God gives liberally. One of the things, especially in a time like this, we must get to understand very well. And that's why I say there's a kind of defensive and offensive mindset. But there's a balance to it. In an attempt, even when there are a lot of resources available, we tend to cut people off in order for us to have more pay, more gain rather. What do I mean is that there are a lot of engineers to be employed. Then you, instead of employing 2, 3 engineers, you employ 1 to manage like 3 or 5 sites. We come to this, then run to that. And at the end of the day, he knew that if he complains, you may retrench him or her.
So you keep coping.
So, and it keeps coping. So I think one of the things is that there are some, if truly indeed we have been able to get our identity right from the Lord, there are some things. Work is to be enjoyed and not to be endured. Though at times there will be some aspects whereby you endure, like what we are talking about. But what I'm saying is that what you are doing is supposed to get pleasure from it. And that's what I mean. That as you are working, you should do it joyfully.
Joyfully.
And that is, you are feeling a sense of fulfillment.
Passionately.
Yes, I thank you, sir. You are so passionate about that work. And anytime you see yourself in that office doing the work, you get the sense of fulfillment. Inner joy is there. Like, let me just compare the scenario you just told me now with what I call the difference between exercise and stress. In Afara Lokon, that is work, you may walk from here to Kefia. That is exercise. Maybe once in a week or twice in a week. But for you to now walk from here to Kefia, walk back every day because you don't have transport, that is no longer an exercise. That is then stress. And I think to save the situation, because you need to develop a mental capacity. And within that mental capacity, you must be able, I won't mention, there are a lot of men of God who have also slummed.
Yeah.
Men of God.
Yeah.
Because we carry this physical body.
Yeah.
So
we have this treasure in this earthen vessel.
Thank you, sir. I want people to be safe. I don't want people to die. Before you were born, people have been dying. Even the day you will even pass away, people will still do your part. In fact, there are some things that wisdom demand that you should put some things in place. For instance, I heard of a medical doctor in Benin, and that should be about maybe 4 years or 5 years ago. He did like about maybe 5 or 6 surgery. The attempt to go and do the last surgery, he collapsed and died.
Child.
Medical doctor, gifted one, for that matter.
It happens.
So, and now, according to the ethics of your profession, how many times does it demand that you do surgery, irrespective of maybe there are other doctors available or not available? What is the number of surgery you must do per day? For instance, maybe you are a transporter.
But in the case of emergency,
but that's why emergency. No, that I know. But that the I just mentioned, that is the norms. That's the way he runs his a lot of a schedule. Not that emergency. You know that, like I said, for every law there's every law there's an exception.
Yeah.
When emergency arises. But now, if you are not living that emergency as a lifestyle,
okay,
you know there's an error.
There's a problem there.
There's a problem. That is every day. You don't see it as emergency but that is how you are now.
And then if I do that today, I will have to make up so that I gain strength.
Exactly.
That's wisdom.
That's wisdom. Mental health.
Thank you so much, Pastor. Our viewers out there, we believe that this conversation is really blessing us. We need to go on a short break now, and then when we come back, we'll step forward this conversation. Please don't go away. God bless you.
Historians as Queen Amina of Zaria, an old walled town and capital of the Hausa state of Zazzau. Amina was a great warrior and the first woman to rule the ancient kingdom of Zazzau. The 34 years as queen witnessed expansion of Zazzau by conquests. Queen Amina of Zaria belongs to the class of Amazons by the might of her army and her strings of conquests. She opened Zaria to trans-border trade. Her Muslim figure was born in 1533 and died in 1610 at the age of 77 years. The Queen of Zazzau as a brave, smart and talented leader, whose giant statue now adorns the National Arts Theatre in Lagos, Nigeria, while many educational institutions bear her name. Western Spring Television identifies Queen Amina as a watershed character in history.
Up to 7% of human disease originates in animals. And as more bushmeat is brought into our cities, the risk of human infectious disease outbreaks increases. Ebola, monkeypox, Lassa fever, yellow fever, and even COVID-19 may have been transmitted in this way. Illegal bushmeat trade not only endangers our wildlife, but affects our health and may damage our economy. So please, say no to illegal meat. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Funmilayo Ransome Kuti was an educationist and advocate of women's rights. She was recognized for her vitriolic comments against colonial policy of taxation as it affected the Nigerian women. Bere, as fondly addressed by her women followers, Funmilayo championed the initiation of universal adult suffrage, which gave an unprecedented leeway for women to contest elective offices and power to exercise voting rights. Married to a foremost educationist and teacher, Israel Oladotun Ransome Kuti, The first president of Nigeria Union of Teachers, Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, was the mother of children who inherited her spirit of activism. Olufela Anbe Ololari, the former, a renowned musical legend. She was the first female student of Abeokuta Grammar School and the first female to own and drive a car in Nigeria. The award recipient of Member of Order of Nigeria MON and Lenin Peace Prize, was born 25th October 1900 and was killed on 13th April 1978 by rampaging road soldiers in Lagos. Western Spring Television identifies Fumilayo Ransom Kuti as a watershed character in history.
Hello, that short break. This is using on Western Spring Television. The topic we've been talking about today has been mental health at workplace. And we've seen the value of mental wellness. We've also seen the role of pastors in helping people to gain mental wellness. And then I want us to look at other aspects as well. So, Pastor, according to WHO, there are 4 identified parameters to show that somebody is mentally okay, that this person is mentally well. The number 1 has to do with the discovery of potential and unleashing it. It's a sign that somebody is mentally well. As a theologian, you connect with that?
Yes, sir.
Can you help us break it down?
Okay, thank you very much. Like we said the other time, that as a child of God that is spiritual and spirit-filled, when we receive the Spirit of the Lord, when we give our life to Jesus Christ, the first thing the Lord helps us to achieve is our identity. Who you are, your making, where He's sending you to, the role He wants you to play in the body of faith, because there are several aspects. And that also has to do with some potentials that will come up, that will pop up. So ability to identify it is potential. To discover it, to develop it. For instance, you may be a good drama minister, very good, very sound in presenting playlets, anything. But it takes mental capacity to be able to deploy, to develop, to nurture that gift. That the gift will not be a burden to you. The gift will not be buried. It will be a source of blessings to the society. For instance, for those who are into singing ministry, the way you sing, or the way you sing like 15, 20 years ago, it's not the same way you are singing now. You know, development has come in.
Yeah.
Then you've studied. In fact, let me say this. We have several ways of developing our mental capacity. One of it is through educational training. And that educational training can be formal and can be informal.
That's right. Can even be semi-formal.
It can be semi-formal. So, some people will say, God called me because God has come. In fact, when you listen to them, they are good preachers. But you see some blunder, some that by the virtue of training, they do some things which
the gift is not fine-tuned.
Thank you, sir. The gift is not fine-tuned. They are not expressing the very nature of God in the deployment of their gift. So it takes training, intentional training.
Okay.
For instance, what are the things? Because some things are peculiar to those in music, to those in drama.
That's definitely
Many like
to
that.
those even in script.
Yes, sir.
Writing script.
Yes, sir. It's so peculiar.
Writing ministry.
Yeah. So you just need to, the one that has something to do with your own potential, your gift, your nature, you develop it. For instance, some people, their skill did not permit them to drink anyhow water, either cold, even if it is not, it will be a little warm, you know. But me, maybe you're a drama minister, it does not have anything to do with either maybe the water is cold or the water, except your health.
But you're a preacher.
But yes, I'm just saying, for example, but a preacher, you know, at times you need to take care of your voice. You know, someone said recently that tomato should be much than pepper. Those that are into communication, because he used the organic, so the pepper should be reduced. So what I'm saying is that your potential, in the development of your potential, there are some things, there's some food, there's some training you do, there's some discipline you engage. In fact, it will also determine the kind of food you need to avoid, and some you need to take to develop yourself. So you are right. Even that is how it is in the realm of the spirit, even in faith. That is when one of the things that will show that this person is mentally well is that they will see
he knows what to do with his life.
Exactly.
He has a direction. He has a focus. He discovers himself, his potentials, and knows how to deploy them. That's mental wellness. The second thing that WHO spoke about when it comes to parameters to determine that somebody is mentally well has to do with coping mechanism, ability to cope with stress. What do you have to say about it?
Wow. Thank you very much. It is good.
Ability to cope with stress as a function of mental wellness.
Yeah. In fact, that is resilience. Ability to thrive. Like I've always said that even our Lord Jesus Christ in the boat was sleeping. Even when we stress ourselves, there should be, don't overdo the stressing. Let me put it that way. Even though the strength, the body is there, so that you won't just suddenly collapse. Because our Lord Jesus Christ is sleeping. As a human being.
As a human being.
As human
slept.
being.
He was tired.
He was tired.
He was hungry.
Exactly. He was hungry.
He was sleepy.
Exactly.
So he slept in the boat.
In the boat, he slept. And that is, and even the scripture says, on the seventh day, the Lord God Almighty rested.
Even God.
Even God.
And he gave us a principle of Sabbath
yes,
as
sir.
well.
Thank you, sir. I love that. So we must be able to deploy that. That is when our body organ will be able to revitalize.
That's right. Rejuvenate.
Yes, that is when we can regain our vitality. You know, we are using this body organ day and night. We must create time to sleep. We must take time to rest. And at the same time, our task is getting much daily basis with what is happening all around us. We know that the task, so we must develop a resilience in inner mindset.
Okay.
So that when the tasks are coming, don't be defeated in your heart. And just know that you can do all things through Christ that strengthens you.
Okay. We have 2 more to go.
Okay, sir.
The third one has to do with productivity.
Okay.
How is productivity linked with mental health, mental wellness? Sorry.
Wow, thank you very much. You know, if you are not contributing anything to life, it shows that one is mentally deranged. Because you are meant to contribute. You don't just whatever you may.
You know, contribution is even a separate thing. I talk about being productive.
Okay.
You're actually you're already stepping on the 4th one.
Okay. Oh, I don't know that.
Which has to do with contribution to society, to community.
Yeah.
But you see, before you contribute, you have to be productive first.
Definitely.
Or we can put the two together.
Okay.
Being productive and then also contribution to society.
Yeah. In fact, thank you very much. I believe that there is something that God has called everyone to do. We all have a ministry that the Lord has given to us.
Every child of God.
Every child of God.
Okay.
You know, at times when we look at men of God, oh, you are the only one that has ministry that God has called to do. But it's far beyond that. Now, what are you producing? what the worldly system are producing, if it surpass the one you that you call yourself the child of God, that the Holy Spirit, the God Almighty reside, then it means there's a problem. What are we adding to the system we belong to? What are the... No, I'm not saying that everybody will be intellectually how am I putting it now? Genius. No, I'm not talking about genius aspect. That no, we know that some people are average level when it comes to academically. Not that they are. But what, as at that, there are some things that God wants you to contribute. Even those that are not lettered, that are spirit filled, you see them bringing things.
There are people who didn't go to school.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying.
But they are sound.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. There is somebody who was given a Nobel Prize in a particular field that she was not trained in.
Wow.
But by virtue of contribution, she was recognized.
Yeah.
It's like somebody who is not a psychiatrist makes contribution in psychiatry. And then that person is being recognized as a professor, kind of.
Wow.
By reason of contribution. And I think that's the challenge that we have in Africa. That in Africa, it's all about books. It's all about letter.
Yes.
There are people who may not have had formal training, but have contributed
a lot.
Have contributed. How many people that study political science are into politics today? The gurus in politics today may not have studied anything politics, but they learned on the job. Native intelligence, emotional intelligence, and then everything, resilience, and and all that, and everything comes together, and then it becomes successful in politics.
Yeah.
Same in business.
Yeah.
How many people are doing well in business actually studied business management? How many? So we're not saying that training is not good. It is.
Yeah.
But we're saying that beyond knowledge.
Yeah. There are some things you cannot learn in
beyond knowledge.
You can't learn those
because
things in university.
Even in education, there are 3 domains.
Yeah.
We have the cognitive, affective, and psychomotor.
Yeah.
Now, most people stop at cognitive. They go to class, listen to the lecturer, and they go for exam and reproduce what they were taught. That's all. They could be A student or B student. But when it comes to psychomotor, it's little or nothing. They cannot translate that knowledge into productivity. And so we are saying that mental wellness has to do with translation of knowledge into productivity. In the beginning was the Word. John chapter 1 verse 1. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. Verse 14, and the Word in verse 1 became flesh in verse 14. There was a translation from the invisible realm to the realm that is tangible. And that, what fills that gap, the bridge, is mental wellness. I keep thinking about Moses when God told him what to build. And then somebody down there interpreted it. He was not there when God was talking to Moses. But God said, I've prepared him. Bezalel.
Yeah.
And he drew out everything.
Definitely.
So the question is, how did he know? That's mental.
That's mental. And that is the hedge we have again as a child of God.
The spirit and the mind.
Spirit and the mind.
Combined.
You know, some people, I'm telling you, they are, when it comes to academics, education, they are so vibrant, but they are not Christian.
That's true.
But if such people have an encounter with the Lord, they are saved. That's their mental acumen, physical, earthly acumen. By the time heaven will power it, you see, those are the people you see making inventions. Those are the people you see contributing a lot to the society. And those are the people you see that, like you said, they did not study broadcasting, mass communication, but they're doing well there, even doing well than those who study it. Even if we study those things, and we did not allow the Holy Spirit to brood over that mental aspect, you just you wish those stories. I'm telling you, you just the highest you can do is to reproduce what they've taught you. But there's a level God wants you to transcend.
There's a limit.
Yes, sir. God wants you to do beyond what you have been let
Praise God. Thank you so much, Pastor. And our viewers out there, please, let's take our mental health very serious. It is important. Interestingly, in medical science, when a man dies, the part that stays last alive is the brain. While every other part is dead, the brain is still alive for some minutes after death. When every other organ have ceased to work, the brain is still at work. It tells us the importance of this mind.
Yes, sir.
The importance of this mind, from the subconscious to the unconscious to the conscious realm. Everything combined together.
Yes.
Some people, when they do things, you're wondering, it's from the subconscious. It's registered. The brain won't forget. Just like they say that the internet won't forget. The brain too won't forget. It's registered there.
Yeah.
Also, let's take care of our mental health. It is the base for productivity, for even physical well-being, and social well-being and emotional well-being.
Yeah.
Once we are sound mentally, every other part will be taken care of, even financially.
It will inform
family, it will inform every other part.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And it shall be well with us.
Amen.
In Jesus' mighty name. Pastor, thank you so much for sharing today.
The
Lord bless you, bless your ministry and your family.
Amen.
In the precious name of Jesus Christ. Our viewers, stay blessed, stay well, stay mentally well. Don't let anything depress you. Go to God, study God's word, be in positive environment, and then you are going to be fine. Next week will be another time again when we come your way for another wonderful topic on your program, Issues in Christendom, on this same station, Western Spring Television. I am Pastor Steve Akewumi. Have a wonderful time and bye for now.
Working in this area where gorillas are has actually made me to become more friendly with the gorillas. And I think I cannot separate myself any longer from them. These are saving lives. I feel excited when I think that I'm saving lives. Mountain is a community wildlife sanctuary surrounded by 9 villages. These communities came together with the support of Wildlife Conservation Society to preserve the forest and the wildlife in there. I hope it makes sense.
What is this policy, most especially the gorillas? It makes me happy to be among those that are protecting the gorilla in Imbe Mountain.
The Cross River gorilla is the rarest of all the 4 subspecies of gorilla, and they are found only in Nigeria and in Cameroon. Their population was depleted by intense hunting in the past. People hunted gorillas for meat, but also for cultural reasons. And their population just really dropped to about 300 individuals that we have now.
The major challenge is hunting. We used to have this seasonal migration of elephants, but today we no longer have it. The giant pangolin. This is something I saw when I was young. I don't know when was the last time. Each time I think about it, I feel like crying, I feel like weeping.
If I'm put in a position, I should ban bushmeat completely. The more they kill and they sell to buyers, the more it gives them strength, energy to come in and hunt for bushmeat.
If we can control this from the top, the markets where they sell this wildlife, I think it will go a long way in helping us to do the work better. Some people will say, I like eating bushmeat, but how can you eat what you don't have? How can you eat what you don't grow? You don't support their growth in any way. If we continue killing them indiscriminately and eating them the way we are eating, then tomorrow we'll not have them again.
Nature is not a thing we can manufacture. Everything that is here is intact for every one of us. Why are we against wildlife? If we support conservation of gorilla in Mbe Mountain, I know there will be a lot of opportunity for my people. When I bring out my camera trap and I take it to office, we see this kind of wonderful picture of gorilla.
There were like 12 in numbers with more babies than adults, and this photo went viral.
We celebrate it in our own office first, that yes, we are progressing.
It was so exciting. If we let the gorillas go extinct, we can never have that again. Someday, my child will ask me, Daddy, you were part of this, and what did you do during your days? That is one of the reasons that makes me to work harder to see that this will remain, and I will not just tell the story, I'll say, come and see it. This is our heritage. This is our treasure. It's something that we need to protect.
Aussies.
Good afternoon to you all, wherever you are this moment, be it in your homes, in your offices, even in your workshop. Welcome to Western Spring Television, Osogbo, and to the program, Pertinent Questions. That's our one-on-one interview television show that comes your way every Monday at 1 o'clock. It's a show that always goes conversational, and where we invite our eminent guests to discuss in very conversational manner issues at stake. Today, we are discussing sundry matters, sundry issues. There are issues we are looking at from the local angle and the international angle as well. My name is Adetoyeje Shitu Alamo, your anchor. My guest, on the other hand, is a veteran journalist who, at one time in his journalistic career, became the chief press secretary to the governor of the state in the person of Chief Adebisi Akande. My guest is a multi-tasked individual who in his days, active days, is now retired, active days at Osun State Broadcasting Corporation, was a senior journalist in the news department. He was director of marketing, and later he was also the director of administration at the same station. It tells you for free that he's, as I said, multitask and both versed and versatile in the profession of journalism. His name, I tell you in a jiffy, Mr. Olusonya Fadipe, is a personal friend, a professional colleague, and a man of many parts. This afternoon, he happens to be my guest on Pertinent Questions on Western Spring Television. Olusonya, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
The weather, is it doing fine today?
Oh, the weather has been fine since yesterday. You know, breezy, easy going, not too sunny, not too cold.
Okay, that's very good. This should be your first time here, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
So what's your impression about this place?
Oh, this is a beautiful studio.
Each one of your professional sons put together.
I think this place must be have been put together by somebody who has taste. It's a very fine studio. Looking at all the acoustics, looking at the cameras and everything that we have here, I think it's a beautifully put together place. Nice one.
Thank you very much. Now let's go into the details. Our first part of our presentation will last for the next 22, 23 minutes. And then we'll break the show and come up with a second part. As our topic tells us, journalism and sundry matters, because you're a journalist. Essentially, we are treating sundry matters, but each of them has a relationship with journalism, one way or the other. Now, as a veteran, journalism in Nigeria is the social media posing difficulties or threats to the traditional media. I want to find out from you.
I wouldn't say the social media is posing any threat. I would just want to say that the social media is just hindering the traditional media up to its duties, waking it up to its duties, because the traditional media has been doing well all along. But when the social media came, you know, all sort of junks are packed to social media. People don't know about reportage. People who don't know about reportage, just coming there saying all sort of things. But the traditional media is there to give you the facts. There to sift between the wheat and the chaff. And that's the job of the traditional media.
Yeah, that's why I said, is it a threat?
It's not.
No, to some extent. If you have a competitor who is not doing it the right way, and you are doing it the right way, and the competitor has a large youth followership.
Oh, yes.
Isn't that a threat?
That's what I'm saying, it's not a threat.
Okay.
See, it's only waking us up to a vibrant and more active journalism. If we have been doing something that were not right in the past, I think the social media is there now to push us to a higher level. Now, if the social media is not doing well as of today, and they are still having a large followership, it means the traditional media is not doing what it's supposed to do. Otherwise, it should be from the traditional media that we should be taking a cue as to what is right and what is wrong. So, if you put something on the social media and the traditional media believes that this thing you're putting there is not right, let them go and research, find out, investigate and find out which is the correct and then put it still on the social media, because even the traditional media still has that platform of the social media to perform its duties. That's why I say it's not a threat, really.
Okay, let's dovetail seriously on the traditional media. Our contemporary journalists, as you know it, I know you left the service some 12 years ago, our contemporary journalists following the ethics of the profession, seriously speaking.
I doubt it. That's one area I find very difficult to give us a thumbs up. The contemporary media practitioner today is after survivor. Survivor, that's all. He's not looking at the ethics of the profession. He's not practicing the trade as it should be practiced, as it was practiced in those days. These days, in the past, when you go into that media, you are not going there to make money. That's number one. You're not going there to just exhibit yourself. You go there primarily to tell people what they are supposed to know and do it well. But today, people go there these days not to express what they are supposed to express. They go there today just to flaunt themselves. Okay? And you find a lot of people in that profession today that are not doing what the normal media should do. And people who are to control them, the editors and things like that, I'm not quite sure they are also high up there to know how to control them, to tell them what to do and what not to do.
Well, you mentioned survival a short while ago.
Yeah.
Is this not a challenge from ownership? Is it not ownership challenge? Do they pay them the right
I see where you're
wages? Do they give them the leeway? Ownership.
Yeah, ownership.
Ownership has so many encumbrances, or brings about so many encumbrances.
Okay. I think this ownership problem has been there right from the onset of journalism in Nigeria. And we cannot tell who pays the piper not to dictate the tune. But in dictating the tune, whoever is practicing tune should be able to know how far you go and how far you can stop. But if you are not giving them enough training, or the journalist himself is not trying to have enough training by himself, he will not be able to get to where he has to get to. And that's not the problem of the owners of these media houses. For instance, look at banking. If you're a banker and you go into the banking profession, you're supposed to have some things, some professional qualifications, training. And a lot of them go for this professional training with their own money. And journalists today, that's why I told you, I said a lot of them are there for survivor. They will tell you they don't have the finances to go into this training. And the owner of the media who's trying to set up will look for somebody who can train himself. But a lot of them today are not training themselves. And if you don't train yourself, you don't get to where you're supposed to get to. So that's the problem. It's not really ownership. Ownership problem has been there all along.
Your candidate to them is showing sundry matters. What is your advice to the younger ones?
I think the younger ones, if they are listening now, if they are looking at us now, if they are watching us, I think the best thing I would advise them to do is train yourself. Bring yourself up. Do things that will make you stand out. Something extra, the extra mile. Go the extra mile to make you stand out internationally, professionally, in such a way that you can be marketable anywhere.
And let your report, each time you present a report,
as if it's the last you ever present.
Thank you very much. We move on to another segment of our presentation. This one has to do with elections. 18 days ago, the UK had its general election. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, though won his constituency and so has returned to the House of Commons as the MP for the third time since 2015, he lost the premiership election. He lost it to Labour's leader, Sir Keir Starmer. How do you, looking back 18 days ago, how would you assess the elections in the UK?
I think the elections in the UK 18 days ago is just going back to the old traditional United Kingdom as conservatives. You see, it's not likely that you expect that somebody who's an outsider to UK, somebody who has been, whose people have banded him as a kind of ambassador to go and teach the UK. That's what he's been saying when he became the Prime Minister.
I want you to explain it very well.
Yeah.
Well, don't miss words.
Yes. You see, when Rishi became the Prime Minister, his people started saying that, yes, the UK cannot do it right. And that's why Rishi has come to put them right. And you cannot expect anybody, any average Briton, to sit back and enjoy that. No. So they have to fight back and say, no, we don't want that. And the only way to fight back, if it was not Rishi that was going for re-election, it would have been a different kettle of fish. But Adichie was going back for a re-election. I expect that the UK, the average British, would say no. Don't want this to come again.
Yeah, the new prime minister in his election described the 14 years of Conservatives as a period of chaos. So whether you put a British white or a British black or a British colored person there, there was an agenda to flush them out.
Maybe that's because of the Brexit. You see, the Brexit brought the Labour Party down, really down. It was a very wrong decision at that time. But I think the Conservative, sorry. I think he was working. The Prime Minister then was working according to what he believed the British want. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. And what they have suffered, exiting from Brexit, is quite a huge loss. And that's why Labour was able to have this edge.
Landslide
over them this time around. And in fact, any Prime Minister that came to be in the saddle for this last few 18 months would have seen that UK was dribbling, was fluctuating, let me put it that way. So that is why that party won. And you cannot ask an average Briton about what the party has done so far with the Brexit, with the exit out of Brexit. No, it hasn't been very good for the UK.
But fundamentally, David Cameron, who was the Prime Minister at the time of Brexit, felt or thought that the UK was not going to come out of the Brexit. That's why he floated the idea of let's have a referendum.
Yes.
But he is a conservative. And so in terms of, it was their own baby. It was not Labour.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Labour would not say it was his own baby. But then, when the thing happened, what did they come out of it? They came in worse.
Yeah. They came in worse. But they felt, the leadership of Britain then felt that the people would not pull out of Brexit by turn. That's why he put his political image at stake.
Online. Yes. And so, now, if he thought way and felt the people would act one way and the other way, then it's his fault. It means he did not do his political mathematics very well. Because you have to go really deep to investigate, to find things out before you go into that kind of big decision.
I was privileged to be in the UK before the elections and after the election, covered parts of it. The whole thing was that they were against, majority of electorate was against Conservatives. And what you just said a short while ago, it was like adding insult to injury.
Yeah.
So by every means, Labour was going to come up.
Oh, and definitely.
They succeeded in coming
definitely,
up.
Because they played their cards too.
Yeah.
Because it was not actually their own making in coming up. It was making of Conservatives that brought Labour up. What Labour kept saying during the elections were things that the Conservatives did not even, how would I put it now, did not even think about, really. And so it's like me wanting to fight somebody and then giving that person my
showing him your arsenal.
My arsenal. So that's what happened. That's why we expected that Labour would win.
It was going to win.
And
it did win by
landslide.
Before came up, they had also, before Conservatives came up 14 years ago, Labour also ran the administration for 13 years. Now, Labour is back in the saddle. What are the prospects?
Let's assume, let's pray that they learn. Politicians never learn. All over the world, they never learn. You see, there are templates now on ground for Labour to follow, to toe, and make sure that it keep reimagining as the leader. But will they toe those lines? That's the problem. If they will toe those lines, the reason why Conservatives have been there for 14 years now is the same reason that Labour lost the first time.
Yeah.
And so the same thing is reoccurring again now. And I'm going to see, maybe, I don't know how many years now, you're going to see Labour do well.
Yeah.
until something comes up.
5 years.
Let's
the next
see.
5 years.
On something, it may not be in the next 5 years. Maybe before the next 5 years.
They have a 5 year.
Yeah,
term.
5-year term. But it depends on what happens. Whatever happens during this 5-year term will determine whether labor goes on or comes down.
Any lessons before we leave this?
The lesson here is that for politicians all over the world, especially in Nigeria here.
Yeah, for us here
in Nigeria, we should learn because we have a template on good. When we have a background, when we have I would have put a solid foundation laid for us, let us always try to follow the masses, to follow the people, to see what the people want, and how the country could be better for the people. Except you do that, there's no way you will last long. And nobody, we should learn that nobody is infallible. You should always learn that too. Nobody is infallible. No matter how highly placed you are as a politician, once you decline, once you step aside from following what the people want, you come down.
As I said earlier, I was privileged to cover the election. What I saw there was that 15 hours of electorate had 15 hours to vote. And so they kept on trickling in. There was nothing like closing down this anywhere. There was nothing.
We who are not there saw it. We saw it. People just come from nowhere, just enter the polling booth, and within some short few minutes, you're out. And there was not a crowd, no crowd.
Yes, this is what I'm trying to.
Because it was it was orderly.
Yeah. What can our country learn from this? Nobody. In fact, on that day, I was able to move from freely, go by tube, went also by buses. Toward the entire. There was nowhere.
No friction.
No friction.
Yeah.
No close down of the economy. But in our country, we always close down the system. Run.
See, I saw something in the social media some days ago. The people who borrow are becoming fatter than people who lend.
Yeah.
That's an irony. See, here in Nigeria, we don't have enough resources. Yes, we waste a lot of resources trying to conduct elections unnecessarily. And while they have the resources, they keep their resources even during elections. You must learn from all these things. We have seen the things going on now. If you fail to learn, you lose more.
Yeah.
Now, it's not as if Britain does not have thugs, miscreants on their streets. Yeah, they were not visible. They were not visible.
The system.
During the election. The system did not allow them to be visible during that election. Why can't our own do the same thing? But it's our own politicians that will use these people to disrupt elections for their own personal gains. I think we should learn from this. Our own electoral process should be better the next election. So we don't have wastage of human resources in terms of manpower, in terms of, it's as if we don't even, how would I put it? We don't value time in this part of our world. If we value time, I think the election of Britain that just went should teach us some lessons.
Okay. Very soon we will draw the curtain on this first part of our presentation. But let's move further west. The presidential election is slated for November in the United States of America. A few days ago, just about 2 days ago, President Joe Biden has apparently been pressurized into stepping down. How do you see this development?
When you talk about being pressurized, the moment I heard about that, the first thing that came to my mind is, will any Nigerian president allow himself to be pressurized that I'm not running again? It won't happen in this country. Once he sets his mind,
it can't happen.
It can't happen. Once he sets his mind into running, nobody can stop him. He will do everything possible to make sure that he runs, even if he lost in the end. Let me tell you, Joe Biden saw what the people saw.
Yeah.
Joe Biden knew how he performed during the earlier part of the campaign. So he knew that people were complaining about certain things, and some of the things he did too, he knew they were not right. So, in that sense, he needed just a little pressure for him to say, I'm stepping aside.
Yeah.
But here, all the pressures in the world cannot bring any president down here, any president aspirant. down here.
So, I mean, if he's he's sitting president,
He's sitting president
sits
for that
for
matter.
30 years and is still waxing stronger.
No. I think we should learn lessons from
Yeah,
that.
lessons.
We should.
But I must ask, he has suggested or tipped his vice
Kamala Harris
to step in. The Democrats will now look at it from different angle and pick somebody who ran the ticket. Would you say the American nation is ready for a female president?
I think the American nation is ready for active, virile political leadership that will bring America to the height that it's supposed to be. Not minding whether it's a female or male. It's only in our place that we consider somebody is a female. So don't put him there, don't put her there. But with them there, what they are looking for is versatility, is activity, is virility. That's what they're looking for there. And if they think Kamala Harris can provide all these things, they will go for Kamala Harris. And I think Joe Biden, tipping Kamala Harris, must have sounded some opinions before doing that. And it's not only him saying that he's tipping Kamala Harris. Within his party, he must have sounded some opinions out before he's doing what he's doing. Well, the first female presidential candidate in America, the first female president in America
was the one everybody thought was going to win.
Yes.
And he won by majority votes.
So I think right now we could have a female president in America.
But a short while ago, even without asking you, you sounded racial. There was racial sentiments in
the British
election.
Yes.
See, can't this factor
come in? If it comes in, Kamala Harris will still win.
How?
If it comes in, let me tell you. See, you don't just look at somebody who's pro-black or pro-Hispanic or anything. They're looking for somebody who's pro-everybody. And that's one thing that Kamala Harris stands for. Kamala Harris, we have never seen Kamala Harris being pro-white or on that's the other side of Trump. I will see how would I put it now? The negative side of Trump is Kamala Harris. Or positive side of positive is Kamala Harris. And negative is Trump. And so anybody will see that the way Trump is going now, I can't see Trump coming on because people don't just want him. Americans don't want him again. They say he has been a disgrace to America.
So to some extent, there is the God factor.
Yeah, if God wants something, yes.
Ordinarily, a female would have taken, maybe we'll defer this to another, but we must mention it. Okay. It looks like God is ready to bring in a female president in the United States.
Oh, yes.
Because when everybody thought Hillary Clinton was qualified to win, he couldn't.
She didn't
get it. And now, assess the lady in 4 years.
Kamala Harris has been.
What kind of vice president has he been?
Kamala Harris has shown us that it's good to be a team player. She's a team player, pure and simple. Whatever it is that her boss does, you can never hear Kamala Harris going on air to denounce Biden.
So he's a good follower.
He's a good follower. And so people see her in that form and they are likely to keep that for her. It's a markup.
Well, November will tell us all, or even between now and the next 1-2 weeks, the Democrats will meet and then ratify who will eventually be there. It's not yet.
It's not yet. Yes,
but at least the president has set a tone that this time around you need a female. Americans will be looking at it from that angle. The woman can also do it. Sometimes they
can be better.
Yes.
Yes.
On that note, we are drawing the curtains for the first half of our presentation, part 1. I've been speaking with a veteran journalist and the former CPS, and Olusanya Fadipe. We will go on a short break and return to bring you the concluding phase of our pertinent questions. the second half of our program, pertinent questions. In the last 3 minutes, I spoke extensively on sundry matters, and we took a look into the international aspect of it all, of the sundry matters. In this second half, we want to come back home, still discussing sundry matters. Let's begin this second half with the latest on the minimum wage. Last week, 70,000 naira per month has been declared and confirmed, and organized labor did agree, coming from their 250,000 naira to 70,000 naira per month for the least paid official. There has been so much said. Was the height, or I want to ask Saya this question. Let's take it from the 250. Was it realistic? And the 70,000 they finally agreed to come down, coming from an Olympian height. Is it also realistic? I want your assessment of the two. Was the 250 they wanted to charge, or they started charging? Was it realistic? Was it feasible for government to pay? And is the 70 they finally agreed to, is it also a realistic thing?
Well, let me just start by saying that I've never believed in all this salary hike. I have never believed in it. There was never a salary hike that would not bring hardship for workers. Even they went as high as 500 to be paid, and government agreed. I can tell you that within a month or two, workers would have been crying again, because all other people who are not government workers would have taken a bit out of this salary, and it will be nothing again. So the 250 they proposed initially, I saw it as a non-practicable thing. As an impracticable thing, it couldn't have happened. The government would not have agreed to 250. Now, coming down to 70 that they agreed on now, even that 70, let's ask ourselves, the 30,000 naira minimum wage, there are some state governments that have not paid up till now, and who cannot pay now. And so when I look back and see what the House is doing, the National Assembly, trying to create states, I just laugh. The states that are on ground are not feasible. The states that are on ground are not viable at all. So how can we be creating more? This minimum wage now that we're talking about, Labour has threatened that any state government that cannot pay 70,000 naira minimum wage, the Labour will come down on such a government. It won't work out. The next 2-3 years, you see that some state governments will still not be able to pay. I think we have drifted away from what we should do. What I think Labour should have done in the first instance is to awaken the consciousness of Nigerians to the high and audacious standard of living that some people are used to, some of our people are used to, and the penury that this has put majority of Nigerians. And then we fight for how can we best harmonize and make sure that Nigeria has a stable policy that will eat, maybe if not 3 squares a day, but 2 square meals a day. You have food on the table. You have things that you can do that will bring in money for you on an average level. That's what we should have fought for a good economy, not just bringing in minimum wage. It won't work.
But we operate a system that has not actually worked. And so you have to go for what this one, we can call it palliative, in the sense that without doing it, the ordinary man was being emasculated, emaciated into penury.
And are we saying that the ordinary man will no longer be emasculated and emaciated? Well, you see, it won't work. That's what I'm saying.
What is the hope then?
I see the hope. I think what the workers should do, they have put the cart before the horse. I think what the workers should have done in the first instance is to make sure that we fight for a good economy. All of us in Nigeria, not just workers, all of us in Nigeria, you send the people out, try to educate them, let them know what's happening in the country today. A lot of Nigerians, even paper sellers, should also be educated on what's happening in Nigeria. For example, if salaries and emoluments are bring to a level where we can assess what the senator earns, we can assess what the reps earn. Up to now, we don't know. They are just banding. They are saying 600,000 naira as salary now. The rep. That's what they said they are earning right now, and they want to cut into half. But let's look at it. Since all these years I've been shouting, what do you earn? What they earn? Let's forget about that. Let's look at the emolument. This allowance, that allowance, this allowance, that allowance. That one alone, those ones are far, far above their salaries. We should make it in a way that whoever is going to, either you are going to Senate or you are going to of reps, or even we should say in there the job that you are doing as representative. Then go in there. I was time to wanted to run for local government election. If you are able to go in at that time, imagine what would have happened. People who would have followed him to try to go into that place, and things would have been better. But when you don't have money, you cannot go for elections here. That is the problem. So people must be brought up to realize what they have to fight for. The way workers are fighting now for this, all right, look at private stations, private organizations. That is the people who run the economy really are the what do they call them? There's a name for them now. The
private sector.
Private sector. See, the private sector is the one that really has to do with the economy. Look at America, look at Britain, look at everywhere. If you don't have the private sector, the economy will not run. But the private sector, how many of the private sector operators can pay this salary now? We run into another problem because a lot of them are not able to pay the 30,000 minimum wage. And we are back in square one. We are back to square one. So it won't work.
No doubt the cost of governance, running governance in the country is so high. And for this reason, the House, only the House, not the Senate has not said their own. The executives have not said their own. The House is talking of reducing by 50% their salary, cutting it down so as to reduce cost of governance. Do we applaud them?
I don't applaud them. I don't applaud them because if you look at it for 6 months, before 6 months, things have gone awry. They will still be living the way they are living because what they are earning is not really the salary they are living on. They are living on the money, like I said earlier on. All the allowances, which runs to millions, I would say. If they say it's not millions, then let them come out and say this is how much we earn. And the
in fact, why has it become
so difficult
for them to tell
us?
It is
because Nigeria they will go into outrage. That's why they have not been able to say it. It will be outrageous when we hear it, and there will be chaos in this country if you hear what they are earning. And that's why they are not able to. And in fact, these salaries and emoluments, National Salaries and Emolument Wages Commission or something, why have they not come up and say, okay, this is what they are earning? They have kept quiet too. Yeah, they're able to announce that of workers. So what are we talking about here? What is good for the goose should also be good for the gander. That's the way we should have approached it. If you're not approaching that way, then there's something they are hiding. And unless we know that's what they are hiding, we will not be able to get to the root of the matter.
As I said, it is not only, we can even applaud the House. I agree that it is too paltry a sum to reduce cost of governance. The Senate, the federal, the executive, when he came to power, what I expected was that from day one, cutting my salary, the president should have told us, the ministers he appointed would have, and why is it so difficult?
That one would not gel with the people. I will tell you why. You have to have done it like you said. Yes, I agree. Not even salaries alone. Cut down a lot of things, like the presidential fleet, like the jets that the president has, like cutting down the number of vehicles they have to buy for a lot of ministers and things like that. A lot of things would have been cut down. It would have done well for us. But if he went to salaries alone and say, I'm cutting down my salary by even, I'm taking 1/4 of my salary, Nigerians will have laughed at him. And tell him, who do you think you are fooling? There are so many things you have to earn that will make up for all this you say you are cutting down. So it would have gelled. What I think he ought to have done was to say, okay, my cabinet, the whole of my cabinet, this is how much this is how far we will go. Maybe by 60% or something, 50% even really. Not only the president, or the presidential team as a whole. I say, okay, in the presidential lodge, this and this and this will no longer happen.
Yeah.
In the presidency, this and this and this will no longer happen to cut down costs. If you have done that, then fleet of you are following wherever it's going will have been. Then the allowances for all the travels abroad and things like that, overseas travels, and all this would have been cut down. You now came back to come and tell us you are putting this much money, 70 billion for Hajj. What does that do the economy? What kind of force has taken that will not go well for this country? I think we have to do. We still take a step. It is needful. What the Senate say now, following the
they will follow.
Let's see what they will do. Maybe they are cutting down maybe 75%.
They won't go
beyond 50.
It's not
or maybe they go down below 50. Let's see what happens.
Well, the times are hard, and in context, the fact that the cost of governance in our country is rather too high and must be brought low.
Yes.
If it is brought low, we are, as you say, let's move to a step further. The Supreme Court has adjudicated in the case the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, filed. Today, fiscal autonomy has been given to local governments. Yeah. There has been back and forth since the judgment was pronounced. Where does this put the ordinary Nigerian? Where are we going? How does it affect us, positively or negatively? This decision is a landmark one.
Yes, it's a landmark one. But personally, I'm saying now, I can't see us moving forward with this decision. And I'll tell you why. If, for instance, the local government authorities, headed by the local government chairman, they've been following the footsteps of the governors. The governors have been following the footsteps of the president. And that's exactly the way it's going to go down. The local government chairmen are going to come up now, become law of the manor. They're going to start exercising their arrogance over the. They have not been able to do that for some time because they have not got enough.
They are hemmed in.
Yes, financially. Now they are having enough money. We are going to see the love. Now we can get the woods. It will not be in this regime. We're still going to have them learning, throwing ropes of the governors until able to say, no, we don't want this. We don't want this. But people have got to be on their toes. People that are on their toes, we can hem them in and tell them they're becoming too extravagant. They're becoming too lavish. We don't want it. Even at that, if you don't find a way to curb their spending, I think I read in one place that some measures will be put in place to see how they spend, what they spend on, and how feasible are the things they spend on. Because they might tell you they are building a dam there for 50 million, whereas they will spend just 500,000 on that dam, and the thing will not be workable. These are the kind of things you start doing. You should start to learn to recall our representatives, wherever they are.
And they misbehave.
When they misbehave. Once we start learning that, then I think we are going to go somewhere. But as it is right now, I'm just sitting on the fence.
Is this not all from the fact that our constitution is a little bit faulty?
Yes.
It tells you states and the federal government, it also admits that the state is a three-tier government.
I think we have a problem here with the presidential system. We borrowed the presidential system from those who have practiced, who know how to practice it. And we saw like I would say it again, we saw the template they laid for us there. Instead of following it, we brought that presidential system back here and nurtured it to our own taste. Changed a lot of things to suit us, to suit our profligacy in this country. And except we go back to the real presidential system of government, we're not even going to get out of the woods. And we're still going to run round and round and round and round, wasting money. It won't work for us.
Now that you are saying it won't work for us, what can be done?
Constitutional amendment. New constitution, I would say, not constitutional amendment. If you're talking about constitutional amendment, you have to do a lot of things to amend the constitution. I think we should sit down again. Because the constitution we are running right now is a military constitution.
Yeah.
And the military fashioned that constitution to suit themselves at that time. And so we must sit down now, as in this civilian dispensation, to say, how do we now run this country? Let all of us go for a referendum, first of all. Are we going for the presidential system again? Are we going for the parliamentary system? Whichever one we are going for, let us now see how we now sit down and formulate a new constitution.
These lawmakers, for 25 years.
No, these lawmakers will not do us any good.
They will not do, yes.
They will do it.
And for now, how can you do it?
I think
it is they who have the power to make laws.
Yes, they have the power to make laws. But also, that's why I said earlier on that the civil servants, the labor, they have not done what they are supposed to do. If they have done what we are supposed to do, people will have risen up and say, no, we don't want this anymore. This is what you want. And if you don't give us what you want, the nation will stand still. If we do that, not this kind of process they want to have. The one they are planning right now.
How then do you, who mobilizes?
Galvanization will be from labor. Must be from labor. That's what I said. If it's from labor, labor will first of all go around the whole country, educate the people on what the country is running right now, what we are losing right now. They must have their facts. Tell the people, not just calling people names and things like that. No, have your facts and tell them this is what you are doing right now. This is what we should not do. Let us all now rise up and say this is what you want. Labor can do it.
Labor can do it, but you always know that Nigerians, seriously speaking, oftentimes do not trust their labor.
Because labor has not behaved in a trustworthy manner.
How can they now?
If they now stand up now and not fight for minimum wage, they say we have a right to fight for minimum wage. We are not doing that because you are people we are suffering. All of us are suffering. All of us must rise up now, not labor alone. Labor has not had the goodwill of the people before because it has not built that goodwill. Always fighting for itself. And so now, if labor continues to fight for itself, it's not going to have the goodwill to build it.
I'm afraid because you mentioned Obasanjo regime that brought in this due dispensation, the Fourth Republic, if you choose to call it. For 25 years, we have had 5 or 6 different national assemblies. Each of them comes in, gets sworn in, and told the same line of the past.
Because you have not learned. Okay, that's what I say. If you don't learn, we are still going to go the same way. Unless we sit down and learn. We are not learning. If you tell people today that protest could turn ori, could turn vengeful, could turn diabolical, could turn destructive, people will listen to you. Or they will just say, we must protest, we must protest. And when you get there, you're going to destroy properties of your own people. And that's the irony of it. And so that's why I say, we must mobilize people. Labor must stand up now and behave as labor. As labor does in other crimes. That's the way we should do it. If you don't do it that way, you're still going to, you're just complaining, shout, accept us, you're not going to get anywhere.
On that note, I must thank you very much. Time is no longer our friend. This show is for 45 minutes and we are almost there. I'd like to thank you very much, my friend, my brother, and my professional colleague, Saya Fadipe. Thank you for being able to express and come to this program with a clarity of mind and all that you have said. I appreciate it more.
Thank you very much, Modet, for bringing me to this beautiful studio. And I appreciate it very much. And I hope this station will continue to go stronger and stronger every day. And in the nearest future, we're going to watch this station on a global network.
That's the hope, and may it be done.
Amen. Amen.
To the viewer at home, it's been 45 minutes of discussion in a very conversational manner as usual. We call the program Pertinent Questions. I hope and believe that we have been able to ask some very pertinent questions concerning our nation and nationhood. Next week, we'll have the privilege of bringing you another presentation. I am Adetoye Shitu Alamo, your anchor. Thanking you for being there, watching us, and saying goodbye for now until we meet next week, Monday. So long, so togetherly. Goodbye for now.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
You go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Nancy is an amazing person, but it's the I can't go by the topic who does marriage favors the most. You know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday? They are saying it favors you, favor. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, but it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my words.
I think you have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving self-esteem, it's giving a blatant view of the man's confidence of who he is will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
This is Neil, our 9th orphaned pangolin baby. Neil was born in captivity on the bushmeat table, and I was called. I dashed down there and rescued him. I was the one that removed his umbilical cord, and we've been feeding him on special formula. He's about 4 months old now. Neil, that is like food. Happened what? I've had an ear nuzzled by a pangolin. I feel lucky and I feel special. From when I was very young, I have enjoyed animals. So it wasn't very surprising that I became a veterinarian because I wanted to help animals. Also, I'm a wildlife conservationist. I rescue wildlife, rehabilitate, and release back to nature. And then in the process of growing up, I have come to realize that we have this very, very horrific attitude to the animals around us. Every animal is bushmeat. So instead of complaining about the situation, I wanted to try to cause a difference. And what better place to go to see these victims of the wildlife than the bushmeat market? The first time I visited the market, nothing of what I saw. Table full of animals, different species that we had in Nigeria, species I had not seen alive. To see them dead on the table, it was a horrible experience, and I would always remember it till today. It breaks me every time seeing them like this and the horrible way they died. This guy is just beginning to start his life. He has a long way to go. In going to the bushmeat market, I realized that you see some live animals that can be rescued. When I started, I did not discriminate. Any animal in need, I get. But along the line, in one of my visits, I came across a strange creature. From the description of it, I quickly checked online and, whoa, pangolins. You mean we have pangolins here in Nigeria? I didn't know. The day I saw my first pangolin, I sold. By my nose, something I need to cross extent. Once a pangolin, look into the eyes of a plane, you are caught up in pangolins. So I would look into these eyes. turn your back on him. A lot of people do not know about pangolins, but it is the most widely traded mammal. Because of the interest in the pangolin for their scales, hunters go into the bush exclusively for pangolins, to look for pangolins. So right now on the bushmeat table, you get average of 7, 9 pangolins every day, and that's what you see on the table. They are traded openly despite their CITES 1 protection. A lot of people don't even know about it, and this thing continues unabated. Convincing the bushmeat, the hunters, the traders to let go is not a very easy thing, because once they have this animal, all they think of money. Only once it comes to that, especially when I see an animal and I say, look, I am going with this animal, I do whatever it takes. Okay, so adult female, 1 inch gash on the right side of the head. One thing I found about the pangolin is a paucity of information. Very little on the white-bellied pangolin that we have here in Nigeria. So it has had to be more like learning on the job, trial by error. It's been very, very traumatic. I have come to learn that they don't do very well in captivity. When you get them, you rehabilitate, rehydrate, but you want to release as soon as possible. Lufasi is a protected park, and they have graciously granted me space. So what I did was to fence a portion of nature with the trees, anthills, good feeding sites for pangolins. So what we do is, after rescue or rehabilitation in the hospital, we bring to the rehab center and then we release them there. And it's actually the first of its kind in West Africa. And we're very proud to be at the forefront of pangolin rescue and rehabilitation in West Africa. Pangolin covered.
Pangolins are covered with scales.
Some people believe that way is to get well. It makes the females didn't get well.
No.
Why? Does it make sense, right?
Yes.
The exciting thing in rescue is the point race. It is almost spiritual. You have attained accomplishments. You have assisted nature. You have taken something that was supposed to die due to the destructive activities of man, and you have successfully released back into nature. I might not be able to save all the animals in the world, but for this animal that I have saved and released back to the world to the animal. There's a tradition, a culture in Nigeria that refers to pangolins as idiots. They are not idiots. If only people knew how wise these guys are. One of the challenges is ignorance. People have the wrong information, misinformation. And what I have come to do is education. If we don't take care of these guys and they go extinct, the ant population is going to explode. One very, very interesting part of my work is what I'll call the pangolin orphanage. Lots of these pangolins, the females, they give birth in captivity. And at this point, they are usually very stressed, very weak. They usually don't make it. But these babies that are born, they are practically useless to the bushmeat sellers. So I have come to an arrangement with them. Whenever they have a newborn, they call me. Their reproduction rate is very, very slow. You get one pangolin pup being born every 18 months. The rate of removal is way higher than the rate of replacement. We have a very short window to fight this decline of pangolins. If we do not conserve our natural resources, if we do not save these animals around us, it's humanity that will suffer. When you save these animals, you're actually saving humanity. If we kill off all these animals, it will just be you and I looking at our ugly faces. It's not palatable.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Guys, it's an amazing episode of the Ladies Talk Show, and today actually happens to be a special one because why we're celebrating the 64th Independence Day of our beautiful, lovely, green, flourishing country, Nigeria. My name is Chika Siobo, and I'm your host for today. And you could as always check out our past episode on YouTube at Western Spring Television. And hey, if you're a guy, before you tune up, before you go to somewhere else, this is not a show that is just meant for ladies alone. It's a show where you get to know everything that happens with ladies, what makes us tick, what we think about, what moves our emotions. So it actually will be very, very educational for you. So don't go nowhere. Now, I happen to not do the show alone. I always have my beautiful, beautiful ladies and soldiers in the studio with me. So ladies, how are you doing?
Hi, Cassie.
Hi,
baby.
Hi.
What's that?
Your coolly greeting.
Livana.
How are you doing though? How, we celebrated independence recently. How has the vibe been? Have you been hopeful? Have you been reflecting? Or, the things we've achieved for the past 64 years as a country? How has that whole scenario been for you? In honestly speaking.
Okay, good.
Speak your mind.
Okay, thank you very much. Facebook reminded me of a post that I made 12 years ago. Where I wrote on that post, I said, we are celebrating independence again. Don't you know that every independence that we celebrate comes with so much trouble? I said, welcome to another trouble. I posted that in 12 years ago, and I still reposted it again. It doesn't every independence that we do in this country, it comes with a truckload of his water. So Nigeria will be great though. Not me that's not, it's not be great though. See me, I come the altar. But I never expected that at 64 would be in so much. It's just as if you're an old man and you're suffering. Do you understand? Like, there's no food to eat. As in, nobody can even help you. No children. No family. You're just on your own. That's how it is. That is how I feel.
It's more like an old man that has children, but the children are eating his wealth and leaving nothing for him.
Because you're just suffering. And I sit back and I said, I'm thinking to myself, when we get to our 70, they say 70 is glorious age. Would it be glorious? Or would it
hope so though?
You get so I just kept wondering, yes, are we gonna be great? I pray and I wish that even my kids would see the greatness, even if I don't see it, at least we are great. But it's sad. Let me not lie. It's so sad that at 64 we would be in this situation that we can't even breathe. The Bible says when they say there's a casting out, say there's a lifting up.
Yeah.
But in Nigeria, as a country, not as a person right now, not sure we are lifting up anything. It's just individuals that are lifting up their heads above the situation. But as a country,
okay, you're really putting it down on now, but everybody's feeling so depressed. Like, hey, are we going to get better?
No,
so I think I'm going to move to Toby. Then we'll come back to you. Let's talk about some good things that Nigeria has achieved so far.
Tell me, what is the good thing?
No, don't worry. Calm down.
I'm even trying to rack my brain. I can't even pick one.
You are patriotic, Abby. Okay.
So like maybe the bad.
Even football, we know this.
I mean, in music, we definitely have done a lot.
Okay, I think for music, yes.
Okay.
So we stand out.
Toby Lola,
good patriotic.
It's so great to have you on the show today. You're looking really good. I love the hair, the jeans, the
Thank
shoes,
you so
the
much.
top.
And you also look like Yemi Alade, like someone said behind the scene.
Cassie rocks it anytime.
The African lady.
How have you been? How's your week been?
Very
How did you celebrate the independence?
Celebrate. Well, not to make emphasis on what she said, because she already said the main thing. There is nothing to celebrate, but we hope one day, like she said, when we reach 70 years, we'll have something to celebrate. Even if we cannot, we hope our children will have a better place to live in. But yes, so personally, I would say that I thank God for growth. And even though Nigeria is doing its own, but personally, I think I'm moving, I'm seeing changes.
That's the prayer.
But we also want a support from a country that understands, that's willing to help you support your dreams. But regardless, you know, a lot of people try to blame the government and use that as an excuse to misbehave.
True.
You know what? Talk to yourself personally, do what is best for you.
Sure.
Even if the country is not, you know, they are doing, going back and forth, just try to be better. We have a lot of people who are not going through anything. They're in Nigeria, but they are not suffering.
Trure.
So why don't you want to be one of them? So let Nigeria do its own, do your own, and let everybody live. That's the most important
very motivational. So now let's reflect on some of the things that we've achieved so far in the country. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with one or two things.
Yeah, okay.
Let me ask Toby then.
Okay.
I made my first million when I was 12 years old.
Are you
Meaning there is really nothing. Like I said, personally, growth, education, career, relationship, or anything else.
Nigeria.
Oh, do you have a jeep?
Nigeria.
See!
Reflect, even if it's one thing.
Yes, okay. Nigeria are good for me. At least I find my husband for inside Nigeria. And she is good. But the thing is, Nigeria has made me stronger. That's one thing I know. I think it has even made every citizen stronger. Because you can survive practically anywhere in this world.
True.
If you're in Nigeria.
Very true.
You can. That's why you see when we move outside of the country, we are doing great. Because under the harsh weather, the harsh conditions, we thrive. So imagine we're in a country where the conditions are not that hard like us. That's why you go abroad and you see the way they're employing us in tech, employing us in. So I think Nigeria has made us see that as a Nigerian, like you can actually survive and do good for you. You know, I tell people, this country can either make you or mar you. I always say it. But you choose where you want to stand. And I've chosen to stand in a place whereby my head will be lifted. No matter the situation, no matter where I find myself, no matter, I used to tell people that in this country, I will still make my money. You know, as in, you know, get the country wants a bad fish.
Exactly.
That's a positive way of thinking for myself. Because I keep saying, if everybody traveled Japa, who would remain? So we that are still saying, okay, want to remain small, we're making our money and be remaining. I was listening to Funke and she said she's not Japa in any way because this country has made her billions.
True.
And I'm like, say she's not going. She said, if anybody want to travel, see this country. I'm like, this man, because Nigeria is so rich and so blessed. Haven't you noticed that we hardly have earthquakes, tsunami?
God knew why He didn't give us this
because we cannot even handle it. And we have so many resources, natural resources, gold. Like this country is blessed. It's just for us to just leave the leaders. Of course, they will just be doing their own. Is to run from them and look for your own honey well to dig on. Because if all of us jackpot, this country will just be empty. The leaders will still be doing what they are doing. They don't send you. So you say no send them.
Exactly.
So I feel in this country it has made me feel what I have achieved has been in Nigeria, that I can do anything I put my mind to do.
So you definitely know that what does not kill you would make you stronger.
I said that's it. Like I can do what I want to. I can be great even in a harsh situation. I can be strong even when there is pain. So that's one thing Nigeria has made me. I can be happy even when the world is sad. Even when the country, so I can choose for myself the atmosphere I want to live in.
Oh, that's beautiful. So I hope you guys are motivated out there. It doesn't matter what the country, is showing you right now. If it's Shege, if it's Shege Banza, whichever way, you have to
choose your atmosphere.
Make that conscious decision that you're going to be able to flourish in this country no matter what. Now we're going to a quick break, and when we come back, I have something to discuss, so don't go nowhere. Welcome back to this talk show. She was expressing something at work and she had to make a certain decision and she feel like she has made the wrong decision. Now, for every lady out there, we cannot argue with the fact that so far you're a lady, you're bound to have people that would make passes at you, whether you are married, whether you are single, whether you are somebody's mother, whether you're even heavily pregnant. A man will definitely find you attractive. Even mad women get impregnated. So it doesn't matter what it is, whether you're young, whether you're old, you always find someone that will just see and be like, oh, I want this person for myself. And it doesn't matter what atmosphere, what sphere you're, whether you're at work, whether you're at church, whether you're in school, people always come and make passes at you. It now depends on how you handle it. So a particular lady sent an email in, so I'm going to be reading it out so we could actually, listen to it and see whether she did the right thing or the wrong thing. Now, she said, I got my boss sacked because he made passes at me, because he asked me out, and she wants to know whether she did the right thing or the wrong thing. And she said, I work in a financial institution. I won't say which one, but one of my bosses at work was on my case for 8 days. He went and got my account number and he credited my account. He buys me pizza, he buys me food. I told him I would report him, but he kept on sending me messages that he likes me and he calls me his office wife. Now, one day I recorded when he was calling me his office wife and every other thing that he said. And I told him I have the recording. Then he started begging and he said he would request transfer to go to another branch. But I know that he would go there and he would chase other ladies too. And even his pregnant wife called me and she was begging me on his behalf. Now, she was crying and she said they have 2 children, but I still reported him and I sent the audio to the head office and he was fired. And I've been feeling bad since then because he lost his job because of me. Now, she wants to know if she did the right thing or if she did the wrong thing. Let me start with Tomi. Have you ever been in a situation where, you were at work or you were at school and you were harassed by somebody, that was above you? Has that ever happened before? Yes.
Okay, how did I handle it? I think I did not go hard on the person because, yes, he's more matured and I'm a respectful person. I just told him that I am not. I think that even happened in school during my project, and I submitted, and then he told me to always come back, and I was always wondering, like, what exactly does he want? I'm done with my project. Sign this and let me go. He always look for little mistakes and tell me to come back. And I there was no other way for me to handle it after he told me. He gave me my paper. I knew, okay, that was it. He was trying to show it, but because I was not even giving him the green light, so it just decided to just let it go. But because I was already done with school, there was no point. So there was no way for that was just that was how it ended. So regarding that, no, actually, but I think that was just once, and that was how it happened, and nothing else happened after that.
Okay, Judith, have you ever been in that situation before?
See, I've been in this situation.
How many times?
Well, they can't hear. Find any
was it in school? Was it in
no,
church?
I think
was it
in
in
school,
workplace?
In school, it was one of my very good lecturers. I think I even turned him to school for that joint.
And he still did that to you?
No, he didn't. After that, I changed the scenario. I made him see me as a daughter, a helpless daughter.
Okay.
So that became, the emotion changed from being romantic to I want to see this girl try.
Okay.
See,
how were you able to achieve that? Though? Maybe somebody could.
I told him my life story, history on my papa's psychology. I studied philosophy. I used the same course on him. We both studied philosophy, so I changed it. I used it for him.
So reverse psychology.
Yes, sir. And that's what I did. So I told him history from my father's house to my mother's house. This is a prayer. I need help, and he ended up helping me. Shout out to him. I love him. Financially, die.
And he didn't make any passes anymore.
Calls me though he will call me my dear, but he wanted to see me now try.
I guess I'd say you're lucky because there are some people out there that once you even tell them you are vulnerable, they want to take more advantage.
So he wanted to see me try, and the scenario just changed. But I've had other, but I think from this story, it is very funny. He buy you pizza, you shop. He buy you gift, shake a letter.
The thing is,
no, answer wait.
He got her account number, not through her.
But okay, the pizza where they buy for office.
He was giving her food,
and she was eating.
I guess she felt there's no harm in collecting gifts.
There's really no harm in collecting
Do you not collect gifts from people who come to check? You know whether you're not going to date them.
But see, when I used to collect this gift, Cassie, I used to tell them, me, I don't friend you.
She told him to.
But because if you are so strong, maybe see how strong she is now. to fire the guy. If she was so strong, she would have not collected any of those gifts.
So you've never been in a situation where you knew you were
I
not
know
going
say
to
me
date
and
somebody.
people know me this show now.
So you
I will chop your.
So are you going to fault her for collecting? No,
I'm saying how strong and so ethical that she is. She shouldn't even have collected the gifts. None of it. If he gives you pizza, you return the pizza. If he gives you money, you transfer money, you transfer it back. Yes, but for me, I will collect it and eat it. I'm just saying for how people know me on this show. People now will cut up the money, even if I tell you I'm not do. Okay. That's me. But because I've had things like this, and I will just tell you I'm not interested. And for a while, you keep coming, but you get tired, and I'll tell you I'm not interested. You get bored. To me, it was way too extreme to have someone fired. You're a fine girl. Enjoy your fineness. You're beautiful, but if you've told this person I don't want, the best you can do is to put a restraining order towards him. But even if his wife won't call you, your wife know that the husband has a problem. But she called you, please, I beg you, you understand? Please don't do this to my husband. Now you're not coming to tell us you are feeling sorry. Did you do the right thing? What do you want me to tell you? I should tell you that you did the right thing.
So you're saying she did the wrong thing?
I'm not saying. I'm asking now what you want to tell.
Because the way you are going to is that she did the wrong thing.
I'm saying
too extreme.
She went too extreme. There are ways to handle. He has not harassed you. He just professing love. He has not harassed you. He has not done things that could make you go overboard. Because this is a man that has 2 kids. See, someone like me, I'll tell you, I will threaten you, and if I see that you're out there, I'm going to do this thing to you, but I won't do it because woman conscious. You have family, me, I have family. But I think it was too extreme. It was too extreme. You didn't do the wrong thing, because I won't advise any lady out there who someone is sexually harassing you to keep quiet or keep mute. If you know it's beyond extreme, you report the person to the police. I'm saying there should have been a better way to handle. You should have put a restraining order from him, take him to the police, put his picture, and they will serve him a letter, and they will tell him, I don't want to see you 6 feet or 5.
But they work in the same environment.
Yes, so but they can tell him.
You don't be able to work.
They can't know.
Are not working.
See, because they can tell him.
Explain to his boss that I can't go close to
him
because they gave me.
They can tell him. You only approach this lady when you have, as in anything important information about the company you want to pass to her.
So what if her mental health is affected by
this one? This one does not have. This lady is bold. She does not have mental health.
You can't say for sure.
I'm saying for her to still fire this guy, not be like person will get mental health. Look at now. No, this person be like person will get mental health.
All right, let me move on to Somi. Based on what she's saying, she feels like the lady went, too far. What do you think? Do you think she handled it perfectly, or she went to the extreme?
I also agree with you, baby. And there is something called fine girl privilege, and I feel that was what happened. As a lady, even if nothing is wrong with you, men will come to you and just want to offer you things. And let's look at how it happened. Just 8 days. That was not enough. And then looking at the fact that he said he volunteered, or he gave the opinion that, you know what, I'm going to transfer myself. Meaning that he even told his wife, meaning that the wife called you to tell you that, oh no, please don't do this. And you end up doing it. You see that call is, you did the right thing, but maybe the wrong way, the wrong approach. You should have just told him, threaten him, but don't go ahead to now do it. I feel it was a wrong move, because the truth is, she's going to regret it for a long time. I don't know if she's going to, because this man has a pregnant wife, two children, and
I'm sure that their job is a good paying job.
Okay, so what could have been the right way to me? Because we know there are some people that don't used to hear no. The more you are saying no, the more they feel gingered, like, oh my God, I need to do more. Maybe if I do more, she'll finally agree. So maybe during that 8 days, she had been saying, no, this cannot work, but he just kept on firing, kept on giving her more money, buying her more things. What would have been the perfect way for her to have finally handled the situation?
I feel the way to have handled the situation already happened. He said he was going to transfer himself. Let him do that.
But she didn't want other ladies to fall victim. She probably felt, let me teach him a lesson.
That
because
is that
this lesson has been taught now. Where else they actually employ him? He's not going to look at any lady.
Are you? Wait, Casio, wait. Wait, oh, you said she doesn't want that. Are you the ladies that are there?
She's been a sister's keeper.
She's alone.
Some ladies don't mind.
Some ladies don't mind.
You see the ladies out there that will mind.
Don't keep my sister from me.
I think she was trying to look out for every other lady out there.
As what, Mother Teresa?
It's possible. I wouldn't fault her for it, would I?
Wait, oh, so you sack person 8 days when the person never even check you this 1 month. Now just 8 days.
That's not enough.
Do you know what this means? To me, it means he has been doing this before, getting away with it, and then it got to the point where, because she recorded, he knew that, oh, I've messed up, and now I want to request transfer to go and continue. Because his wife knows. See, that means the fact that his wife knows means he's a serial cheat, and she has accepted
her lifestyle.
So this is who he is. This is what he does. He's not likely to change. But then, if he pays the grand price, maybe it will change his psyche. So it's possible that what she did would change him completely. So when he gets employed, he's going to be like, okay, you know what?
So how would you live with yourself, Cassie?
Okay, we were watching a video before we started, right?
Yeah.
Of a lady, a young baby that was playing with fire.
Yeah.
And they had told the baby before, don't play with this fire. So the parent just sat back. And when that child touched the fire, what did the child do? The child ran away. So now he has touched fire.
This is
and
extreme.
Has burnt him. And he has run away. Cassie. So I don't think any other place he will be employed.
Cassie, this is
he would
extreme.
Want to harass any lady again.
Did they force you to open your leg for a man? As a lady,
if you don't want, take initiative.
If you don't want,
I'm not interested.
You said it. Men will always chase after anything on the skirt. Some men, actually, I lay emphasis on that. Some men, but you don't tell them who to chase. You are the one who will decide. I don't want you. So, but making someone lose his job over 8 days of checking you collected the money. You didn't make the transfer back. You ate the pizza. You took the gift.
She didn't put a gun to his head.
No, Cassie, you took. If you wanted to be so stern on your ethical morals, like saying I don't want a married man chasing me, you shouldn't have taken anything from him. What are you saying? You shouldn't have taken nothing from him. You don't take his money, you don't take his food, you don't take nothing.
So what if she was not able to find his account number to transfer?
No lie! She know the man account number. You top all this money finish.
He don't know her. So you have to collect it from somebody. So
the same way he looks for her own. You go and look for your
going through all the stress.
So
finding his account. How will she explain
if it's me that is that man, I swear, Makachuku, you will pay all those money I give you. You will pay it back. I will not lie. And you will pay all the. Shey you know what?
How do you want to go
you
to
know what? You know what? You dey chop the money. And imagine that man was sending her 1 million. She now get 4 million inside account for that 8 days. When they send that's okay. That's the perks of being a fine girl.
That's one problem with ladies.
Okay, you know what person gonna chop person money? Which kind to be that
material one? Things and sex.
Yeah.
You know, some men will tell you that you were collecting my money. I offered you sex. You're telling me no. The moment you don't want anything with this man, tell him I don't.
Don't care anything. It's simple. It's simple like that, Cassie. See,
do we practice what we are saying?
Cassie, me.
You will collect.
Me, I will tell you. See, no. I will tell you. I will collect this thing. I will shop it though.
So me,
but I will tell you no. But this one,
exactly.
But this one, no. This one is claiming to. No, Cassie. This lady
collecting was
no. See, this lady is claiming to be. She's morally upright. You understand? She doesn't like.
Morally upright in the sense of I do not want to sleep with a married man. It does not mean I will not collect the gift you're giving.
I know.
But I don't want to sleep with you.
There is something my pastor always say. My pastor says he will always say if you don't want somebody, don't take any pin from that man.
She didn't make the request.
No, she didn't. She the same way she not make this request. The same way she didn't make this request. When he gives her, she will return it back.
You give me pizza, I tell you, I'm not interested. But
take your pizza. You see that pizza go shock and where it is. Because I'm not saying she didn't do the right thing. Because I don't want her to feel bad that she didn't. But I'm saying there are better ways to handle the situation. I know some men can go overboard just to cheat, just to commit adultery. But I'm saying because of the kids, because of the family, because of the home.
So now you're trying to understand a cheating man's.
No, I'm not understanding a cheating man. I am saying it was too extreme. I'm not pitying me. See, I have no issue with the man. I don't care about him
because
I am thinking about the home.
For him.
I'm thinking about the home. The home, because this man looks like the breadwinner.
I hope
he has the bakery.
You know it's possible he has to sleep with other colleagues too. Probably without protection.
Now
don't they have mouths?
Don't wait. Is she
fighting the battle?
Fighting the battle.
He to learn his lesson.
The wife first call, he said, I beg, auntie, no
because
good.
She has no choice.
You see the thing, she get no choice because she got no choice.
Well, I'm sure she would want a partner who is faithful.
She wants a partner and a partner who is faithful and broke. I cannot take care of two family.
Nobody wants a cheating partner.
Nobody wants it. But the woman has called you and begged you like woman to woman.
I feel that was enough.
See,
she called you, begged
you, say, please. I know that my husband. Yes. And my husband is a foolish man.
Let it go.
My husband is a foolish man.
Let me move over to Tommy. Can we accept the fact that it's possible that she has experienced something akin to this before, and the person went to the extreme, probably harassed her, molested her, and it has stayed in her head and affected her mentally? Can we look at that line of thought?
Okay, that's another angle, Joe.
That she's already dealing with some trauma from the past.
Okay.
It's possible. And then this person comes and then brings it again and just digs up that trauma. And within 8 days, she's, thinking about anytime she sees him, her mental health is, being collapsing or whichever
yeah,
one.
Firstly, I feel she needs therapy, if that is the case. She needs therapy because she can't always do that. If you're trying to use that example, that means even in 2 days,
the one in the wrong. Though.
I see a lot of men will come to you and tell you, "Oh, fine girl, fine lady, you look good today. You do this." There's some ladies that even get offended with the fact that a guy tells you you smell nice. Will you not sack me because I told you smell nice?
That one is different.
I'm just saying that some people would do some things.
Let's assume he was single. Maybe she would have not taken it to the extreme.
Yes, now.
But it's possible someone that was
she will see him as a good man.
Had probably maybe raped her in the past or molested her or harassed her or did something terrible to her, and she just has it out for married men who cannot keep their thing in between their legs. And so this one, she said, you know what? You're going to face the punishments.
Because I'm not saying she
did the beat of the drum, so that next time you won't do this again. So why can we not see it from that angle? That
I am not saying this. Cassie, listen. I am not saying
it's a lesson learned.
See, because I'm not saying this lady did wrong. I'm just saying there is a way to manage the situation.
Because there are some men. Judith. We understand. We've met men in this life.
Yes.
There are some men that no to them means
because
nothing.
this man said I was going to transfer. Let him. Since it's you're fighting for your own safety. You're fighting for your own safety. You're fighting for your own sanity. And this man said, okay, fine. I'll be out of your hair.
I remember there was a time that something called Me Too was trending. A situation where people were speaking up because they had been harassed at work, molested, and because one person decided to speak up, was able to save, a couple of other people too. So maybe this is her trying to save some other people from being harassed by him.
So wait, Cassie, he said I will transfer. And you would tell him, no, Cassie, there is a threat. There is an audio. There is an audio. She will use it against him.
So how will she know if he's doing it? How will she know?
She would know. She knows. She will look for someone. Yes. Yes, Cassie. She will look. She will tell Cassie. She will send him this audio.
Nobody is going to be able to tell her because it's going to be something coded.
Cassie, she will tell him, if I had a wind that this same thing that happened here happened in that
and
branch.
You think that's supposed to stop a man who cheats?
Yes, that's why he wanted to transfer in the first place. Because that was why he wanted to transfer, because of the audio she had of him.
Okay, so what happens if the person that he meets next is not bold enough to even speak up for her to get
the person that he meets next is not bold enough to
speak up to get the wind of it? No, because some people actually are very feeble. Once you come to them and
Cassie,
they just
because I want to be on want to be on this man's matter, or because I want this man to be sane or to be pure, I would get to know where he was transferred to and get a person there.
So I will not make it my own agenda.
Shena, you are living the end now.
Yes. Of all the ladies.
Not all the ladies, one person.
Them, this man, no.
Oh,
he's a harasser. If he harasses
preach to the
call
man.
Me.
Preach him.
Does that always work though?
Preach for him or
Does
pray
that
for
always
him.
Work though? Pray for really. We're now doing the pray.
Pray for him now.
Really?
Why can't you pray for him?
The wife, how many prayer points has she done?
You join forces with that. But all I'm saying is that it was too extreme. Like, seriously, someone like me would have gotten him a restraining order.
Okay.
From the police.
Let's look at it from he went to the extreme. Let's imagine that he actually harassed her. Maybe started touching her body whenever she's moving down.
Then she can take that step.
Then there's a reason to.
But
with that, what you just read, what you told us, there is nothing. Maybe she did not even give us the real details, or the details were not even clear enough. But with that 8 days, he gave you pizza, gave you money.
Hey, money. Money, said the money well. I said the money well.
I feel we're being so harsh on her. and being too lenient on the man.
Cassie, nobody's saying the man did wrong and did right for toasting a lady.
I don't think there should be any grace for a man who cheats whatsoever. A married man who has a pregnant wife.
See, all I'm saying.
Think about her mental health. Of course, she has to beg because she doesn't have the money of her own to take care of her kids. So her husband is
someone like me.
So she's begging on his behalf. But the man should not even be cheating in the first place.
I'm saying that was too extreme. Why? Because I would have gone to the police. I would have gone to the security and put a restraining order. Cassie,
is it too many movies? Let's be realistic.
No.
How do you want to get a restraining order?
Yes.
When you're working,
the restraining order doesn't need to be like, they'll just see the thing will be listed that you don't come, you don't harass this woman.
Wait, you want to go to police. Wait first. The police that will know that somebody is asking me out. So please let me give him a restraining order. Asking, no, it's not because they will ask you, is it touching you? No. Is it doing you any harm? All he's chill. The police that we know, all he's doing is like asking you out. Chill.
A lawyer can handle this.
Let's be realistic. All he's doing is asking you out. Has he committed a crime? Has he? No, he hasn't. So how do you go to police and say you want to get returning order for somebody that has not even done anything?
There are good police officers that will do this. There are good lawyers that you can write.
They give you restraining order.
Yes, there are good lawyers that you can meet who will give you what to do.
Order, the person must be a threat to your life.
It's a threat to my life. You want to rape me one day. You want to rape me one day.
Where's your evidence?
See, because there are good lawyers.
All you have done is to give you money.
There are good lawyers that you would meet. They will tell you what to do. See, because but sacking this man.
I hope you know it's costly to get a lawyer. Lawyers don't come cheap.
I have friends that's why I used to have friends everywhere.
There is one thing we should understand in a work setting that we have an HR who I feel also works with the company and then the staffs as well.
Yeah.
Why can't you just tell the HR? And the HR would also have a better way to address it to this man. Oh, she says she doesn't like it. Stop doing this. Because I feel that if the HR is a man, the guy would have said, oh, he's just a man. He's just joking. He's just playing. Maybe he just likes, there's people that just like you for no reason. So we should not blame men for that. We've also enjoyed those privileges. Even at work here, we've enjoyed it. People would treat it specially. That's what I'm saying, that 8 days is not enough.
Okay.
Assuming it was.
If it's that HR that she sent it to that got her sacked, because she said she sent it to the head office, but she didn't tell us who she sent it to.
Head office.
So it's possible
head office.
Cassie, it's just as if he passed here.
You get.
Let's imagine she's working in a bank, and there is branch. You do not send it to a branch.
You now went to headquarters.
At the head office, it was the HR that was saying.
You know, that guy said that go the CEO of the company.
Exactly.
No, they mice the word.
Okay, so now let's look at it from the company's angle. Was it right for the company to have sacked them
before?
Yes,
of course now.
Because some companies obviously like you having a relationship with them, so it's possible.
It's possible now.
So that is
before the man know that they will sack him,
but he didn't do anything bad, really, when you think about it. So why did he have to be sacked?
There are companies that have no policy, rules and regulations. That if you are harassing a staff, even and the staff is saying no, you are supposed to be out of there. There are companies that their rules are that strict. In some companies, once two staffs get married, one has to leave.
Last to leave, yeah.
So there are companies that have strict rules. Maybe your company can be choosing book. You could come out. You understand? There are companies that have strict rules. So the company did. And maybe it must be written in their rules and regulations. And that is why he knows that if that thing gets wind, if the company gets wind of it, they will sack it. That's why he was saying, okay, I would apply for a transfer. Maybe he knows the rules and regulations of that company.
That same rule also applies to another company, the next branch too. I'm going to stand on the fact that he needed to learn a lesson.
So
he needed to be burnt a bit.
Okay. So now they don't burn and finish.
For real. How did they say to you?
How would that guy that
like let your head be alright?
So that lady now.
How can you?
So why is she feeling? Why is she feeling sad?
Sleepless nights?
How can you be a married man and be constantly cheating on your pregnant wife? So if she sleeps with you now without protection, you get infected. You carry it back to your wife.
So why is she feeling sad?
The baby inside your wife's tummy, the children that you have. That's so. Come on.
So why is she feeling sad
so
now?
careless? Because she has a conscience.
Auntie, you see that your conscience? Bold yourself, brace yourself, shake your body.
We do things
be
in
a
life,
bold person.
and we feel bad for it, but it was the right thing to do.
Because I'm not saying it was the wrong thing. I'm saying there are ways. Because I feel in this
now,
kind of
you guys have told
in
me
this
the
kind
way
of
she would have handled
in
it.
this
And I'm
kind
telling
of
you, those
country,
ways they have loopholes to call police. You cannot just go to police
in
and
this
say
kind
you
of
want
country, you
open
want to sack
case
somebody now.
because somebody is asking you out. They will tell you it's the same police that when husband and wife bring their issue, they will say go and settle his marital issue. You will not go and meet a policeman and say my boss at work is asking me out. He will laugh at you in your face. Because he has not even harassed you, raped you, or done anything to you. Okay, go to HR.
Okay, I like the fact they are saying he has not done anything to her.
Yeah.
Good. He has not done anything to her, and she not sacking. No.
Mental health was
mental health
like
mental.
Said,
because he has not.
Let's look at this from
past experience.
Let's look at this
from
another angle.
Yeah.
What if it was the boss, like the CEO himself? What would she do? Sack the boss?
Leave him.
What will you do? You can't.
We can now thank God that he's not the boss.
You tell what?
Let's thank God he's not the boss. Because if he happened to be the boss, I think she would have had to leave if she could not bear it. But thankfully, he's not. She actually had somebody to go to.
So she took all this money for 8 days, took all the food for 8 days.
How much is even the money?
I think right now she needs to return everything, both the pizza, the money.
Yes, now.
Return it.
Because he needs to feed his family. You have sacked him now. Have you not sacked him? No, because I'm saying
the extra punishment for what he did. So he deserves to actually lose that money. Everything that he invested in her, he deserves to lose
I'm saying if you want to be strong in your rules, in your views, be strong to the end.
Honestly.
So that when you are sacking, you stand and say, I took nothing from this man. Okay. I took nothing.
You know what? You've been asked out by a married man before.
Before?
And you knew deep inside you that you are never going to do anything.
Yes,
yes or no?
I still chop the money.
Wait. You've been asked out by a married man before.
I not say I be like her now.
First, and you collected.
I did not collect money.
You see,
she did not even offer me money first.
She stand to her rule.
Yes.
Me.
He didn't give you anything.
Nothing.
Me, I shop money.
No married man.
Why are you making emphasis? I said he did. They came, but he did not give me anything. Nobody gave me anything.
Would you have collected?
No, I don't want.
This is somebody that is standing for
I am loved at home. Is that enough?
See, this is somebody that me. I tell the man say me. I no do. But if you say me could go shop, me I just school. Me I go carry go shop. I could go shop free food. Though. You don't get what you want to do me. If you say you want to help my career. You want to help me in school. You want to. I will collect the money.
Now, imagine this married man. You've collected things from him, and you've said no to him. And God forbid, one of those days he harasses you.
You know,
just God forbid, because you've been accepting, of course. Now, because you are giving him. Your red light is not strong. Actually, you are saying you don't want to do, but you are collecting something from him.
I'm chopping now.
In a way, he's still believing that you might still say yes. That's how men work.
That kind of thing.
Let's just have this.
This is what they call local scam. That kind of thing. You know they meet time for public.
Have tried to be like, okay, I'm smart. I will collect money and run, but then unfortunately for them, they fell into the trap.
And I don't go the trap. Me, I know they go where. Now only where would they shop?
Let's say you are smart enough. Let's say God forbid somebody else tried to play the same game with you, and she fell to his trap and got raped.
I go tell you
How will she explain?
I would like say, sorry, your grace and my grace. It's not the same thing. Because me, that kind of thing, you know, say this thing are streets. We are in streets. If you you are in streets. If we dey collect money from person, and you don't tell the person say, no, like I don't like you. You don't chop. Me. Then no be now. Then that life that I go shop you. And the things I don't want, you see they come and go. I feel you are the helper that God has sent my way. At that point, you like me, and then you will say, you cannot. She say helper.
Okay, so to wrap up the whole conversation now, to me, do you think she did the right thing or the wrong thing?
She did the wrong thing.
Okay, Judith.
You don't handle it well.
Right or wrong?
She is right, but she didn't handle it well.
You're on the fence. Right or wrong?
No, I don't tell you say you do right thing. If I don't tell you say you do right thing, you did not go where. You are right in your mind, but the way you go about it is not good. You have sacked human being now. The man cannot even chase anybody against a broke human being.
I would say you did the right thing. He learned a strong, deep, intense lesson, and you showed him that. Now that he has seen pepper and he has touched fire, never in his life again will he go into an establishment and want to ask any lady out, knowing fully well that he has woman at home spice. Just to you.
Can't you sleep well like this?
There are so many ladies on the street.
So can't you sleep well like this? You do this to somebody.
It's not only at workplaces. So
maybe better.
That is why you will sleep well. You will sleep well like this.
This should sit.
You will sleep well. You will sleep well. You will sleep well like that. That you know that you sack somebody. That children are you that like children. That the children are you have a father that now cannot provide for them. You sleep well.
No, because their father should be faithful.
You sleep well.
So their father needs to learn a lesson. Their father will definitely get another job. It's not if you'll be unemployed for
what
the
if
rest
they
of
steal
his
his
life.
name?
He will go to another establishment. He will switch career, whichever one. It's his mistake. He has laid his bet, so he should lie on it.
Because it's better to resign than for company to sack you. Sure, you know.
In life, actions have consequences. He has committed that act. He's facing the consequences.
He has to dance. See what I used to pray for all this kind of that they should see what will happen today. Is it that they should carry something one disease and they will not pass it to their wife?
It will be passed. How
it will not pass? It will not pass.
With her and
or
baby
maybe one day as she's going to go and sleep with one girl, you will have accident and die.
Which one is better? That they sack you know you can find job, or they kill you? Which one is better? So it's not better. Come on.
But say I cannot sleep with that children don't have food to eat.
The father will be all right. God will provide for the children. He has learned his lesson. Next time he's ready to become okay, because this same person will become a CEO tomorrow and he'll be molesting his staff, saying that he has the power, because now he does not really have power. That's why he's begging to request for transfer. But imagine when he's the CEO of a company and he knows there's nothing you can do except for you to resign. Imagine the things he will do. So this was the best option for her.
Yeah, very good. Return all the things you collect from your boss.
That one is his business. Now we'll go on a quick break. And then when we come back, we'll be discussing what's trending. So don't go nowhere.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all stuff to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 1.
Yeah, welcome back to the discussion. Now we just had a very heated conversation, but right about now we're moving on to what's trended. Now there's a story going online that has got social media agog about a certain lady who owns an ushering agency, and one of her staff was careless enough and got his phone stolen. Now she felt so bad about it because, hey, you came working for me when this happened to you, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you some money for you to add up to the one you have for you to get a new phone. Now she sent him about 44,000 naira, but then when he got the money, he did not call to say, "Madam, I've gotten the money." Neither did he say, "Thank you for the money." He kept mute for a couple of weeks. And she called him and she said, "Did you not get the money I sent you for you to get yourself a new phone?" And he said, "Yes, I got it." But still, he did not say, "I'm sorry, I didn't call you." Still, he did not say, "Thank you." So she waited to the end of the month for salary time. And when it became time for salary payment, she did not give him his full salary. She gave him half. And then when he called her saying, "Madam, you didn't send me my full salary," she said, "The money I sent you earlier, that is the half of your salary position I just paid you now." And now he wants to take her to court because he feels like, you gave me that money willingly to help me get a new phone and I deserve my full salary. So lawyers in the house, we are now going to discuss the case. Do you think the lady did the wrong thing by not paying him his full salary, or, you know, she did the right thing because he's an ungrateful human being? Show me, what do you think?
I feel she was just trying to pass out a message to the man, to the guy, but she should have paid the full salary and then maybe look for another way to just pass that message across to him. Which other way could she have?
He did not show any remorse. She called. He didn't even say, "I'm sorry."
Maybe she just let it go. Maybe you should just let it go. He has that entitlement mentality. That's why he's not even saying thank you in the first place. But really, you can't. She was trying to mix business with whatever she did. So business aside, maybe when next he needs help, You can't come to me for help. Well, you should have actually just paid him his full salary. And then when people say that, so yes, they'll go and call lawyer for what? How much is the salary? Because ushering job, you pay lawyer to come and do what exactly?
Lawyers too are expensive.
Lawyers still will collect the money. So what's the point? Well, I don't know, but I feel that was.
I guess that's why they brought it to social media so that we can.
Okay, like Twitter court, people. Okay, yeah, that's true.
Judith, what do you think about your story?
See, in this life, if you don't give money where you want give person, if you don't forget her, don't give her more. Because the thing is that this boss, she just see I know it's not easy to be a boss, but that's why most times if I cannot help you, I will not help you. You understand? You were careless on the job, you lost your phone. And she was being kind because she has a good mind. And she said, okay, because I know this boy, before he will save up to get this phone or get a new phone, it will take him a long time. Let me just be of assistance. You know, sometimes when you're helping people, don't expect anything in return. That's just the thing. Don't expect them to roll on the floor. Don't expect them to be grateful for the help because they didn't even ask for the help. So I think that was where she was expecting too much from this young man. And he wasn't going to give it to you. Because that's like if you ask him now, he would tell you, did I tell my boss to send me money? Do you get me? So I think she was expecting a lot from an ungrateful person. Someone that is ungrateful is ungrateful. You cannot bring a grateful, someone that is thankful is thankful. And warning, be careful of the door you shut because you don't know one day you might need to open that same door. And that's where this young man failed. Because there's a saying that say, when somebody gives you something, you thank the person for it, it will move the person to do more. No matter how little someone gives me something, no matter, I'm always thankful. So someone will ask me, you never do, you don't take me for this thing. Because so that when you don't know, you can trigger the person to do that because of thank you can make that boss. People say, how much is this one you want to get? Do you understand? Aside from his salary, and she would buy a phone for
him. But then, you said something about how when you want to help somebody, don't really put your mind expecting back. But should that be, an excuse as to letting somebody get away with being ungrateful and entitled?
See, why? Because
you definitely meet people like that in life.
You meet them
the other way every single time they do that to you.
If I want to lend someone money, I lend you what I can let go. So that I don't have to be killing myself.
So that means for every single person that you lend money to that decides to not pay back, you'll be letting them go every single time.
They're still owing me.
Every single time you let go.
Because I cannot kill myself. Because if you when you're expecting so much from people, they will disappoint you. So it's better you don't even expect too much. Because that boy,
it's easier said than done.
That boy is an ungrateful human being. We have established it. He doesn't have a heart of thanksgiving. Even to God that used to give him bread, I'm not sure he used to tell him thank you every morning. Do you understand? So I feel she should have just I will sack you. I will just pay your salary. And you're awful.
Now, I was actually going to come to that.
I will pay you.
Don't you feel like what she should have done was to pay him his full salary?
I will sack you because I cannot.
I feel that is even better.
I can't. If I get bad things towards you, if you work for the same space with me, because anything you do, because I'm the boss, I'll be satisfying you. So, and I'll be feeling bad. I don't say this even when you do good. So what I'll have done is I'll just pay you your money and tell you I'm no longer in need of your service because as a boss, you need to have this relationship with your staffs that yes, you're the boss, but there's this cordial relationship you can't be having because they are working for you, and if you're not in good terms with them, they cannot work well. It's just as if there's a authority over you. If you're not in good terms with that authority, you can't do that person's work well. And if your authority over you is not even happy with you, you can't even produce well. It's nature.
But previously on the other segment of the show, you said something about how, if somebody does not do something, you collect your money back. Is it possible that she could say that earlier 44,000 naira that I sent to you, you're going to have to return it so I can give you your full salary? Do you think that's something?
No, that one now. No.
Sorry, please come again.
Like, she said something about the other situation where the lady has to return things to the married man because at the end of the day, blah, 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 she enjoyed the money. So now, this guy, is it possible that the staff can ask the guy that she sent the 44,000 to return my money to me and then I pay you your full salary?
So that can't happen because the guy won't pay back the money. But like we rightly said, that the right thing for her to have done was just to rather look away or sack him or just call him and tell you what you did was wrong. Because looking at it, I want to believe that the age range between that the guy and the lady, it's good because it's a nursery job. It's only little boys to find there and ladies too. So there's a way you call him as a brother and tell him that what you did was wrong. Next time you don't do that. Next time you won't find someone who would help you because yes, we know we have kids these days, and maybe the amount of money she sent was just for a Torchlight phone, and he was like, "What do I want to use it for?" So he was not even happy. What would I would say thank you for?
Still money in his phone.
Exactly. Still going through is is not been able to be on TikTok and the likes. So maybe he was also going through all of that, which is not definitely an excuse to also misbehave, but. He should have said thank you, and also the boss should have just either look away or just sack him and tell you, you know what, it's an ushering job though. I feel sometimes it's not even a fixed job. It's you come today, or maybe you work in another organization today, agency rather. So I just feel that's my take on that.
Okay, now because we still have a couple of minutes on our hands, let's talk about the Bobrisky situation. With everything that's been happening now, it's possible that he might get sent back to jail. Now, if that actually happens, do you think that will
Why are you dancing?
Do you think that will be something that he deserves, or that will not be fair? Because even though he was not in prison, he has stayed locked behind closed doors for a couple of months. So that's still
which
some
closed doors,
Bosha?
Closed doors.
We have some luxury prisons in the world, not in Nigeria. Cheap.
We
have some luxury prisons. I think in Norway and some other countries where they are flats.
No,
it's very good.
But it's prison, no.
It's still prison.
But
so it's possible that this is still.
I know. In our Nigeria, we don't have
this. This could still be prison.
Because in our Nigeria, we don't be truthful now.
Yeah, we know we don't have it.
In our Nigeria, we don't have. See, let me tell you. But this will teach people a lesson that if in this Nigeria they do good and you do good magomagoli, keep the magomagoli to yourself.
Do you think?
Don't be a sorrow.
Go back to jail.
That is sorrow. Put him in trouble now, and you carry him back to that prison.
Already been established, but do you think he deserves being taken back to jail?
They should just pardon him, because I would not want that him to go back to jail. You understand? So they should pardon him.
Okay, tell me, what do you think?
I think they should pardon him too, or her. Just pardon him. She. Okay. Let's face something else. Honestly, let's
like so much in this country.
They cannot be. See, they cannot be the
fixated on very Jackman. And Bobrisky.
They have shifted the notion. People are shouting that fuel is increasing, money, we need money.
Watching now is
is that what we need in this 64 years? 64. We are gonna be watching very dark man and Bobrisky.
While some youths were protesting on October 1st, some people were on Twitter talking about Bobrisky and
they are the one doing it though.
But then we're going to have to call it a wrap on the show. Thank you so much, Tomilola Daniel. Thank you so much, Unity Bojekwe. I still remain your host, Chikasi Ogo, and I'll see you on another episode of the Ladies Talk Show. You have a wonderful rest of your night.
Morning, Dr. Mark. What's up, Lakon? I'm here to back with Dr. Mark Ofua, a wildlife conservationist and veterinarian, to learn about the challenges of illegal bushmeat in Nigeria. So, when we say illegal bushmeat, what do we mean actually?
Bushmeat generally is any wild animal that is not farmed by man for food. So we're talking about the primates, the lions, elephants, snakes, lizards, manatees, turtles, everything.
I was scrolling through the Wild African front page and people which was illegal.
About the legal bushmeat. Now, wildlife, of course, protected law. And the reason law does not protect them is they occur in very large numbers in nature. So no matter how much we eat, they still are there. Now, these animals usually have a high rate of reproduction. So we really don't have a challenge with their numbers. Then there is the one classified as illegal bushmeat. This is bushmeat that, one, is already at the risk of extinction. These animals usually have a very slow rate of reproduction. Like the elephant that carries its baby, the pregnancy lasts for almost 2 years.
Wow.
The pangolin will have one baby every 2 years. You see, so the rate of removal from nature is way higher than the rate of management and so on. So this animal extinction drops in to protect these animals. And if you trade animals, you kill these animals, you now break the law. You become a criminal because you're trading or you're engaging in the trade of illegal bushmeat.
So I think what you've said makes it clear. It comes down to size and population and the fact that people take away from nature much more than they are able to reproduce. Like it's common sense. Okay, so how are we losing this endangered species to illegal bushmeat trade?
First, people think it's cultural. We have to eat them because our forefathers ate them. If you want to do this ceremony, you need this bushmeat. Yes, it's cultural. But also cannibalism, eating human. It was cultural in some place in Nigeria, in some place in the world. Society realized that these aspects of culture really is not beneficial, so we did away with them. So the same way bushmeat was cultural, and we are realizing that we are decimating our wildlife, and we have to learn to separate it and then do away with it. Also, people consume bushmeat because they think it is organic, it is free from pesticides and drugs. Well, this is our industries, we put the effluents and the waste produce into the waterways, and this goes into the wild. At the end of the day, you see this kitchen, and if they expose themselves to this, you actually think it's free, am I really not? The other people have come to realize that eating bush is an cheapest source of meat in society. Cheapest bush meat, that is the grass cutter. One grass cutter sells for like 4 chickens. So the poor man will go and buy chicken that will feed his family more than one grass cutter. So you see that the bush trade is driven by the rich people. Now, when the market is there, the poor people would go to the forest
and go and find it and kill it and sell it. Okay, that's
so if the buying stops,
it makes sense. So as the demand reduces, the supply. So I hope you guys actually watch this and learn from it. Thank you so much, Doctor. We need time for me to come and ask you more questions. Yes, thank you very much.
Another great weekend. Is glad to have you on tonight's edition of the program Men on Court on Western Spring Television channel 190 DTT Star Times. All right, tonight I have my guys in the studios again, and we'll be talking about issues relating to the male folks. And you know, let me start from you always did the set last week, you know. Joseph, I tell you, you're welcome on this set.
Thank you.
You are the Elewa.
No. I'm always excited to be here, and of course, you know, it gives me pleasure. I feel like this is the only show where I have the opportunity to say it as it is. You know, unlike where one ladage is disturbing me.
And you know,
don't play advert, I won't play advert here because at least no advert here. There's nothing to do here, so I'm always excited to be here.
And ladage, even if you talk me there around there, you don't be
I will beat her, nothing. Nothing. They don't bother with me intercept now. So it feels good to be here.
All right. Imprint, how you doing?
Baba, I do. I thank God I'm fine. This week has been a great week so far, and to be here is always a a crowning part of the week for me. So it's always a pleasure to be here.
Teachers Week.
Nah, so.
Teachers Week. And they say all of us, see, when they work for, TV, radio, like they say we be teachers. Say we they teach people one or two things.
What do you teach?
They say we they teach people one or two things. Okay, when you talk here, nobody teaching you, they teach.
Yeah, Ladeji just in case you don't see me tomorrow, somebody behind the scene just threatened me.
Hey!
They catch me at Onwo Junction. If you beat me. So just in case you don't see me tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, behind the scene.
You see
He's
evidence
there
already.
with his big shoe.
Oh.
He's there.
All right, I'm J to the A to the HMIC Jamaica, Mr. Chuchu Fitty, and the guy who expensive pass Palmer, Mbappe, Vinicius
not in name again.
They say the guy no expensive.
No, you don't let so.
And they don't let so.
And I
I mean, who the expensive way again?
It's you. Now calculation I will go take. I'll give you the details later.
Okay, the guy who expensive pass, I'll give you the details later. All right, let's go on a short break, and when we return, I will let you know about the very important topic for tonight. You're welcome back, and the program is Two Men on Court on Western Spring Television. Some people will be wondering that why we not get Pama on top of this table today. But
we are dieting.
We are dieting.
We are dieting.
Let's eat Pama before.
My belly don't big pass before.
You know, say all those chemical, it get nutrient pass Pama.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't mean it?
Yeah, I'm telling you right
Proven by who?
I don't know, proven by me. From Bele Science, I mean. All right, so the topic tonight is marriage a necessity? Because looking at this, a lot of people will say that marriage will not be achievement now, not by force. Must I get married? Once you do that, right now, is marriage a necessity? I will start from Joseph Atewe tonight. Is marriage a social construct or a natural institution? Because according to the holy books, it says it's from God, taken it from the days of Adam and Eve. A man shall leave his family and cling unto his wife, and they shall become one. And I believe Quran has something like that as well. And the traditionalists they also do marriage because they believe in the institution of marriage. Yeah. So is it a social thing or a natural thing from above?
I want to say something, but I just hope
say it. Say whatever you want to say.
So you listen.
Say it as it is.
Yeah, so you listen and not halfway you probably say, where is it going to? Where do we? Will I just see? Will I? No, just listen. As an international reporter, do you understand? And as a script writer too, I hope you listen.
Okay.
Now, coming back to marriage is a necessity. And thank God you spoke about the holy books.
Yeah.
Now, the world itself, if you Google and you go through, listen to scientists, is more than 1 billion years old. Yeah. Am I correct? Christianity or your religion, in fact, they say Islam is older than Christianity. Say approximately 600 million years. Am I correct? So we are saying 400 million years left. How do we account for that? So that 400 million years, based on what the holy books or the Quran or the Sheshe, whatever it is they call themselves with all due respect, if we go by the belief is that they are all in hell because your holy books say you have to believe in Christ, but which I disagree. Do you understand? So we are not talking about the scripture. I'm heading somewhere. So that 400 million years is another analysis on its own. What I'm trying to say here is that, you see, the reason why you are saying go and multiply, marry, and do blah and blah is because it's written in the book. And we all want to fulfill the obligations, the right obligations in that book. That is why we do whatever it is we do. Many of you go to churches or your mosques or your rivers to worship your goddess because you don't want to miss heaven, because you believe going to church it is. But I believe in one thing, your conscience speaks volume. That is one thing I hold. So how does it relate if marriage is a necessity? Now, many of you will also want to marry because you have pressure from your parents at the age of 23, 24, 25 to do, because your prayer naturally believes that the Holy Book says that. Do you understand? No, I'm coming. Just relax. Your Holy Book.
You're talking about books.
I know, I'm coming. As I said, listen.
Okay.
Your Holy Book says that. The Holy Book says multiply. It says you marry. It's normal. Do you understand? But don't forget, there's still 400 million years that I said has not come to play. What I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that, see, it takes your instinct, and your instinct is not just natural. It takes something speaking to your conscience. Do people truly kill their conscience? No, it's not true. So how is marriage a necessity? It's a necessity for a lot of people because the book says so. How they were brought up says so. I'm being real with you.
All right.
Give it a check now. Tell married people, at least 50 or 60% of them, if they want to leave that marriage, willingly, if there's nothing attached, will leave. But many won't leave because the book says you should not. Because the society would not allow you to leave. Because a lot of things are attached to it. Is marriage a necessity? It is over-bloated. It is unnecessary.
Okay.
It is the biggest scam that has not been discovered on earth.
All right, let me.
It is one of the most fraudulent things that was attached to the books that needs to be discovered who did it or who wrote it.
All right, you were talking about the books. Before the books were written, there was traditional people in the, before Christianity came to Africa, before it came to Nigeria, before Islam came to Africa, before it came to Nigeria, people were doing their traditional stuff. And they were multiplying as well. They were still getting married. They were coming together. So I think it's been a kind of age-long thing. Does it have to do with the books? Then there was nothing like books.
The history.
There was nothing like
No, I'm
books.
coming. If you did history in secondary school, of course, you know it's divided. There's government, there's history, there's stuff. If you did history, many of the things that happened before those books came in are all based on assumption.
Okay, so that,
They are all.
how do we have
online. I'm coming.
generation from generation to
I'm
generation
coming.
if
The
people
reason,
don't
see,
multiply?
even
Are we just
calculating
falling from heaven?
No, I'm coming. Even calculating these stuffs, how old the earth is or whatever it is still based on assumption. So how they do? For example, in Israel, they said they just discovered one stone, and with the look of things, because of base of how the thing, it is over 8,000 years ago. Based on how they believe it is. Or this is assumption.
There are things. they
But
use in
then,
measuring of these
maybe
things.
I was wrong to have gone through the books, which you have a point with actually. But based on reality, I'm telling you that marriage, a necessity, no. It is one of the biggest scams for me.
All right. Imprint. It was talking about, it said that from the books, books, and books. And I was trying to say that there was a time there were no books. From that angle, would you say marriage is a social thing or a natural stuff?
For me, coming from where Joseph was coming from as well, I will tell you that a group of people or an individual that has no code of conduct will definitely live a life that is almost, or let me say totally meaningless. Why did I say that? A lot of people see the holy books as a guiding principle to live their life. Everybody looks, at one point or the other, we always have somebody, a figure that we look up to. For a lot of people, it is these books. And the truth of the matter is this: when you're talking of the oldest written books in existence, you're talking about the Quran, the Bible, the other scriptures that other religions use. So if these books could have stood the test of time, it means a lot of things. Not just the fact that it is coming from God, not just that fact, but the fact that even we as individuals also align our principles with it. Now, that being said, is marriage a necessity? If you are to look at it from the angle of the holy books, yes, it is a necessity. If you don't go through the process of marriage, having sex, having a relationship with other opposite sex is a sin, right? But in the real sense of it, bringing ourselves out of this construct, I will tell you that marriage is not a necessity. Because there are lots of factors that need to come to play before you can now be like, yes, within myself, I'm certified to get married. A lot of people believe that, okay, once I'm 30 years old, I'm too old to get married. But the truth of the matter is this: a 30-year-old man that is still living in his parents' house, that his parents are still feeding, should not be thinking about marriage. Because are you saying that you marry this person and bring her to your parents' house so that your parents will continue feeding her as well? when you are getting married to this person, the society expects you to get married and have children. So you are in marriage, bless your marriage. In less than 1 year of marriage, your wife is getting a child. Still in your parents' house. So you are saying that your parents are going to be feeding you, your wife, and the child. If you are lucky, you have even more than one child. Either twin, triplet, or quadruplet. Your parents are still going to be the ones to take care of them. Before you know it, you will realize that this kind of person will turn to a nuisance. Before you know it, you will realize that news is coming out that this person committed suicide, because at the end of the day, he has no way to go about it and he's feeling disappointed in himself. So this boils down to you as an individual. Before you decide to go for this process of marriage, what are you up to? What do you stand for? If you cannot identify your right from your left, you really have nothing doing there. And really, going back to the Holy Book, especially the Bible now, Apostle Paul, if I'm right, never got married.
Yes.
But he said, don't because of me say that you don't want to get married. I, as an individual, I'm choosing not to get married because I want to give my life for God purely. But the same person that said that, in the same vein, was saying that I will advise you, if you cannot hold yourself, get married.
That is, if you cannot be celibate, if you
cannot
stay away from
stand
women,
with all the decisions that you have to
married.
stand with, then go ahead and get married.
So that's like a guideline.
Exactly. So really, the holy books are there. They've said a lot of things. The Old Testament of the Bible was talking about it's a sin for you to divorce. Jesus Christ said, when he came, he said something different. If you want to get divorced because of one reason or the other, you can do it. Yes. So the holy books are there to guide us. At the same time, what we see as a cumbersome, ambiguous topic has already been sorted if you are a kind of person that chooses to believe in them. But in the real sense of it, if you choose not to believe in the holy books and you don't have personal moral uprightness, believe me sincerely, a lot of things will definitely be working sideways for you in a negative way. And these things determine who you are to the next person. That is what I believe as the society, not even the general body. But how John Michael perceives me right now, how Joseph sees me right now, matters to me a lot than what somebody at Agumbelewo Junction will say. I don't know that person. That's a bigger cycle. But in this space, as we are right now, these people, their impression of me matters. Because if this person can say something negative about me, it means, yes, I'm that bad. But if somebody at junction, somebody at the junction is saying that, I will not care. Because really, that person knows nothing about me. You're only seeing me. But the person sitting down next to me, I've seen one or two things that is not working with them. A lot of persons, Joseph himself do say that he's a bad person.
Yeah,
he says it very well.
I'm not a good person.
If it is to come to a question of debate, I will still stand against Joseph, that Joseph, shut up. You are not a bad person. Believe me sincerely, that's what I would say.
He's not a bad person.
Because the perspective where I'm coming from, the perspective where I'm coming from when it comes to Joseph, I also have my principles. I have what I'm checking in people. The boxes I'm checking for people, you've marked over 70% for the category I will put as good. So if you see yourself as bad, definitely I'm also a bad person. Now, if you ask me why I believe I'm bad, I will tell you these factors. When I tell you, you will most likely say that, but that's not bad. That is my personal conviction. But it matters to you that this is where I am putting myself and this is where you are seeing me. That is what matters. So the necessity of marriage is out of it.
Okay, if you said marriage is not, if you say marriage is not necessary like that, then how do you want to procreate? How do you want to, or do you subscribe to people coming to this world not having a child at all, or just just leaving, come to the world, and going like that?
I like him for something, but I like him I like him to that point where he understood what I was saying and picked up, and he's quite intelligent. I told you about the 400 million years. You know, I said I was coming to that. But he explained better to you. Yes, they were procreating. But it was not like marriage. It was man meeting, they were multiplying.
But then they have to agree.
And they agree, say, Shade mo fẹ́ lie o.
Family did not come.
What they were doing that time was Shade mo fẹ́ lie, mo like it. Shade dey gba, o dey
when
fún
they no be Obuko,
Actually, that's the lifestyle they were living.
That was
yes,
were you there?
Once you see Shade, tell Shade you like Shade, and Shade we hold pillar. Our, you know, the best dog is when you put pillow and you raise it up, then you go raise up, then you wipe it. That was what they were doing. Somebody like me, I know his dog is and give birth to come stubborn. But what I am saying here is that time, before the books came, people were producing. It is the books that is making you feel that if you sleep with somebody and you know you get, the person gets pregnant, it is a huge sin. No. It is a huge sin when you are very stupid and irresponsible not to take care of that child. That is when you are irresponsible.
So the problem we have now is with the institution of doing all this wedding, marriage, calling it.
See, let's even say the truth to ourselves. I'll use you as a point of example. That's why you shouldn't have brought me on your show. I remember before you got married, you used to buy like 4 plates of pepper soup for me. Am I lying? You used to buy. But since you got married, you've not even been able to give me one. No, that's on the lighter note. That's on the lighter note.
Oh Lord,
that's on the lighter note. But truth be told, some of the biggest problems and the heartbreaks, not heartbreak now, you know, you thinking a lot as a man are going through so much.
Hustling, like.
Still because of the woman.
Yeah.
Take away the woman. Trust me. Do you know that? Check it out. You as a man, I don't pray for you. You probably have just a child.
Yeah.
You know, you'll be living comfortably and the child will still be happy. And two of you will be happy.
Definitely.
The problem there is the women. That is why naturally, me, I don't like women. They are not a creature I like to associate with because I say all the time they are the biggest problem of this earth.
But you want to make a child through this woman. How do you copulate with something you don't like?
Because to me you are breaking.
How do you copulate with something you don't like?
What I am saying to you is that you ask the question. Let's not deviate. If marriage is a necessity, if it's necessary, if I can have a child, I'll take care of the child.
Definitely.
You as the woman, don't forget, we own a responsibility to both take care of the child.
Yes.
But even the scriptures you've mentioned, do you know, did not state it, that the father is the head of the household. And I'm coming wait now, and is the one to provide for the family. Is there any way your scripture that says it?
Yeah.
Where? Please, prove it to me. No, prove it to me. There's nothing. You are lying to me.
Now, when you read Bible, and you know there's what they call counseling before you get married,
relax,
right? You don't know counseling in your church
until you can prove that. And when they told you, do not ask for the verse.
They will quote it.
And you do not
I'm not a counselor, but they will quote it for you. There are verses. I don't know.
I thought if you asked me a question, I would respond.
Joseph,
what I am saying is that, see, it's marriage a necessity.
Just like go and read Bible.
Relax. On the long run, see, the woman coming into this frame is the same way if you ask the women. Many of them now,
but Joseph, how do you
many
want to
of them now wants to be alone.
Okay, so you want to have a child and collect the child and let the woman be?
I don't want to collect the child, but I have a child who bears my name. That's why it's 2. It takes 2 to tango. Even if the child relax, even if the child will be with you as the woman, now who they go call, who they fight for, who go paternity, what they call her, now you know. So far I have access to that child. So far the child is living a good life, my own belief. So far the child has the basic needs. I am fine.
But the woman shouldn't be under your roof, right?
Because it's a problem. That's why you have so many burial grounds where, rest in peace, Pa Ajimo, Adeyinka.
Women shouldn't be under your roof. I think maybe the essence of marriage is for a man and woman to be together under the same roof. And do you think just a parent, maybe just a woman or just a man, can take care of a child?
You are being emotional here because you are no longer dealing with the topics. You are not being emotional. You are trying to get a point from him.
No,
that's what you are doing.
I'm just asking.
You are saying that what you are saying here is
based
that.
On what
do you
said.
think a man can take care of a child? That's not what we are talking about.
No, that was what you said.
You said marriage is a necessity, and you should deal with that topic as the host.
You said, we have to ask questions.
Yes, okay.
I'm still within the same thing. We're still talking about we're still talking within the institution of marriage.
Joseph. With the question that you just asked, based
on what you said, that was why I asked that question.
Okay.
You said the child can be with anybody, the man or the woman, as long as the child is enjoying a good life. So I'm not asking that can one of the parents only take care of a child responsibly.
In a real sense of it, sincerely speaking, majority of time, it is not advisable for a single parent to take care of a child. And I will tell you why. The way the male folks are wired is to insert, we believe so much in authority, we believe so much in self-development, we believe so much in firmness, decisiveness. That is how we are wired.
Like soldiers.
So, yeah, exactly. So if a man is going to take care of a child, if a man is going to be raising a child, no matter the gender, these are the basic things I will definitely teach the child. Now, the way women are wired, women naturally are perceived as the more emotional.
Yes.
The ones with love, the ones with care and much attention and affection. So when a woman is taking care of a child alone, she will most likely also do what? Teach this child about these things.
Emotion, love, affection. And
Now, a male child that is supposed to develop with the mindset and mentality of decisiveness, that grew up just in the atmosphere of love and all these things, will definitely come to the society as a weak person. A woman that is being brought up by a man, just a man. Now, please, let's get something straight. A person can lose their partner when they were very young in marriage. And then the woman or the man will decide to take care of the child, and then the child will grow up well. Now, it is different from we separated from when we were younger. And the difference is very simple. It depends on how I see you before. It depends on how I see the person before the person dies. That is what we determine. A lot of women that lost their husbands when they were younger, I have them a lot around me. They train their children with, your father will never allow this to happen. That kind of word will always reschedule whatever is going on in the mind of a child. But in a situation whereby your father just up and left, no father figure, thank you. No, you really have no definition for how your father was when he was still there with you people. How can I cite that person as an example for you to check yourself? It is impossible. So a woman that is growing up with a man that is being taught about firmness, and you want that kind of woman to eventually grow up and get married to somebody and actually maintain marriage. Now, we say that, okay, alpha male, alpha female, that's a problem. When you have two alphas staying together, it means that you have two bosses in the same boss. How do you want to control the boss?
Let's go this way.
Wrong?
No, this way. No, this way.
Everybody wants to have a say, and it must happen the way I want to say it. There will always be a problem. But a child that grew up in the environment of both parents, father and mother together, no matter how dysfunctional it can look, but they still maintain the strength. All marriages are going to have problems. It depends on how we are able to bring ourselves up and continue the journey. That's what we matter at the end of the day. These children, as small or as big as they are seeing everything. They are learning every day. Your parents might be dysfunctional, but the mere fact that you are seeing them together will always send a message to you. No matter what happens, the family will still stand, must still stand. So it will always be there in the head. So eventually when you get married too, it is not going to be rocket science before you start acting out the things that you believe that, oh, my dad did this, it is wrong. Me, I will not do that. My mom is doing this in my father's house. No, when I get married, this cannot work in my own house. They are there to serve as examples. Example does not mean that compulsorily you must follow it. It's at times it is to show you what you should not become.
Just a guy.
It's as simple as that.
Right.
So family is important for me when growing up. It is very, very important. It's very, very key. You pick majority of who you will become from there. Either a good person or a bad person. You will definitely pick it from there.
All right, Joseph, talking about this thing called marriage, apart from the fact that we want to reproduce, you want to give back, are there no other benefits, like friendship, companionship? You know, there are times you are in your down time and you need somebody to talk to. But if you're talking to a guy like me, I like about, we'll go drink beer, we'll drink, we'll be okay. But after you don't drink beer, wait, you think it'll come up for your eyes.
Yeah.
You see if it's still there. But when you have a woman around you, she can, honey, you guys can reason together, without even under the idea or anything. You can sit together, You can put your
They
hand
can
on
even make
her
you feel
chest.
like that
Yeah,
big problem is listening.
make you feel like a baby, and you know she talks to you. And what are the other benefits? Don't you think?
Okay, so it's quite unfortunate, do you know, for me personally, because I feel like next year, March 10, I'll be 34. And to every of the persons I've analyzed with or speak with when it comes to shows or talk with, we are always in that same age bracket. Somebody like me, I'm number 24 out of 26 children. Do you understand?
Each time you
I
say
know I'm
this-
coming. Wait now. Don't make me debate.
Each time you talk, I don't.
You didn't sound funny when you were asking
Yeah.
the question, so do not sound funny now.
All right.
I'm number 24 out of 26. And growing up, you know, life taught me a lot.
Yeah.
Just that unfortunately, you see my cheeks. I do not look like who they suffer. But unfortunately, the reason why you've never seen me on short sleeve before, it has a reason cannot be said on air. What I'm trying to say in a nutshell, but I hope you are listening. Don't forget that analysis here. Is that, see, all the things he has said is because, to a large extent, he had good parents. So, bravo to them. We won't coin level. That is how it's supposed to be. Because the knowledge, as I said, if you listened, 34, the bracket, it means we're almost getting to 40. So that age bracket, we are children of the last gap of 90s.
Yeah.
So the parents, of course, taught you well. But if you analyze my forte, which means my strength, sports, you must be analyzing based on what is currently happening. If I'm to analyze with my analysis here, it's based on what is currently happening. So, sir, once again, you are wrong with all due respect. I will come back to the current generation because everything you want to do now is now. Do you understand? What I'm saying now is that if all these things you've said, because our parents lived a good life now, those ones, they had people who taught them well. But unfortunately, technology came in, so many things came in. The good it has done cannot be compared to the harm it has done to us. So I'm going to base some analysis on now. So if we're talking about now, if you're being realistic, because then with your analysis, this thing was sold for 100 now, but now one of this is 1,800. I hope you're understanding.
Yes.
Thank you. It's the same way they will say a Totti or a Maldini of AC Milan, those days were good. What we're analyzing now is a Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi. Thank you. So based on current analysis, sir, and going of what is trending right now, what is happening here, if we are not lying to ourselves, sir, marriage is over bloated, and one of the biggest problems and the reason why
Joseph,
men
that
will
is
die
what
quick.
That is what you're supposed to realize.
All right, you know what? Let's go.
That's why you have so many obituaries.
Yes, let's go on
Men.
a short break now. When we return, we'll come and.
That's why there are so many graves. Like in John Michael's house, opposite there's a grave there.
There's no grave there.
Mr. Oyepekunda is written
We'll be
there.
right back. We'll be right back. You know my house. There's no grave.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine would be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and it feels so reserved. It really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Francis is an amazing person, but I hate the too much attachment to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you, Are the vex so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said, he likes saying when I was in the world, And the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, is it actually out of this world? We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, MC Too Much, I beg you to talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secure in his worth, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Welcome back, and the program is 2 Men on Court on Western Spring Television. It is hot, well. I want to enjoy them the way they hot. Then they drag them. I just tell you one fact now tonight. See, Joseph here never marry. This bro said don't marry.
And I don't plan to.
He said you don't plan to. You go marry. Joseph, I thought you will marry.
Yeah, marry.
You will marry. We go see. You see, say you come if you come our wedding, come drink, come enjoy, come dance. We go dance for our wedding too. This is how we have our wedding. Also, we forget that. All right, you were saying I was talking about the benefits. I don't feel that there are no benefits whatsoever in marriage.
Okay, so I've had a relationship once before. Then I was very slim, not this big, but I was, fresh from Uniben now, sweet boy. Then 2014, I had one, and at 2014, I think I was 24 there, but I can't calculate the age right now. But then I know I've had one that, we lived together and everything. One thing I noticed was that every of the bills were paid by me. And to every of the time I come into the house, even though she understood sometimes, and sometimes, want to escalate things, women, while I'm sleeping on the bed, probably carry the bed sheet, dust it. I don't know why some people will go out, carry pillow, throw it where it's not, all those things they do. I saw I wasn't happy, personally. Because women naturally are built that way. They are loving, they are good people. But there's this thing about them that they expect so much from the man. And me personally, that is why I mentioned, you weren't listening. That was why I mentioned how many children my father gave it and how the street built me. Now, if you want so much, me personally did not have so much. Right now, don't have so much. But is believing will have so much. So if I'm trying right now, except you find one which is understanding, and there are a lot of them. But you see, my analysis is always based on one thing. Once it's 70-30, 70%, that's where I stick with. The remaining 30 showed me they are like miracle. I hope you understand.
Yeah.
So except
your friend
that,
said 80-20, you said 70-30, you still won't upgrade them small.
Yeah. If you say 70-30, that's 70. So there are 70 bad women, there are 30 good. I'll stick with the 70 that people are bad. Because you most likely find them in places where you've never been.
Definitely.
Do you understand what I'm saying here? So I do my analysis with that. So if you see one, it's a miracle to me. But that maybe that wasn't a miracle because I saw hell. So the times you got the best out of her were the times you gave. And the times she thought things were coming. It's not, There's so many marriages like that. I've seen married people complain. There's a program called the Bemi Koya on our station now. There's marriage palaver on our station now. On Monday, Baba Ikene, if he promised me, say he go bring something. Friday, we should not bring it, but I'm sure that Baba Ikene he don't blow you doggy like 22 times because you don't born like 6 children for him. I've given you, but he does not have now. So why is Baba Ikene name mentioned? But as they say, women are built like that. To me, it's irritating. I'm sorry. Maybe because the way I was brought up, I want to be happy. I want to live a good life. But there is one thing I always put into mind, which I don't deceive myself of, which is that there is God. And the God I believe that speaks to me is my conscience. That is why, to be honest, I will never wish you bad, because my conscience will prick me. If anybody in this station knows me well, because you talked about your surrounding, if I offend you, they know me well. I'm always quick to say I'm sorry. But if I do not come back to say I'm sorry, know that you are wrong and that thing will continue. Thank you.
All right. From what Joseph is saying now, we've been talking about women. Does that mean that men too are always perfect when it comes to this thing? Because he was talking about women always want to, like they're always demanding, they're bringing, we don't make where, but only women go Allah.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the way you put it.
Because you are married now, why won't you be grateful?
No, we are talking about
you are married now.
Men too get Allah now.
Because your wives will be watching this thing. That's why people are here discussing this thing.
That's the funny thing. I don't even care if my wife is going to watch it or not. That's the funny thing.
That is it.
I don't even care. Okay. It is how it looks
when you
to me,
marry,
how it feels to me,
marry,
how
you go still
it
talk.
is.
We go still talk all these things together. When you don't marry, your wife will watch. We go still talk. Nothing they happen.
See, going by the holy books, especially the Bible now, a part of the Bible said, God was sad when he saw that man is the thought of man is constantly evil. Now, God was the one that created everybody. Not talking about gender now. But why is he sad that, okay, what I created is constantly thinking
about evil,
not even good? That's to tell you something. It means that the population of people we have on earth now, be it 7 billion or 1 million, we are all bad. It's all about the perspective. It's about the person that you are meeting with. How bad, the level of bad in that person. But one thing is certain, if you ask anybody about anybody, you will give it. The only of people that are here in this life that, okay, no, this person is good, this person is good, are supposed to be the so-called prophets that God sent to this world. But guess what? I'm a Christian today. Jah Michael can be a Muslim. Why is he also not a Christian? When he's going to tell you the reason why he's not a Christian, it all boils down to Jesus Christ. How he does not agree with something about Jesus Christ. How he sees Jesus Christ in a light that he cannot agree with. If you ask me why am I not a Muslim, I will tell you, sorry. A part of me feels like, okay, maybe they are violent. They are like this, and it all begins from their leader. Who? The prophet. So that tells you that even the people that you are expected that you are expecting that they should be good, that they should be the example, we can still see them as bad, depending on how you are seeing them.
Perception.
So this boils down to, yes, all women are bad. When I'm having discussion with my father, it still happened yesterday. I still had a discussion with my dad. My dad was complaining about some things to me concerning my mother. I was laughing because, I mean,
you don't think about it. You don't sound small.
If I'm to think about it, these people are married for over 30 years, and this man can still be complaining about this woman. This kind of thing. I was just laughing, and my dad was like, why are you laughing? I said, Daddy, okay, your own marriage is over 30 years. My own is just 3 years. And this thing that you are talking about, I experienced it too. Just that the level is different. But one thing I've got to realize is this. If I am dwelling too much on the bad that the other gender can be, I will lose the focus on why they are even created in the first place.
And you also near the grave too.
I had a joke with my wife this morning. We were that was around the period when the weather was somehow funny. She
Funny.
was saying,
What do you mean by funny?
like
was cold
it
now.
felt like no, it felt like it was going to rain.
What's funny?
It was very cloudy.
No, that was, hello.
Okay.
That's not the issue.
Okay, it's not,
It
it's not
was,
this one. Okay.
the weather was looking like it was going to rain.
Okay.
So my wife was like,
you don't mean it,
babe, go and check the window of the room. Check that.
to lock it.
You get. Now
Lock
I was
the door.
Lock the door. Lock the window.
I'm done with this.
Hey.
Okay, it's
Go,
time
come
to
back
explain
to
something.
Okay.
Okay.
So I had to be like, okay, so I should rush to the bedroom to go and see. if
To the
the-
bedroom, oh.
I should rush to the kitchen. If
So you
the
go be
window is
rushing
up.
for me.
Wait, what if I fall down and die?
No, you
She
will fall
said,
down.
no, now you will not die.
Your
I
house
said,
is starred.
okay,
You can't fall
that
down.
is the reason why
There's
we
rock
have
everywhere.
a lot of landladies and few landlords living till today.
It's true.
Wow.
That's what I said. She said, what do you mean? I said, why can't you stand up,
And go and do
go
it.
to the kitchen when you are the one thinking about it now?
Or you go to the bedroom.
Or
go to the
exactly.
kitchen. Let's
Why
share it.
not share it? Now, the same me that is going to check the windows, the rain is already feeling like it's going to fall, like it's already drizzling. The same me we still have to go out
The
to
vehicle.
go and check if all the glasses for the vehicle are wind up properly. I mean, if this thing continues, I will die.
That's
very
on a lighter
soon.
note, sir. But
On a very lighter note.
No, what
But
we
the
said
truth is
actually, yeah.
that, of course, I know. But the truth is,
so you agree
is
that they
how-
die quick?
Of course. But the
I
truth
agree
is
with you.
this.
Thank you.
The truth is this. You are going to die quick if you allow yourself to die quick. It's
I
as
like
simple as
you.
that.
I like
Yeah.
you. Want to fall from where?
If you don't want to die, Biko, check your health. Take care of yourself. Don't break down before you go and do your checkup. Check yourself properly. What you cannot do, don't attempt it because you want to please anybody.
And as the time is
No.
winding down, and just to echo his words too, because we're not here to argue and win any belt.
Yeah.
We're here to make sense because our viewers are relying on our analysis here. To be honest with you, see, if marriage will come, don't forget I said 70-30.
Yeah.
30. That 30 doesn't still mean that it's totally useless.
Yeah.
There's a 30%. If it's called 30, you're not the ultimate. You only pass. Do you understand what I'm saying? That 30 means if you can find somebody who understands you truly,
Yeah.
who gets you, please stick with the person. Because it's hard.
But Joseph, do you believe you can? Do you feel you can't find someone who understands you?
I can.
But
Well,
with
because it's
your
70-30
mindset,
now.
will your mindset allow you find that person?
No, it's
naturally-
laziness.
No,
It's
no,
laziness.
naturally, sir, this thing,
It's laziness.
this thing,
Sincerely.
no, naturally, this thing and my kind of person will not allow me find. the
That
person,
is
so,
it. Now you get
so,
it.
but I will find the
Me, I
person.
still don't believe that it is this thing that will not allow you to find. It is laziness. And the laziness is because you don't want to go through the stress of, okay, let me do my possible best to see a person that will fit my profile.
All right. Okay. We have to run. We have to run.
We have to run.
Just
100 meters
in
away.
30 seconds. What's your take on this one tonight? Marriage, necessity, not necessity. What's going to be advice?
Oh, so I love
Say.
women, I love men, and so far you're a good person, I love you. But when you say you're stupid, me myself, I was born a bastard. But I want to say that, see, as a man or marriage itself, if you find somebody who pleases you, who love you, because it is economical, I won't lie to you, when you marry. If a woman loves you, trust me, your life will be better. So marriage,
Yeah, look at the economical factor.
no, marry somebody who loves you more, but then do not take their love for granted.
Yeah.
And secondly, ensure you get close to somebody who truly understands you and just want to be with you. To be honest with you, I have boobs, so easy breast.
Joseph.
Just marry somebody who likes you and who loves you for who you are. Thank you.
Joseph, we go marry.
Hopefully.
You
Hallelujah!
All right,
Don't
yeah,
change.
10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Okay, so what I will say is going to be that no matter what, no matter the pressure that the society is mounting on you, your parents, whosoever, check yourself, be sure of who you are and where you are standing before deciding to get married or not. If you see that you don't have the capability, not just financial now, even the
Mentality,
strength,
spiritually.
don't go for it. It is not for you. So, but you can find other things that you're good with that will suit your personality. Do it, excel. The only thing that matters in this life is your happiness.
All right.
We are approaching Jamaica's 1 year anniversary very soon.
Oh, that is. All right, it's a wrap on the show tonight. I want to say thank you very much for being a part of our world. You can check past episodes of this particular program on at Western Spring Television on YouTube, Instagram. You can check us on Facebook and every other platform right there. And big shout out to all the crew, the entire crew of this particular program. You guys are wonderful. Baba, Sheyi, all of you guys are wonderful guys. All right, see you guys next week for another edition of the program. I still remain J to the A to the H MIC Jamichael, Mr. 223, saying bye bye, good night, peace out.
This is Neil, our 9th orphaned pangolin baby. Neil was born in captivity on the bushmeat table, and I was called. I dashed down there and rescued him. I was the one that removed his umbilical cord, and we've been feeding him on special formula. He's about 4 months old now. Yeah, that's like food. I've had an ear nuzzled by a pangolin. I feel lucky and I feel special. From when I was a very young child, I have always been interested in animals. So it wasn't very surprising that I became a veterinarian because I wanted to help animals. Also, I'm a wildlife conservationist. I rescue wildlife, rehabilitate, and release back to nature. And then in the process of growing up, I have come to realize that we have this very, very horrific attitude to the animals around us. Every animal is bushmeat. So instead of complaining about the situation, I wanted to try to cause a difference. And what better place to go to see these victims of the wildlife trade than the bushmeat market? The first time I visited the bushmeat market, nothing prepared me for what I saw. Table full of animals, different species, species that had not seen to see able to experience. I was embarrassed. It breaks me every time seeing them like this and the horrible way they died. This guy is just beginning to start his life. He has a long way to go. In going to the bushmeat market, I realized that you see some live animals that can be rescued. When I started, I did not discriminate. Any animal in need, I get. But along the line, in one of my visits, I came across a strange creature. From the description of it, I quickly checked online and, whoa, pangolins. You mean we have pangolins here in Nigeria? I didn't know. The day I saw my first pangolin, I knew I was sold. And then by the time I got to know their status as threatened with action, I knew that something would have to be done so that these lovely creatures do not die. And you look into the eyes of a pangolin, you are caught up in pangolins. So how do you look into these eyes and turn your back on him? A lot of people do not know about pangolins, but it is the most widely traded mammal. Because of the interest in the pangolin for their scales, you have that into the bush exclusively for pangolins, to look for pangolins. So right now on the bushmeat table, you get average of 7, 9 pangolins every day. And that's what you see on the table. They are traded openly despite their size is one section level. The law enforcement do not even know about it, and this thing continues unabated. Convincing the bushmeat hunter, the trail to let is not an easy thing. Once they have this animal, all think of is me. Sadly, while it comes to that, especially when I get an animal and I say, look, I am going with this animal, I do whatever it takes.
Okay, so adult female, 0.74. Adult male, about 1 inch gash on the right side of the head.
One thing I found about the pangolin is a paucity of information. Very little on the white-bellied pangolin that we have here in Nigeria. So it has had to be more like learning on the job, trial by error. It's been very, very traumatic. I have come to learn that they don't do very well in captivity. When you get them, you rehabilitate, rehydrate, but you want to release as soon as possible. Lufasi is a protected park and they have graciously granted me space. So what I did was to fence a portion of nature with the trees, anthills, good feeding sites for pangolins. So what we do is after rescue or rehabilitation in the hospital, we bring to the rehab center and then we release them there. And it's actually the first of its kind in West Africa. And we're very proud to be at the forefront of pangolin rescue and rehabilitation in West Africa. Now, Sharon, I want to ask you something. What is the pangolin covered with?
Pangolins are covered with scales.
Yes.
And the scales are like the fingernails in our hands.
Some people believe that when they eat the scales, it will heal them and get them well. Do you think it makes sense?
No.
If somebody is sick and they eat the fingernails, do you think they'll get well?
No.
Why? It doesn't make sense, right?
Yes.
The most exciting thing for me in my rescue work is point of release. It is most spiritual for me. You get this heightened sense of accomplishment. You have assisted nature. You have taken something that was supposed to die due to the destructive activities of man, and you have successfully released back into nature. I might not be able to save all the animals in the world, but for this animal that I have saved and released back to the wild, it's the world to the animal. There's a tradition, a culture in Nigeria that refers to pangolins as idiots. They are not idiots. If only people knew how wise these guys are. One of the challenges is ignorance. People have the wrong information, misinformation. And what I have come to do is education. If we don't take care of these guys and they go extinct, the ant population is going to explode. One very, very interesting part of my work is what I'll call the pangolin orphanage. Lots of these pangolins, the females, they give birth in captivity. And at this point, they are usually very stressed, very weak. They usually don't make it. But these babies that are born, they are practically useless to the bushmeat sellers. So I have come to an arrangement with them. Whenever they have a newborn, they call me. Their reproduction rate is very, very slow. You get one pangolin pup being born every 18 months. The rate of removal is way higher than the rate of replacement. We have a very short window to fight this decline of pangolins. If we do not conserve our natural resources, if we do not save these animals around us, it's humanity that will suffer. When you save these animals, you're actually saving humanity. If we kill off all these animals, it will just be you and I looking at our ugly faces. It's not palatable.
Arrested, affected, sound, A to Z, check and confirm. Eva is pounding current events, traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guide transmission, even diffusion, but this fact are fled. Seconds, nuggets of words of workers is fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Today, smart devices help us to stay up to date with information from across the globe. Do well to stay up to date with weather forecasts. Follow weather advisories such as during a heat wave. Staying hydrated by carrying a water bottle with you. Keeping the environment cool or at the least well ventilated. Keeping indoors as much as you can between 12 and 3 p.m., especially for children, pregnant women, and the elderly. Wearing light clothes, protective glasses and hats. Taking cool showers, and most important, keeping help and having emergency lines at easy range. It is such a delight to welcome you on board Spring Clinic, live from the Western Spring Television Studios. I am Temitope Ajijola Oluwaola. On Spring Clinic, we'll delve into everything health and well-being so we can help you not only to feel better, but also bring you information that will help you reduce the risk of diseases, lengthen your lifespan, save your money, and benefit the environment. As is our custom, I will not be on the broadcast alone because, like you, dear viewer, I am also willing to learn more about my health and be better at it. We'll be having the honor of our own medic, seasoned family physician with over a decade's worth of experience under his sleeve, Dr. Ayodeji Ogunbemi, taking us through the session, step by step. Thank you for appearing on the show again, Director Sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
All right, Doctor, please give us a brief overview of what the human body is.
Thank you for that question. I'm laughing because, okay, the human body.
Yes.
And that's what I've learned for over many years, but in a few minutes.
Sometimes.
The human body, I like to describe it as one of the most complex beings that exists. And it's like saying one should describe what a country is. So maybe I should describe it by listing the components, not the systems now. Component. The human body has different parts, though working as a unit, but yet comprises of different smaller parts. And it is well integrated into that unit system. The smallest part, or the smallest living part of a human body is what we call the cell. It applies to every living being on the earth. And so the cell in the human body, we have billions of cells. I don't think any scientific detail has given us the number of cells we have in a human body, because cells keep replicating, you know. So it's the smallest possible living unit in the human body. And a group of cells that are similar will be described as a tissue. They are a group of similar cells that perform similar functions will be described as a tissue. And a group of tissues, not necessarily similar this time around, but organized to perform a certain function, will be described as an organ. So you can see that it's getting bigger. And then a connection of organs or organ systems, the way some texts will put it. Obviously, different kind of cells, different kind of tissues, organized to different organs, and different organs now coming together to perform certain, not necessarily one or two, it could be so many functions, but they are intertwined, you know. So we can call these ones systems. So the human body is just a bag of so many things working together. So it's we are actually different from other species based on our intelligence. You know, all this I'm describing, you could find it in an animal, but the intelligence we have makes us superior. So if you ask me to describe the human body is just a miracle walking on two legs.
Oh, really? I thought doctors do not believe in miracles.
Well, we do. We do. It's not that we don't believe in miracles, but it has to be scientifically backed. It has to be. It must be something I can not necessarily predict, but I should be able to say this is what led to this. So
it must have an explanation.
It must have an explanation to it.
All right, today we'll focus on 6 of the 9 major organ systems, like Dr. said: the respiratory system, the circulatory system, the digestive system, the excretory system, the nervous system, the reproductive system. We're hoping that Doctor will be able to give us, we want an extensive one, but we really cannot do that on the show. But with all this revelation, so Doctor, let's begin, really. Let's begin in earnest, on what, each of the system is. Let's begin with the digestive system.
Okay. Digestive, why? Okay. Food
okay.
Okay, no problem. No problem. That's okay. Digestive system is, we need to, I will not go too much into details because these systems are actually areas of specialty where somebody would have spent several years in mastering. You understand what I'm talking about? So there's no way I can, within a few minutes, go into details, but I'll try to explain, at least for every body that is watching will have something to take home. While in the introductory part, I mentioned that different organs constitute a system in order to achieve one or more functions. So different organs have come together, or have been put together by design to aid digestion. That's why it's called digestive system. So you might find some organs that are playing more than one role. I may mention an organ that does something else in another system. For example, the liver is part of the digestive system. It's also part of the hemopoietic system. You get what I'm talking about? So let me talk from anatomical perspective, then we'll go straight. Let's say from the mouth, because digestion will start from the mouth. Or the system starts from the mouth. And that's why we have a lot of things. Maybe with the little I would say, we'll tend to appreciate some things that we have. We have the lips, we have the denture, then we have the mouth, oral cavity, we have the tongue, and it goes straight into the esophagus, to the stomach, from the stomach to the small intestine, from the small intestine to the large intestine, and then from large intestine it goes out. The waste comes out. Now, that is just a tract, because that's like a tube, if you look at it. If you look at it from the mouth, it's just like a tube, goes straight into the esophagus. Now, there's a delicate system at the junction in which the mouth leads to the esophagus. Because at that same junction, we have the airway, that is from the nose, goes back. The mouth is in front, the nose, the nasal cavity. The nasal cavity is on top, the oral cavity is beneath, and at the back is just a big cavity that food air passes through. Okay, the diagram is there. Food air passes through, then food goes to the back, esophagus, then air comes from the nasal cavity straight into the trachea. But we'll talk about respiratory system later. The teeth, the lips are there to help grasp food. It's important. Those that don't have lips, maybe due to trauma, or for whatever reason, have difficulty grasping food substances. The dentures are there to break down the chunk. Let's assume it's yam, piece of yam. The dentures are there, the teeth is there to break it down from the big, yes, to tiny pieces. And then we have the salivary gland, because we're talking about a system now. I've talked about the tract, then I'll start talking about different things that enters into it. We have salivary glands that produces saliva. Now, the saliva, though a lot of times people don't understand or don't know the importance of the saliva. Aside from the saliva causing some form of lubrication, the salivary gland produces saliva that contains different enzymes that helps to break down the food. So while chewing, they also mixing. I hope I pronounced it very well. Mixing the solid food with the saliva that contains enzymes that starts to break down the food.
That's why you said digestion starts from the mouth.
Yes, it starts from the mouth. So it starts to break down the food, whatever food you're eating. Even if it's bone, it just starts from there because you crush it, then saliva comes out. Saliva lubricates because you can imagine if there's no saliva, if you are eating, it will be smooth. Let me just
really rough.
That people, it will be so rough. It can even cause minor bruises and things like that. But the saliva just lubricates everything and it starts to break it, and there is a lot of mixing that has gone on. You know, just like I don't know what they call this. I think they call it mixer. Those that produce cement. Those that produce these cement plasters or make bricks. You know, they mix it sand and cement and then water. So it helps the cement and the sand. So that goes on in the mouth. A lot of times people don't understand that. We just eat and then swallow. So by the time it's getting into the esophagus is just a conduit. You know, it's just smooth muscles. Then it goes into the stomach. Now, in the stomach, something wonderful happens. The stomach can be like, we can describe it like a tank, water storage tank. So the food gets there. Now, different things happen there. The stomach, being a container one, that's when people say, I'm full. I've eaten, I'm full. Does not mean that the food has gotten to anywhere. The food is just in the stomach. And the stomach is also a bag of smooth muscle, so it can stretch. And that's why some people after feeding, the stomach is so big. Then once it is out of the stomach, it goes down, you know. I need to say this, while the mixing goes on in the mouth and the swallowing, sometimes you also swallow in air. So the air, because sometimes people say things like, after eating, I belch.
Yes.
I belch. And then they come to us sometimes and tell them, they are clients. Anytime you are swallowing, air goes in with the food. And every time we all know this, air will always be on top. So when it gets to the storage stomach, air will be on top. And after a while, it will look for a way to escape. Then it escapes and comes out. And then when it belches. You understand this you must have experienced it before. That whenever you belch, it gives like an aftertaste of the meal.
More like a fragrance from.
Yes, from the last meal. Except there's a problem in the stomach. The aftertaste of belching may be different if there's a problem in the stomach. You know, maybe the food is not being well processed, then it has a foul smell or a foul taste. You know, or there's no food there and the person belches, or while trying to vomit, you know, belches, then it has an acidic taste. You know, sometimes a bilious taste, like bile. So absolutely get this. So the stomach produces acid.
That's what it produces.
Yes, produces acid. That's why people have ulcers. You know, I want you to
process that. Because I was going to ask if, is it the acid the stomach produces that really causes ulcers, or there are other factors?
Since you have gotten to the stomach, so the food has gotten to the stomach.
Yes.
So let us talk about the stomach. So the stomach is a bag of smooth muscles. It has two sphincters. We call it like an opening on top, an opening below, well tightened. So we call it sphincters. That is, it opens to allow food or to either to come in or to exit. And then it closes while trying to, because even in the stomach too, is a bag of smooth muscles. There's a lot of rhythmic contractions that helps to, you know, also break down the food and mix the food with the acid. Now, the stomach produces acid. I won't go into details too much. The stomach produces acid to also help break, just like if you put an acid on this table, it will corrode it. It will just, that's what the acid does to the food. It breaks it down to more processable components. So let me link it up to the peptic acid disease, peptic acid disease. In fact, the general name is acid peptic disease. That is peptic. Oh, I want me to go into details though.
Just
okay, so
in a way
the stomach produces acid. It produces acid normally, but the acid does not, is designed not to corrode the stomach itself. That is the first wonder. Because you will wonder, if something is producing acid and the acid is not destroying it itself, the stomach is laid with a mucous membrane that prevents the acid from eating up the wall of the stomach itself. So there are different glands that produce the acid, but the acid is unable to touch the wall of the stomach because of this mucous layer. So anything that increases, so there's a delicate balance, the mucous layer, the food that is being mixed with, and the acid, the quantity of acid. Anything that affects either of these three can predispose to acid peptic disease. So, number one factor, stress. Stress increases the production of acid in the stomach. So, this, once the acid increases more than the normal quantity, it will have more time to deal with the mucous layer. One. Two, a very common one is H. pylori infection. H. pylori infection is very common anyway. What it does is that organism bores holes through the mucous layer that lines the stomach wall. So once it bores a hole, the acid produced by the stomach has a means of penetrating and getting to the wall. That's number two. Number three, you hear people say things like, okay, he's not eating well, so that's why he has ulcer or symptoms of ulcer. Yes, that's also a factor. If you don't eat well, there are times that the acid will be released, but it has nothing to mix with. So it increases the time to deal with the mucous layer and then affect the wall of the stomach. Now, there are other factors that could also cause it, but because of time. So if the food passes through the stomach, it spends some time in the stomach, depending on the kind of food anyway. It depends on the kind of food. So it spends, I can't put a time to it, but it spends some time in the stomach. Then when the stomach, even the small intestine. Now in the small intestine, you have the liver that has a duct. The liver has a duct into, that's where bile comes from. You know, it is when you have the liver, then you have the bile, the gallbladder. The gallbladder usually contains bile that is very bitter. You know. Now, though bitter, but very important. The bile, once released, helps in the digestion of fatty food. Specifically. If the bile is not released, whatever fatty food the person has taken in goes through the feces, becomes a waste. So usually, we tend to know if the person has a bile problem or a liver problem when doctors ask a question like, when you pass feces, what is the color? If you say it is like white, my feces are like white, then it floats. It looks, we know that, okay, it contains a lot of fats, which means that there's a problem with the bile or the bilious system or the liver at large. So I'm tying our questions to how doctors think. So now the pancreas too is there. It's part of the digestive system where we have a lot of enzymes that also help in our enzymes, we call them ACE. All these things end with ACE. So when people are reading their text, so these are released into the small intestine to help to break down the food. At that time, the food looks like it's no more like chime. By the time you get to it's not like a paste. Like a paste. After the digestion has taken place, or let me say the breaking down, then and until then will there be absorption through the walls of the small intestine. So you find that small intestine is usually a very sweet part. When people deal with animals. Very sweet part because it's very rich. That's where things will pass through. And then it has a lot of blood vessels because it is through the blood vessels that the absorption will take place and then enters the system. Now it goes from there to the large intestine. The large intestine is largely a retainer. largely a retainer. So the feces gets into the large intestine, where we call the colon, rectum, sigmoid colon, different parts of it, ascending, transverse, descending colon, sigmoid colon, then the rectum. The rectum is close to the anus, then it comes out. It's just a retainer. Now, I mentioned earlier that by the time you get to the small intestine, we have things like chyme, just like paste. But by the time it gets into the rectum, it's going to spend some time there. If the person has a form of dehydration, that is, water is not enough in the body will quickly send messages to the large intestine that don't allow that feces to pass. So, because at that time, it looks like water. You get it? So, the large intestine will retain the feces and that is what? Drain the fluid so that the water goes back into the body and then the feces comes out hard.
So that's a problem.
Now, if it comes out hard, it tells us as physicians that the person could be dehydrated or the person could be constipated. Constipation is where you are passing hard stool. You know, so we have to look at it. Okay, is it because the person is dehydrated that's passing hard stool or something is obstructing it? If somebody tells me that it passes hard stool constantly, then I have to think of, is there an obstruction or is this person constantly or regularly dehydrated that is causing the, that it becomes like the body is trying to compensate that. Don't allow water to go out. Let us, it happens in urine too. When people say that I'm passing yellow urine, it's not, and they associate it when they are sick. When anybody is dehydrated, you don't have enough water in your body, urine, instead of coming out fast, will be delayed. Water will be taken back, and then the color of urine starts to change to something like yellow. It happens, I don't know what to say, it happens when people are sick.
I would love you to hold that thought. We'll need to go on a very quick break now. But when we get back, we'll start right there from where Dr. stopped, urine, and then we'll quickly get to another system, the respiratory system.
Illegal bushmeat is not cool, but it's on sale in our cities, risking extinction and our health. And many of our iconic wild animals are threatened. So please be cool and say no to illegal bushmeat. And let's make Nigeria better for wildlife and safer for us all. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
James Ajibolaige was a lawyer who obtained his first degree in classics from Nigeria's premier University of Ibadan. Born September 13, 1930, the orator and the polyglot spoke impeccable English, French, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba languages. His fine diction placed him among classical orators and public speakers like Cicero, the Roman orator. This attribute earned him the prefix Cicero of Esauke. He authored Kaduna Boy, an autobiography, Detainee's Diary, Constitution, and the People, among 6 other books. Bolaige was a colorful politician, elected governor of Oyo State in 1979 and appointed a federal minister in 1999. He was a pioneer founder of Afenifere, the Yoruba social, cultural, and political group. He invested his political sagacity to propel the group to the height of political leadership and decision-making in the southwest of Nigeria. Bolaige was assassinated on the 23rd December 2001. His murderers are yet to be apprehended till today. Western Spring Television identifies Bolaige as a watershed character in history.
Right, if you're just joining us, this is Spring Clinic on Western Spring Television, and today we're talking about our organs, our system, and the respiratory system, like I said, the circulatory system, the digestive system, the excretory system, the nervous system, the reproductive system. But presently, we are dwelling on the digestive system, and Doctor has really been doing justice to that. Before we went on the break, we talked about, I stopped you on the part where we're talking about the urine and the color and what the specifics are.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. We are back. Well, the urine, the urine is not part of the digestive system, but we got on it trying to talk about how the body conserves water and how a lot of people misinterpret it to mean different things. So what led us to that was the issue of passage of hard stool. That whenever someone has not taken enough water, the colon, that is the large intestine, there's a message that gets to it that don't allow this waste product, as it were, plus water to pass out. So just hold it, let's drain the water before the waste comes out, and that leads to passage of hard stool. Now, then I now linked it up to that of urine, that people, it's the same system that happens in an apparently well person that takes enough water. Urine should be colorless, should be like water, just be colorless. But urine also contains a lot of waste products. Now, these waste products, they have their color, but because it is well diluted, I'm using normal words just to convey the message. Well diluted, so it comes out like normal water. That's why I hear people say things like, yeah, urine looks like water. It's good, fantastic. Or maybe at worst, maybe amber color. Not yellow, just a little bit.
Different
like a
from
tinge
water.
of, yes. But when a person is dehydrated, that is, does not have enough water in the system has a way of, there's a check and balance operation in the body. So there's a message that goes to the kidney that we need water. You usually, dear kidney, usually pass out waste products with water. Don't allow water to go. So what the kidney does that, it tends to take in more water so that the waste products will now be more concentrated. That now deepens the color of urine. Then you have people say things like, my urine is yellow in color, and they associate it, may not be entirely wrong, they associate it with being ill. And the simple logic is this: when people are ill, they don't drink water and they don't eat. So their body tends to compensate by, taking water out of their urine, and then their urine appears concentrated. So if you want to try what I'm saying now, just try not to drink water for several hours and see how your urine looks. It starts to change color. You get it. So, however, there are other disease conditions that appear in different colorations in the urine, including the passage of blood. It could be as bad as that. Including the passage of dark colored urine. Dark colored urine is not yellow. Dark colored urine is like, the urine is black. I don't want to mention the name of a particular beverage, but we use it a lot in the health sector in Nigeria. The urine is black. It's like coal. Coal when you add it with water. So it means a lot. So let's go back to the digestive system.
Yes.
So when the feces is hard, we call it constipation. Now, we won't say constipation every time that it is hard, because we know that once in a while you didn't drink enough water, either directly or your food, so the feces is hard, or you didn't pass feces when you should pass it, because everybody has a rhythm. Some people's rhythm is twice a day they pass feces. They pass two, the way people call it. Some people, their rhythm is once a day. Some, it is in the morning. Some, it is at night. Everybody has his own rhythm. But if you miss your rhythm, you will find that your stool will be harder. Because the stool will spend more time in the rectum. And the rectum will, the more it is there, the more what, the rectum is like, it absorbs water from the feces. So the longer it stays in the rectum, the more hard the stool becomes. Now there's a problem. If it stays hard, when it is coming out, you understand? It becomes painful. It becomes painful, Either because it is causing a bruise, it's so hard that it is because the intestine till the anus is lined with a very thin membrane, very sensitive, because there's a lot of absorption that needs to take place. It is at the junction in which it meets the anus that it now becomes something like the skin that we have around. You get it? So it's so tender, so gentle, so like a nylon, you know? So when the stool is hard, it causes a bruise or a tear. Now, the first one is not the problem. Whenever there's a bruise or a tear, eventually the feces comes out because the person, you know now, then comes out.
Yes.
But there's a bruise or a tear. The next feces that wants to come, the next waste that wants to come out, there will be so much pain around the anus. And because of the pain around the anus, it will cause spasm of the anus. So the anus, because of the pain, instead of the anus to relax and allow feces to come out, the anus will constrict due to pain, just like muscles do. If I prick you now, there's this.
Yes.
So the smooth muscles there will, that will further worsen. It will not allow the feces to come
out in whole or
if I do not even allow it to come, because the person is like, it's painful, it's painful. Even sometimes deliberately, the person holds the stool and my nose is paining me. My nose is paining me. Now, don't forget, the longer it stays in the rectum, the harder it becomes. Which means the situation becomes worse than the first one. So it now becomes a problem. Sometimes they come to the hospital and then we help them out. And now, let me now maybe try to round off. If they force it, whenever there's that tear, you now say things like, when I'm passing my feces, blood. I see blood. Now, at any level in the digestive system, blood can mix with feces, but it will appear differently in the feces that comes out. And let me just explain that. Let me start from the top. If I take in blood, let us assume that I swallow blood now. You will not see blood in my feces because the acid in the stomach will work on the blood. The enzymes that gets into the small intestine will work on the blood. So there will be a lot of discoloration, breaking down of the cells of the blood and everything. So you won't see blood in my feces. If the blood is much, what you will find in the feces will be, it will not be frank blood, it will be like a dark colored substance. And by that time, it should have been well mixed with the stool, because the stool too has been, throughout the intestine, the thing is turning and turning and turning and turning. So it is turning with the blood with a lot of coloration, acid working on it. Then it changes from the red to the black color. So when doctors ask, somebody says, I have symptoms of peptic ulcer, because we know that peptic ulcer can be complicated by perforation or bleeding. So if blood gets into the stomach, what we'll be seeing in the feces will be dark colored stool, because the blood has been discolored by the acid and other digestive enzymes, so it now becomes black, and then it is well mixed with the feces. Except the volume of blood that is produced is so much that the acid in the stomach cannot fully discolor it, but it will still be well mixed with the stool, because while they are turning and turning, the intestines are turning it, the blood is mixing with feces. But anything coming from the lower GI, lower gastrointestinal tract, acid is no more there. The blood will remain red colored. So you say things like frank colored or dark red. And if it comes due to that tear of the feces, the hard stool, it will look like a streak. A streak is like a line. The person says that when I pass the hard stool, it's just like a line on the feces. The blood was just there, lined it, or then at the top, when they finish passing the stool, nothing, the blood now. I'm not.
But doctor, at what point does digestion end?
That's a big question. I want to put it this way. largely, anytime it passes through, goes past the small intestine, largely. Because by the time it is off the small intestine, you don't really have nutrient absorptions too much. What you now have is water. So in the colon, ascending, transverse, descending, sigmoid colon is more, as I mentioned, there's more of a storage part where water is being absorbed. But to look at it holistically, because water too, going back into the system is also part of the entire system. So until the food comes out into the toilet, the system keeps working. So I would say holistically, until whatever we have eaten, the waste products get out, the system keeps working.
All right. There are some times when we pass to, we find, maybe let's talk about grains now. You find a grain, wholly in your food. And sometimes you cough and you find something coming out of your mouth. What happened? Why was it not, broken down at that point?
Okay, let me start from the grain in the stew.
Just like in some minutes.
Sometimes you just find maybe granite in the stew. Abi? We should ask ourselves, did the person chew very well? A lot of people don't chew enough. Because, our tongue is so blessed. We have different sensations in the tongue. And thing is so sweet. Just swallow. So, usually we tell people, chew before swallow. If the person had chewed well, that grain cannot be there. It cannot. C-A-N-N-O-T. It cannot. It simply means that that grain escaped chewing. And there's a difference because by the time you get to the stomach, it should have been broken down. So, but it's getting to the stomach, there's still a whole grain. So what the acid will do, we just work on the surface of that grain. I don't know if you get it. It won't have enough time to eat deep. And by the time it's getting into the small intestine, it's going to come out almost like that. Because nothing will break it down.
Well, I have several questions, but I'll just touch on it. What does water actually do? Does water really aid digestion?
Yes, it does. I like using different analogies to make things easy. If you want to blend whatever you want to blend, I'm sure you usually put water. So does water aid blending?
Okay. Very.
that answers that.
Yes.
Because without the water, it will be difficult to grind. It will be difficult to. There'll be a lot of friction. It will not flow. Don't forget, when people have issues, maybe they chew something and they try to swallow it, and then they have the sensation that the thing is stuck. Take water, and the water pushes down. Then the water helps in the mixing, in the breaking down. I think the blender analogy solves it.
One other question, Doctor. You talked about the fact that when we eat, in the stomach, air is usually on top. Sometimes we belch and this air comes out. What happens to the air that comes out from the anus, the fat? Is it the same air? Why did we not belch all of the air out and we have fat?
Well, two things, or maybe three things. Now, the one we belch is one we swallowed. Largely is the air we swallowed. Then the little is produced from the breakdown of food that happens in the stomach. Very little, but largely from the swallowed air. Now, part of the air will also go into the small intestine, part of it. Not all will come out. As all of us are now, we have air in our stomachs. Your stomach cannot be completely empty. Something must occupy. The way nature is, something must occupy something. And the stomach is not a vacuum. So it's either food or air. It's everybody's stomach, or both. So some will come out, belch. Now, the one that goes down, don't forget, it will mix with a lot of things. You understand? While the digestive process is on, it will mix with a lot of things. Some things will break down. Then for some air or some gaseous waste can also be produced as food or some type of food are being broken down. Let me give you a picture. Beans is common with this. If you have beans, it's not about when I eat beans, I belch and I fart. That's if you put beans, cook beans and then cover it. Don't just let it spoil. Now, the spoiling we are saying is because it's giving us a foul smell and things like that. Is that it is being broken down. It's being broken down. So you notice that if it's a metal pot, once you open it, you will see bubbles over the beans. You see it. It's not only beans. That happens with rice. That happens with almost all meals. Because once it's being denatured, air will be produced. Now, you can imagine what goes on in the stomach. Air is produced. So the air that comes out, based on the whatever is being broken down, now comes out as fat. Now the fat may be foul smelling based on the nature of what is the gas is coming from. And it may not be foul smelling based on the nature of what is broken down from. I don't know if that answers the question in a little way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I hope I've done something.
All right, Doctor, thank you. I thought we were going to, talk about other systems, but really, I enjoyed this. And I still have questions, but we really cannot go into that. All right, so dear viewer, we've been talking about the digestive system, really, and it's been interesting with Dr. Ayodeji Ogungbemi. All right, other systems that we'll be talking about later on the show, on another episode of the show, The Spring Clinic. The respiratory system, especially, we're going to be starting from there, next week, the respiratory system. The circulatory system, the excretory system, the nervous system, and the reproductive system. We've talked about digestive system today, which is a part of it. So with all this revelation about your body and how it functions, anyone found guilty of defaulting at taking proper care of their body will be charged and prosecuted at the highest court of medicine. Happy, Doctor? All right, and that is an experience, not what's going through. You will attest to that, really. I look forward to another highly insightful edition of Spring Clinic on your channel of choice, Western Spring Television. I am Temitope Ajijola Olwala. That's it.
Evelyn Ohiole, King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you, and you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine would be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the too much attachment to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? You know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday? They are saying it favors you. Are they vex so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my words.
I think they have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
The Garden Road National Park is a very important park because it actually has two biomes, the marine biome and the terrestrial biome. It's not a lot of parks in the South African national parks that actually boast these biomes. Being involved in both marine and the terrestrial has actually made me fall in love with conservation all over again.
The Tsitsikamma MPA is the oldest marine protected area in Africa. And what an MPA is, they're areas of coastline and marine environment that have been set aside for conservation and more effective management. You're not only protecting populations, but you're protecting entire habitats.
To protect the coastline, we do foot patrols, we do vehicle patrols. We set up an observation post to look out for any illegal activity that is happening on the marine side and also the forest.
Most of the things that we encounter are people poaching, putting snares so that they can actually catch the mammals. People that come to collect the plants which are protected. On the marine side, we normally have issues with overfishing. Sometimes they fish without permits.
When it comes to poaching, the first thing that comes to mind will be rhino poaching and forgetting about the other species, which will be your abalone, which is also listed now as an endangered species.
To be able to protect those species against well-managed poaching incidences, you need to have very strong law enforcement teams.
My most memorable arrest was back in 2021, where we arrested a group of 48 abalone poachers. We discovered also 3 bags of abalone that were stashed in the forest. What disappointed me about the arrest was the fact that the bail was the minimum, and they were just released again back into our communities.
The courts don't understand the regulations that we use. So I decided that I'm gonna start environmental law with the hope that one day, instead of actually taking our problems to the other courts, we can take them to the environmental courts. And I hope that with this dream that I have, I can be able to achieve it one day.
Do you know an abalone?
No.
A perlemoon?
No.
You don't know a perlemoon? Oh, so this is a perlemoon. You see, you're not supposed to catch. Ne? Say 0.
Another one of my duties, which I'm also very passionate about, is community outreach.
This one is for you.
There's a lot of people who don't understand what conservation is all about, and the communities that we visit, they need this information.
So this one can catch 10 per day.
Yeah.
Can you count to 10?
Yeah.
1, 2.
When I work with the kids, it makes me really fulfilled. I tend to think like kids and what kids want. This time at a very young age, and they grow up to understand what conservation is about.
I'm going to put these onto each end of the net, and then if you can reverse backwards, I'll let the net out in front of us.
It is very appealing to work with the scientific services guys. Previously, we have had issues where a species of mullet were actually dying a lot in our lakes, and we did not understand what was that all about.
Okay, go stern a bit more.
They will actually put nets in just to target those specific types of fish and then take them to the laboratory to collect some data on them.
When we do work with the park staff, I think it's an opportunity for co-learning. These guys are out there far more than what we are, all day, every day, and they pick up and they see stuff. And then that suddenly makes sense to something that you're seeing maybe in your data.
You know, we talk about sustainability, and the work that we do is very important.
I would like to envision a better relationship between humans and the marine environment, one where there is a better appreciation, a better awareness, and a better desire to protect that space.
We need more support from the public, we need more stakeholders, because together we stand a good chance of winning the fight of conservation. So they say together you have got a stronger voice.
Arrested, affected, sound, duty, freedom, affected, and confirmed. Eva is pounding current events, traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Get attention, even diffusion, weekends, nuggets of words of fight, stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Welcome to Ijebu-Ode, southwestern Nigeria. Every year, this serene town transforms into a bustling hub of cultural celebration, attracting nearly 1 million people from across the globe. This is the Ojude Oba Festival, majestic celebration of Yoruba heritage. Ojude Oba, meaning the King's Forecourt, is an ancient festival with roots that trace back over a century. It began as a small gathering of early Muslim converts, paying homage to the Awujale, the paramount ruler of Ijebuland. The festival has since evolved into a grand spectacle, celebrating a rich cultural tapestry of the Yoruba people. Central to the Ojude Oba Festival are the Regbe cultural age groups composed of Indians, different and associates. These groups revived in the 10th century. Oba Deon are regional past, facing their unique identities, food and the group from the oil base by told them to the stage. At the river is the Awujale, the spiritual and traditional of Ijebuland. The festival is an opportunity for the people to express their loyalty and respect to the Awujale, praying for his life's reign. The Awujale presents as the height of Ojude Oba is the parade of the Balogun families, descendants of Ijebu war heroes. These families, led by the Balogun, showcase their hardship, the competition, and the remnant of announce the rigor and the happy Ojude Oba is a feast for the eyes. For tasks done the seas must see here. In the comics, as the fact, band of design must appreciate elegance and tradition. While Ojude Oba remains deeply rooted in tradition, has also embraced modernity. The first now include pageants, musical performances, cultural celebrity and dignitary across Nigeria and beyond. 2018 edition, for instance, saw the presence of former Senate President Dr. Bukola Saraki and notable entertainers, adding a modern flair to the ancient celebration. Ojude Oba is more than just a festival. It's a legacy of Europe with pride and Join us next time as we continue to explore and celebrate the Yoruba culture. Thank you for joining us for Ojude Oba Festival. Until next time, keep celebrating culture and heritage.
Mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the living spring. Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Every update weekly on Ray 1.7 and West Spring Television, Channel 1 T. The extra Governor Adeleke development agenda for your and pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed with Living Spring will delve into the details of infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
In our lifetime, Nigeria has become a center for smuggling ivory and pangolin scales.
This is one of 2 Nesria holding facilities for seized wildlife
Containers are come from Nigeria.
As Africa's key
Together, we change this to no longer we will tolerate wildlife trafficking. We update our laws, increase the penalties and protect us.
Nigeria is fully committed in the fight against wildlife crime, and we will continue to honor all international obligations to protect our biodiversity.
Together, we will protect our wildlife for future generations. Please report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat. Because protecting nature protects all of us.